Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker the other.
But this is our space.
You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh no, oh, we should film it.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive, though I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
My lighting is a little bit off because I'm on the 4th floor of an apartment building in Richmond, and so given the time of day, the sun is still super bright. So my lighting is just a little bit off because I have all this other light coming in. My angles aren't quite right. No shower day, I just got out of the shower. I would never do a stream without showering. I feel you get glasses back and you instantly get a debate with Destiny. Coincidence? Yeah, I bring in the nerd energy. My frog pink and and big. Your frog look like a little kid's. Why? Hey, what's up, sorority? I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, no. So Destiny DM'd me and said, okay, sorry, I ended up stuck in New York City an extra day. I'm free all day today, though, if you want to chat. I said, you free around 8 p.m. Eastern? He said, yeah, I am. And then I sent him and I said, just send me a link to your Discord and I'll come on. My proposition is Asmongold is not a hypocrite, as implied in the video, and no one can be for freedom of, and one can be for freedom of speech whilst supporting the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil. If you wish to debate anything else, let me know. And then he hasn't responded. So I might have to just like around that time just hop in his fucking Discord. Like I guess it's like some weird power game he's playing or something. I don't know. You were here last week, but true. I mean, you know, like the Matrix, sometimes I just, you know, at a certain point, it's just redhead, blonde, brunette. You know, sorority, just redhead profile picture, thundercock, little bits. Well, I have a debate plan that I already scheduled because, like, you know, I'm not an asshole like that. I don't kick people off the roster or anything. So in about 20 minutes, I'm going to be talking to James Meece or McKee. I have to ask him exactly how to pronounce it. Yeah, the debate should be around 8 p.m. or so. Hard to intimidate people while looking up at them. I mean, Destiny does a lot of little shicey shit. How much you want to bet? I'm going to ask him to cut his camera on, and he's like not going to do a split screen camera thing. He's just going to like talk so that his audience doesn't see who I am at all. And I'm just like a voice from Discord, and I'm going to have to bring up his stream on camera and then do it like I do reactions with me in the corner. You know, I can almost guarantee that's how that's going to go. Cause that's just like, I know what type of person I'm dealing with. But yeah, no, the first conversation is it's good. I'm going to get all my nerdy, you know, libertarian obsession shit out. Right. And I'm going to answer all the hardcore libertarian stuff, from another person who's curious about like taxes are theft and all that good nerdy shit. And then by the time I get to Destiny, I'm just like, I'm not even going to be focused on the hardcore libertarian shit. I'm just going to cook him like a normie. And that should be fun. You know what I mean? Like, get it out of my system. One can never be too obsessed with freedom. A love for freedom is a sign of sanity. A love for freedom is not a sign of sanity. I mean, you can be obsessed with any one thing, but freedom is a value, right? So being an anarcho-capitalist is not an obsession with freedom. Right, it's just a political philosophy on an ethical system of natural law, but like I'm not like obsessed with the concept of freedom. If you want to see people that are obsessed with freedom, find the libertine people that call themselves libertarians that are like, well, she's not doing anything violent, so why are you mad about it? Like that's an obsession with libertarian like freedom. Right, is like people that are like, you know, gay people should be able to, you know, sling, you know, their dicks in leather thongs on, you know, Folsom Street parades, and like you're a bigot if you don't think that that's okay. Like, why would you? They're not doing anything violent. Like that's an obsession with liberty or freedom. Right, I have a political philosophy that informs what I know to be right and what I know to be wrong. You know, to a minimal degree by showing me what I can't do. It's a leash. It's a self-imposed leash of morality that says that there are certain things you can do no matter how you can't do no matter how you feel about it. But there's a large domain of what I ought to do. And that is informed by my life experience, by the fact that I'm a father with children, by my education, by my personal values and my selfish goals and values. Do you have a backup content in case the Destiny thing doesn't happen or he quits in like 10 minutes? I mean, I'm starting a debate for like an hour or two, you know, before this. You know what I mean? So if he backs out and quits or something, I might, you know, we might chill for a little bit or something. Pardon me. I'm burping. I got some fucking I haven't had bread in forever, but like it was supposed to be a stormy day, like super stormy this Sunday. And I had to take my daughter to the Irish festival because she does like Celtic dance classes and stuff. Does little performances as like a little girl doing her stuff. I'd show you guys, but I don't show my kids on the fucking internet because some of you guys are creeps. Not like you guys specifically, but just in general. But nevertheless, so like we had to do like little Celtic dance stuff. It was adorable. But I knew it was going to storm, and I was like, oh man, like tomato soup and grilled cheese sandwiches are so good. So I got like some Dave's Killer Bread and tomato soup and made that for the kids. But then today I was like really hungry, and I was just like, man, I haven't had bread in forever. And like made some fried eggs and like Tillamook Swiss cheese and Dave's Killer Bread. And that gave me some serious heartburn, but I am so content right now. Parents are insane to put their kids online. Dude, I don't get it at all. Like, I see so many people, like, and not just like Facebook moms to like what they think is their Facebook group, but like influencers and shit that are like, here's pictures of my kids. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, do you not know what's out there? Like, there's no fucking way in hell I'd put pictures of my kids out there unless they were like, you know, older teenagers, you know, like about to be adults soon type thing. You got heartburn from bread? No, I got heartburn from like fried bread and butter and Tillamook cheese and fried eggs. I'm okay with it though. I'm still super satisfied. Waving a gun around, pretending to be Tony Montana to an empty field, freedom. Pretending to be Tony Montana while facing an elementary school, not freedom. All I can think of is oh God, what is that Modest Mouse song? Oh my God, there's a Modest Mouse song about him like shooting a firearm in the sky, and I can't think of it now. My brain's freezing. Let me just ask Grok real quick. Cowboy Dan, is that it? I think that might be it. Yeah, it's Cowboy Dan. All right. I love Modest Mouse. You guys can't make me hate Modest Mouse. John Burt, one of the goofs who came in my chat, used my kid to hurt me. And my channel feel proud, never forgotten. Ooh, I don't know who John Beert is, but Jesus Christ. Yeah, no. Never put your kids on the internet. I mean, like, I've taken a picture of my son doing certain things, but I always, like, crop out the face or, like, take the picture from behind. You know what I mean? Like just because, like, there's certain shit that he does that's, like, really interesting. I don't know, because having, like, a nonverbal autistic son, every now and then there's, like, little moments or things, and I'm just like, yeah. It sounds like a skill issue. I don't know. It depends on your diet, bro. And like I'm telling, he's saying the name of someone in the channel. Jesus Christ. Yo, is there a war going on in chat? What is happening? I don't know what JAC panel verse is. Oh. I don't know what's going on. You guys are having an argument in chat. That's wild. Those god-awful awful family YouTube channels. I mean, like, I don't know. I'm like 50-50 on that. Did Jubilee try shutting down your stream last night? Yeah, I mean, they copyrighted it. I mean, I'm in appeal. Actually, hold on. Let me check to see if they release the appeal. I mean, I have to do, there's a reason, you know, like, hold on. While we're talking about this, there's a reason that I asked you guys for super chats and donations. Okay, and here's the reason why I asked you guys for super chats or donations. Gotta make sure I don't show certain shit. All right. So these are my live streams. All right. So copyright in dispute. Right, hold on, zoom in a little bit. Right, so like these are all my these are my live streams, right? So this is the current one, right? So it's on the current one. Copyright in dispute. limited revenue. I fought this one and got this turned on somehow, right? But because it's mostly a Wick panel, that's the only reason it's fucking on, is because it seems to be more left-wing than right-wing, because it's a panel with lefties. So then we have this one, like revenue sharing. I've already clipped this, and I have to go back and clip these three again because they're taking a percentage of all my ads, right? Limited. Oh, look, this one's on. I touched my boats. Ew, bro. Ew, don't be touching people's boats. Come on, little Nemo. Don't be touching boats. All right, you got that little fin. Don't be touching boats, right? But like limited, right? Championship one. This one was like a bug, so this one's not public. But this one is. This one's on, right? Limited. We can go to the next page, right? Limited. Oh, this one's on. Limited. This one's on. Limited. This one's on. Limited. This one's a bug one. Limited, on, ineligible. Because I did a Disney tier list, and that one's like for like that one has like copyright claims on it because Disney will fight you tooth and nail and go to court. Right, so like there's a reason I'm like, hey guys, thanks for the super chats. You know what I mean? Like, cause good fucking luck doing anything else in that regard. Click analytics to see that stuff. I'm not clicking into stuff just because I don't know if there's monetary information on there, and like you're not supposed to show people like how much money you're making for certain things. Like it's part of the agreement, like to be monetized on YouTube, is that you're not like supposed to break down by literally showing that data publicly. I mean, a bunch of people do, but like I'd be the one to get in trouble for it. You know, like a ton of people do and don't get in trouble, but you know me, I'd get in trouble. I have no idea who these two are either. Yeah, I mean, like this seemed like, I mean, it's cool, man. I'm happy to have people in here. You know, gonna be debating Destiny. Like maybe we'll try next week and get on Sam Cedar if we can. I gotta look into that this weekend. Tomorrow, I'm gonna just dedicate to like clipping and making YouTube shorts from a lot of the clips we have, and getting a bunch of YouTube shorts made from various streams. So make sure you clip tonight, right? You should see the little scissors. Click the scissors. Then go into and if you're in the Discord, you can just post those clips directly into the Stream Clips Discord, and I'm going to work on going through them and making a few YouTube shorts over Thursday and probably Friday, and getting that going. I mean, 8 p.m. is when I'm going to start hounding him if he doesn't get back to me, but he DM'd me. Destiny has you blocked? Dude, I haven't interacted with you much, and where I'm about to interact with you here in just a few minutes, James. But like that seems weird. You seem like a pretty chill fucking dude online and in most interactions. Like you, like honestly, for like streaming and stuff, you seem a little too chill. Like you got to like learn to fire it up a little bit or something. So that's weird that that's just strange. Suspect software. Oh yeah. I mean, like I see people all the time. And they're like, bro, I didn't block you. I have a program that blocks everybody with a blue check mark. So I've just blocked 17,000 people so far. So don't act like I'm fucking got something against you because you're blocked. And I'm like, you're not seeing how that's crazy. Like, you know what I mean? Like that you're obsessed with blocking everybody that pays for Twitter. And then I'll see those same people be like, what does the right think about this? I don't understand. And it's like, dude, you blocked 20K people, like 18K of which were right wingers. And then you're confused why you don't understand what's going on the right. Like, it's so hilarious. Like, of course you don't know what the fuck's going on if you're literally constantly blocking anybody that gives you any pushback. Like, for example, I'm beginning to not understand what OnlyFans whores believe. Because every time I see some girl advertising her OnlyFans bullshit, I fucking click block. And I've blocked so many. But unfortunately, 1.4 million girls in America have an OnlyFans, right? Which is, and in younger age groups, it's, you know, like Gen Z, it's about 1 in 35. So I got a lot of bitches to block. Like, it's a never-ending game. Yeah. If you're dating a Gen Z girl, it's about 1 in 35. It's a little over 2% of all Gen Z girls. Yeah, it's like 2.4, 2.5% estimated. I'd have to do the math. That might be like 1 in 38 or something, but like, you know, the point stands. Do you remember a large classroom you had in school? One of those girls is an online prostitute now. And now do that for every single class you took in high school. Yeah. I'm just telling you. That's only for Gen Z, though. Numbers start to fall off once you start talking about millennials. Like, most of my likes are OnlyFans girls. I hear you. I do get a lot of likes from like random fucking accounts that are just like 0 followers. They follow one person. Yeah, and most of those girls are making like $100 a month. You know, they're not making shit. All right, hold on. Let me switch over my camera programs. Oops. Whoopsie. There we go. All right. So first, we're going to have a conversation with James Meece or McKee. He'll come in here and tell me how I'm fucking up his name here in just a second. This is this is the nerdy debate libertarian shit. So if you're not a libertarian, congratulations, welcome to the stream. I answer all super chats, so I'm be more than willing to, any super chat that you have, I'd be more than willing to answer your question, when we get around to it, or like when we can fit it in the debate, if you have comments and things like that. I always answer all super chats before the stream is through. So if you're just here to like see me debate Destiny in a couple hours, I totally understand. You can leave if you want to. I would hope that you wouldn't. I'd hope you want to maybe learn a little bit about me. If you don't know anything about me or anything, follow me on Twitter, join the Discord. Come hang out, be a part of the community. But at the very least, this is the time for the nerdy questions. If if you've been saving up super chats and things like that. But we'll see how long this goes. I've got about 2 hours before I DM'd Destiny to be like, yo, like, what's up? So I'm going to bring him in and we'll get this party started. I met this man on a WIC panel, and he just seemed super chill. And he was like, I have questions. I have concerns. I have things that I think you're wrong about. And I was like, yeah, let's talk about it.
Oh, I'm here.
Hey, what's up? You there?
Turn this on. Let me reach over here. All right, there we go. Let me turn this camera on for you.
Yeah, sounds great.
Hey,
dude, you got it. The XSplit VCam thing in the center screen with the watermark is wild.
I did start to look at OBS. I didn't figure it out in time for this, but I will get back
Discord.
to the OBS
Like if you're not, are you using a green screen?
Well, I don't have a green screen. No, it's like an unfinished basement behind me.
Okay, well, that like Discord has the same thing built into it.
It does. Yeah, I just like the books. The thing about XSplit is it centers me, right? So if I use Discord, I'll be like down here or some shit, and I could figure all that out. But I just said fuck it. I'll use this thing for now.
All right, fair enough.
It's working pretty well.
All right. So how did I butcher your name? What is your name?
It's James Meece.
Meece. Okay.
It's like You can just say it like everybody else does. I hate Mises to pieces. Yes. I've heard that joke before.
I mean, it's fine, man. So you like I said, I met you on Wix panel. You seem like a really like relaxed and chill guy, which is something you don't see very often in like debate panels on Twitch. And you said that you sent me a document, questions, concerns, things like that. We can do this like as a debate if you want. I'm sure there will be like some back and forth or whatever, but I'm more interested in like a conversation. You should read it again, brother.
I might.
Yeah, it's a great book. It's one of the greatest books. It's got to be in your top 5 is Atlas Shrugged for sure. Fountainhead's
read that chapter. The Who is John Galt? I want to at least read that one chapter again. It's sitting here next to me. I just haven't done it yet.
Yeah, but so you were like, hey, I was a former libertarian, or presumably libertarian leaning. You know what I mean? Not like a hardcore libertarian. And now you have like issues, with it. You think that there's a state or something. I think you wrote like an opening statement or something, and I just want to give everybody, tell people who you are, where they can find you, what you're doing, and what you're here for.
Yeah, I'm James No Meece. You can follow me on X. Not really streaming yet. Thinking about maybe becoming a streamer, so dipping my toes in. I am trying to be more reasonable. Typically, I'm trying to bring people to the center. So if I'm talking to a leftist, I'm on the right. If I'm talking to the right, I'm on the left. I'm going to try to convince you that some government's okay. So I'm trying to bring everybody to more like consensus, right? A thankless job, but yes. I used to be like a taxes or theft kind of libertarian in my early 20s, and now I would say I'm still kind of a civil libertarian, like civil liberties wise, we'll probably pretty much completely agree. I don't want a government that's too big, and I also don't want one that's too small. I want a Goldilocks government. I want one that's just right.
Yeah, well, I linked your Twitter in the chat. Go ahead and give him a follow. All right, get him some, get him a little bit of that clout. So when he starts streaming, he's not gotta, he doesn't have to start off with 1 or 2 people. But yeah. So I don't know. I think we're probably going to disagree more than you think, right? Because I find that most of the like libertarian movement, libertarian people, especially when you talk about civil liberties, like for example, I'm for completely abolishing the Civil Rights Act. I think the Civil Rights Act was a really destructive thing. Title IX, things that are for, creating women's spaces and things like that. Like I am an ANCAP, right? I am an anarchist. So, I mean, obviously any of those things, I think, one thing that really informed my like passion, I guess, right, you could say, is like Lysander Spooner's Constitution of No Authority. I believe it's chapter 6, is a great piece on like just how awful the Constitution is, right? So I'm not like married to the Constitution and like constitutional rights and things like this. To me, the Constitution is just a piece of paper.
I mean, but you value free speech and Second Amendment and, like personal property and, like all the basics, right? You're very pro that, right?
Free speech insofar as we have a state, like, my ideal society wouldn't have free speech because it wouldn't have a state, right? Like free speech is a constraint on the state. It's not really a civil liberty. It's a manufactured negative right because the state exists, right?
Well, it's like Murray Rothbard says, whoever owns the property gets to decide the speech. So like, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater, but if you own the theater, then you can be like, yeah, go ahead and yell fire if I want you to. It's my theater, right?
Yeah, and then your insurance costs are going to be crazy when they find out that you're letting people, scream fire, and then you're going to be like, okay, it is prohibitively expensive to let people yell fire in a crowded theater. I have learned my lesson. I almost went out of business. Now I don't let people do that, right? So like I'm for a market system of order, and value is subjective, right? Like that's kind of my biggest. The biggest thing here, as far as I'm concerned, the economic calculation problem has never been solved. It can't be solved. There's only one solution to the ECP, which is that everything the state does is less efficient than the market.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to try to start off with the whole taxes or theft thing, and
we can go wherever.
And like I also think, I think like I'm a big believer in the non-aggression principle. I think you probably are too, right? We at least agree there.
Well, I would say we disagree there because I believe in it and you don't, because you're not an anarchist.
No, I believe in non-aggression principle.
Right, but non-aggression
definitely.
principle is like taxes are theft is the logical conclusion.
Here's the way I will make you fight yourself, right? So
no, you won't.
The non-aggression principle means like, you can't initiate violence, right? But if I come at you and I try to stab you with a knife, you can defend yourself, right?
Yeah, that's the non-aggression principle.
Okay, and you can
You're not
take
the
that
aggressor.
knife away from me. You can take that knife away from me, right?
Yeah.
To defend yourself. So you can take my private property according to the non-aggression principle. So if you can take private property sometimes, like in the non-aggression principle, then why not take it in other times, like in taxes?
Yeah, I can explain it, right? So the non-aggression principle is dictating a concept, right? Obviously, it was invented by Ayn Rand, right? But very, very quickly, adopted by libertarians because they formulated their ideology together, and then eventually objectivists and Ayn Rand hated them, right? So the non-aggression principle is stating that, right, that you cannot be the aggressor in a situation. You can initiate aggression. You can initiate force against another person. Now, in the system of self-defense, right, the other person is already aggressing upon you. Now, you go, well, why is it justified that you can take their property, by virtue of them, being the aggressor? And the answer comes down to Argumentation Ethics by Hoppe, right? You can read 1986 or his later primers, right? Or you could simply go to, I think a more simpler way of looking at this is Stephen Kinsella's writings on the estoppel principle, right? So estoppel principle is relatively new in terms of libertarian theory, though then again, all libertarian theory is kind of new in the sense that Rothbard started it, right? In terms of other political ideologies. But the estoppel principle is essentially this, right? If I go to court and I have been convicted of drinking and driving before, I cannot say in court, I've never drink and drive before, because the court documents showcase, the records show that I was convicted of drinking and driving. I can't be like, this is my first time, I've never done it. You are stopped from making that claim by the evidence. So the same thing is true when you are an aggressor. When you are an aggressor, you are stopped from arguing that you have the right to your private property until such a time that you recant your aggression, right? You say, I'm no longer want to be an aggressor, and you must pay restitution and or retribution. The retribution thing is a little bit debatable, and I don't want to get in the weeds of that because that's really more a conversation between libertarians, right? You know what I mean? Like there might be some gray area there, but without a doubt,
it's
restitution, right? So if I steal your TV, you can't argue that I can't argue you can't steal my property. It's like, dude, your actions showcased your beliefs. Your actions showcased yourself as an aggressor, and you are stopped from arguing that you ought not be aggressed upon until you pay me back for my TV or give me my TV back. Then you can argue you can't take from me. Now the state, so those are the constraints upon which why you can take property from another person and why they cannot logically argue that that property ought not be taken from them. The state imposing things by democratic, majority will in a conflict inducing system has none of those caveats and is not justified in doing so.
Okay. I gotta say, you're really knowledgeable and you're really well thought out. That's why I wanted to talk to you. Like you know your shit, man. So, all right, good.
I mean, I've been doing this for 3 years. You know what I mean? Like I started
3
off
years.
I started off as a minarchist, right? But it's been a long process. I also, when I was young, I was a Marxist Leninist Maoist, right? So man, you were,
oh, wow.
yeah. I came to libertarianism by a completely different path than most people, dragged by theory and life experience.
I really got there after George W. Bush and just government sucks and it'll never work and they're terrible and the Patriot Act in Iraq and oh my God. And, yeah. How old are you, if you don't mind?
I'll be 35 this year.
Okay, I'll be 45 this year. Okay. So we're about that far apart. All right. Yeah. So then I guess one of the other things, because for many years I did the taxes or theft kind of thing, and all my friends pushed back against me, and they slowly chipped away at me, right? And one of those things that I've come to believe is like the social contract is a real thing. And I'm guessing you don't agree. Like, the social contract is you give up a little bit of your liberties, in return you get, a society, right? You get police and firefighters and military and all the kind of stuff that makes a society function.
Well, so
And
yeah,
so what would replace that?
So
go ahead. What would replace that? Yeah.
Well, so first let me dig into the social contract, right? So I agree with everything that you said. The problem is that there's an omission here, right? Which is that the contract that you're describing is involuntary, and that's not a contract, right? Like, it's just not. It's an imposition. It's might makes right. It says you don't deserve certain liberties. You don't deserve the right to all of your labor. You don't deserve the right to your private property. You don't deserve those things because we have collectively gathered up enough guns and power to tell you that you're going to do this and you're going to benefit and you're going to smile and be happy about it. So I don't disagree with the concept of a social contract. Not like obviously I disagree with, the Rousseau kind of social contract theory that you're presenting, right? But like the concept that like, I have to pay for security if I want my property to be protected, right? I have to pay to do all kinds of things, right? Like if I want water and I don't want to go down and, you know what I mean, and go fetch water or build my own water filtration system, I have to pay for it, right? But there's a difference between a voluntary aspect where culture collectively comes together and makes those decisions, and there's a competitive market, as opposed to a group of people saying, we have the votes, we have the capital, we have the corporate power, we have the guns, so now you are forced to engage in this supposed contract. I never signed this contract.
I understand that response. I thought you might go there. And the only reason I bring it up is because I think here in maybe not so distant future, we might actually need a new social contract. So there could be an opportunity to remake this thing coming up, which is, if AI and robots really take off and, we don't need labor anymore or something like that, we may need a new social contract. So you should, well, I hear you. I don't think it's going to be completely going away. I don't think that, but there is maybe an opportunity coming up. So I would encourage you to think about a social contract that you would agree to. And that,
so that's,
try to present that.
That is the concept of like a Hoppian covenant community, right? So, when you really get deep into libertarian literature, you'll find this phrase, that Hoppe uses, which is that libertarianism is inherently right-wing and discriminatory, right? And like, well, what does that mean, right? It's kind of a meme phrase, right? But what it really means is that, like, look, you can go voluntarily live in your Tortuga hedonistic society, but your society is going to collapse. Right? If your society doesn't have order, if your society doesn't have strong values that match reason, right? If your society isn't focused on productive goals, then your society is doomed to failure. We've seen this throughout history a million times, right? That like society's culture starts to shift from, reason and shift from, goals that match reality, and then those societies or those empires fall and crumble. And so that is what a covenant community is. For example, I think a great we have basically anarcho-capitalist societies in here in America right now, and those are the Amish. Now, I'm not talking about the clip clop, cameras steal the soul Amish, right? But the Mennonite and the Beachy Amish, right? Like, they live in communities. They're pacifists, right? Which I think is incorrect for, it's not scalable, right? Because they kind of depend upon other people to not invade them at that point. But when someone breaks the covenant, when someone is no longer, a Christian or a good member of the community, they're excised from the community. They're exiled, right? And so they have rules, they have order, they have systems and values about what their shared community values, and people can come in and come out. I think the greatest example of this is Rumsberger, right? Where the Amish take their children at coming of age and say, you must leave because you must go see the outside world, and then you can come back to us only after you've chosen to live by our values, seeing what the outside world has to offer, right? And I mean, that's a completely voluntary society that is ordered and structured. That's a social contract. Everyone there agreed to live by those rules and to abide by those customs, and so they live in a sense of harmony. And what do you know? They have the healthiest diet, some of the longest lifespan. They have some of the lowest rates of disease. They're blue spheres, right? The parts of the Mormons in Utah as well as the Amish are blue spheres, and they have the highest birth rate. So it's like, I don't know, man. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like there is a social contract that can be replaced, and it's a voluntary one. It seems to work.
Yeah, they're kind of small. They rely on our military, and I think. Well,
yeah, sure.
If you ever,
but that wouldn't be a good example to say that, like, Japan is a failed state, or not scalable because they require the American military, right? You know what I mean? Like, the fact that something is only small now doesn't preclude it from being a larger concept in the future.
Sure. Like, one of my quips is, if we ever get to that taxless society you want, it will be on the backs of status, right? Like, you're never going to build this scaled society that you really want without status first, right? Like,
what do you mean?
Maybe one day America could become that, if we did pay down our debt and got rid of all of our social programs and, et cetera, et cetera. But we had to go through all that. Like, you've never had a large scale taxless society. You can have the smaller ones, but we never had one that's scaled, right?
Yeah, so there's two things. Yeah, there's two things I want to say. Like, so first of all, taxless is doing a lot of work here. I don't think there will ever be a scalable society that doesn't have, like, you can get rid of it. Like, taxless is like kind of funny here, right? Because, like, what do our taxes pay for? Well, our taxes pay to bomb brown kids and to send U.S. aid to, like, try and topple regimes in Egypt, to do a lot of evil shit. But taxes also do a lot of things that. Right, taxes also do things that a lot of people would consider good or valuable, right? Like, I am against Medicare and Social Security. I think they're evil. I think they're destructive. But a lot of people wouldn't, right? Or let's, roads, for example. Who will build the roads, right? Like, taxes do pay for roads, right? And so, if you live in a society without taxes, well, someone still has to build the roads, right? And so that means that you're going to pay. You're going to pay for roads one way or the other. You're paying for roads now via taxation, and you're going to pay for roads if you're going to live in a scalable society. But what you're going to do is you're going to pay, with tolls or with some insurance or with some corporate agreement or something like that, right? So, I mean, like, this idea of, like, a taxless society, I think it kind of invokes a utopia that doesn't exist, right? And that's not what I'm arguing for. I'm not arguing that we're going to live in some utopia where, like, all your take-home money is only spent on, like, your food and groceries, and it's like, no, you're gonna have to pay for police, you're gonna have to pay for insurance, you're gonna have to pay toll roads, right? But the market is going to give solutions that are vastly superior to what the state can do, and that you're going to be able to keep more of your money. You're going to be able to be in a better place. As far as will it be built on the backs of statists? I will say one. Probably, because most of the world are nation states, right? Like, that's probably just a likely historical trend. Yeah. The name of my channel is Fabian Liberty because I'm reversing the Fabian society strategy.
I was going to ask you that. Okay.
Yeah. That's why. Which is like, I don't think I'm not for the revolution or accelerationism tomorrow. And then we're going to have this wonderful stateless society, because what I think is likely to happen is warlords and commies will take over, right? And crisis will cause corporations to do a bunch of evil shit, right? So what I'm for is pushing things that spread the philosophy of libertarianism, reduce our government. And I think every step of the way, people will begin to realize how much less they actually need.
And that's like, so you're trying to move the Overton window then, right?
I'm trying. So, like, here's what I'm saying, right? Are police justified? No, absolutely not. The entire idea that the state has police as a monopoly on force and violence, as opposed to a voluntary system to protect rights, are they justified? Absolutely not. But can I convince all of Americans to give up police for private security firms, for McDonald's Corp to have their own, their own patrolling police? No, I can't convince people that in any way, shape, or form. That's an impossible goal in our current philosophy and our current understanding of things. But could I convince a small town in Georgia to use a private security firm instead of using taxation the way that they're currently using taxation with an elected sheriff, and instead let companies bid to protect the law and to simply give over things to other people? I feel like I could do that. And when that happens and it's cheaper and less civil liberties are violated because the contract can be canceled at any moment, as opposed to cops that have qualified immunity and all this shit, a whole bunch of people are going to be like, well, Well, it worked for that small town. Can my small town do it? And before you know it, we might have local policing be a private thing, whereas federal policing like the FBI is something that is, 10, 20, 30 years later down the road is something that we deal and tackle with, right? You have to change minds by showing progress.
So results have a way of speaking for themselves, right?
Yeah, I'm fully
if your
confident
results
that
get
the
it,
market,
then
I'm fully confident that when done correctly, the state is a Jenga tower, and so you have to be careful about what pieces you pull out, and there will be mistakes along the way. But I'm fully confident that the freer the market, the freer the people, and the better off people will be. And I'm fully confident that we'll have some 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but that eventually it is inevitable. That if you keep pushing those things, that they will show their success, and the culture will change, and people will understand that, government fucks up everything.
Here's my thing. Humans are the problem. You're still going to have humans, no matter what system you have. So it's not that government fucks up everything; it's humans fuck up everything, right? So government isn't the biggest problem; humans are.
Well, I would say what I would say is that, first of all, I still stand by the economic calculation problem, right? So central planners are no matter how well-meaning and how benevolent they are incapable of being able to match the efficiency of the market. I don't disagree that humans, are flawed, and that humans, are capable of crime. I'm not arguing that anarcho-capitalism is is a utopia like the communists might, right? I don't think class consciousness is going to suddenly make all the humans good people, right? There will always be bad people. There will always be evil. But what I would say though is that government allows bad people to have a monopoly on power and control. That government allows for those bad people to lack the competition, and I think that goodness wins in the long run because it's more efficient, because evil and violence incurs a cost, right? And that cost is you're forcing people to do things that they don't want to do, or you're forcing things that are degenerative or destructive towards the good in society. And so when you run that experiment in the long run, that the people that do not impose a game theory kind of cost to force, and people that do things and offer solutions that are not degenerative but are towards progressive goals, that those will eventually win out in the long run. But in the short term, you will always have evil people that are looking to grift and commit fraud and commit crime and steal and do bad things.
The quote for me there is, you need to make it profitable for bad people to do good things. That's one of the greatest things you can do. If you can make it profitable for bad people to do good things, then they will just do good things because they're only trying to make money, right? So there are other ways to achieve this goal, is what I'm saying.
How are they bad? How are they bad? I'm curious, where your philosophical position is, right? I have my own, but I'm curious yours. What defines a bad person if all of their goals are in pursuit of the good?
And are you a virtue ethicist? Did I see this when I was listening to you, or something I read?
I am a anarcho-capitalist first, right? Which is, I think it is objectively true that you cannot violate the non-aggression principle. And then I'm about out of that domain when it comes to what I ought to do. I'm about 90% objectivist. And then in those small domains where I lack the information to really understand a situation, I lack the information to be able to make the most rational choice, I often default to virtue ethicism, because if I lack a good knowledge of what the consequences will be, I go, well, what is the type of man, what does a good man do? How do I think of a good man, and what would he do in this situation, kind of thing. So I would say that we're all virtue ethicists, hopefully, if we're trying to strive to be good people, where we lack information.
It's interesting. One of the things I'm doing is I put together all these documents. I sent you this big ass document. We're not going to get through it all, but so among other things, I'm a process engineer at work, right? So I'm sorry, what was that?
Oh, did you send me something else? Where'd you send it to me?
Oh, it's a big ass doc. I keep notes. So every time I'm coming on one of these things, I think of all these thoughts, and I keep on a Google Doc, and then I just add to it as I'm going on. I'll send it to you in, let's see, where are we at? Discord?
Yeah.
Here, Fabian's
I have no problem, following along with.
There's some memes in there too. You might like some of the memes, but I just like when I see you tweet
you're
something
strange
or I
cat,
think
dude.
of something.
You're strange cat. I like it. I like the way your mind works.
Yeah, so like I've been a process engineer for something like 20 years, right? So one of the things I'd love to do is
what is a process engineer? I'm not a STEM guy.
Okay, so like at work, if you ever get work
guy.
instructions, if somebody tells you how to do your job, like I'm the guy who wrote the document that says here's how you do your job. Like click this button, click here, do that.
So like I took a class. I took a class in college called scientific writing, right? And like half of the class was like how to write grant proposals, and like the other half of the class was like recognizing just how difficult it is to like do things. So like one of those like basic processes, one of those things we did is like, okay, here's a board game, but you have to rewrite instructions for it, and then it's like, wow, if you don't do this perfectly, you'll be surprised how quickly people are lost in the sauce because you didn't word something just right. That's what you do.
You can try to write you can write the perfect document. I can say, click here. Here's every screen. Here's every button you have to click. Here's every little thing you need to know. I'll send it all across the world, and people will still fuck it up, right? Because people will find ways to fuck up your process. So what I'm really interested in is making better systems, right? So I'm process engineer, systems engineer, database administrator, coder.
Yeah,
I wear a lot of hats, but
yeah, I mean, like I'm a pretty smart guy, so I can kind of vibe with whatever info I need. But like but when it comes to science, engineering, mathematics, technology, it's purely curiosity's sake that I know some factoids, right? But that's just not the way my brain has ever worked. I've always been a hardcore history, sociology, psychology guy.
Yeah, like
which I think is to my advantage because I'm like the only non-autistic ANCAP, right? And so it's like I have a superpower is that I can communicate to people in a way that they can't, But then they're like talking to me about like what's happening with like some new technology thing or something they have to deal with in like software engineering, and I'm like, yeah, those are words. I don't know what the fuck you're saying, man.
It's like I tell people, like when I read, I like to read nonfiction. I don't like to read fiction particularly. I've read like 3 or 4 fiction books. Ayn Rand's was one of them, a couple of them. But I'd rather watch fiction.
Ayn Rand's is fiction. Like barely a nonfiction. Okay.
Well, it's a novel. It's not like
but it is.
You're not reading it for. Well,
it is 100. If you try and read, I want to say this to chat because a lot of people haven't read Atlas Shrugged. Okay, if you go into Atlas Shrugged and you try and read it. Okay, look, just get an Audible, okay? Just get an Audible. It'll be like Audible credit is like $15, right? If you could pay for like a monthly subscription and then immediately cancel. Okay? Big books like that, like hers, if you get a hardback, is going to be like $15, $20 anyways. Just go on Audible, buy it for $15 with a subscription with a credit, and then immediately cancel. And now you have like, it's like 48 hours or something, right? But listen to me. If you try and read Atlas Shrugged, like a romance hero's journey novel, you will want to tear your fucking hair out. It is overly verbose. It is like it's very much like Moby Dick if Moby Dick was 4 times as long, right? Like where it's like, why are we talking about these things? But if you go in with the mindset and understanding that everything is important to her philosophy, and that this is a philosophical treatise. And like even like, like one of the things I didn't understand when I was younger and I read it, and then I read it again, is her degenerative lifestyle and cheating that is ever present in the book. You're like, when you read it the first time, you go, this is her, just kind of like self-reporting her degenerate lifestyle. But then when you read it again and you have a deep understanding, maybe not a deep understanding, I have a surface level understanding of objectivism. I want to be careful. I don't want to piss off like the Ayn Rand Institute. Fucking Yaron Brook already hates me. I interviewed him and he was like, we must defeat libertarianism. And I was like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I thought we were having a chill conversation. We're like 99% aligned. But like, and then he blocked me on Twitter because I talk shit about like fucking Israel. Like once. And it's like, I'm pretty soft on Israel compared to most libertarians. Like, relax. But anyways, if you read it, like when you see her love life in there, what you begin to recognize is her understanding is that it is meant to truly sell you the concept of love as a selfish thing, as a selfish thing where you must value what it is that the other person brings to you, and that if your love life, if your relationships are shackled by tradition or sacredity or some false lie or premise that you present to another person, then like this is a great betrayal of yourself and your own happiness, and a betrayal of your own philosophy and your ability to do forthrightly in the world, right? Like that's why James Taggart, is such a terrible person. It's told through the story of his wife lying to his wife, letting by omission, right? Letting her believe that he was the hero behind the John Galt line and all these things, right? And it's the great weakness of Reardon, right? Is that he is shackled to these responsibilities that are kind of on the corpse of a Christian ideal, that he's supposed to be with his wife forever, or that like he ought to take care of his mother and his little brother who are pieces of shit. And that finally breaks for him, truly breaks for him, when he goes and his factory is under attack and he finds his underling who was, one of the leechers, one of the people, one of the looters, if you will, right? But who had but he was an intellectually curious, kind of like autistic boy, right? Who really saw Reardon for who he was and looked up to Reardon for who he was, not for what he had accomplished and not for, the glory or the money or the fame, but because he was dedicated, right? He wanted to quit his job as a snitch and work, in the smelting and the furnaces. And then he takes a bullet. He takes a bullet to warn Reardon. And in that moment, he actually understands what love is as a selfish desire of Ayn Rand. So it's all of that boring shit is really important to really internalizing the philosophy of Ayn Rand, so that when you get to John Galt's speech, this is John Galt speaking, you actually understand the speech.
Like, for a while, it was like I didn't even think John Galt was a real person. Then you figure out, oh, he is a real person. And then when you hear him speak, it was like, it was so fucking good. When I read it, I was early 20s, mid 20s.
Right.
I read it all in airports though, so
it's
like
so
I used
hilarious.
to travel a lot.
Yeah,
the
it's
whole
so
thing
hilarious
I read in
to
airports
know.
and the Fountainhead. I read that and the Fountainhead in
Fountainhead's,
airports.
Fountainhead's good.
Oh,
I just
Lord,
Atlas Shrugged is way better. But
I agree. But yeah,
I just think it's funny. I think it's funny that she's such a male chauvinist that like the self insert of her character is the main character of the novel, obviously being Dagny Taggart. You think that's her when you read it, and then at a certain point you realize like no, she's John Galt. She's just such a male chauvinist that she couldn't take credit for being the John Galt. She needed to be the woman that like never quite got it until the very end.
I always thought it was interesting.
Sorry,
she was
I don't know
friends with
why I
Alan
went on a
Greenspan,
big
too.
rant about it, but I love. I've recently
That's
come
cool.
into much more love with Ayn Rand's philosophy. I just think she's wrong on intellectual property. I think she was wrong on abortion for sure. Right, I'm fairly pro-life.
Oh, what was her abortion?
Oh, she was like up until birth. I don't give a fuck. Like it's not like kill it.
I actually have a well-formed opinion on abortion. Like
I'm an
I think it's
evictionist.
well-formed.
I'm an evictionist.
I think that
so.
I don't know what that means, but I'll tell you what I think. So life begins when you have brainwave. Well, until you have brainwaves, you're not a human. If you're not a human, you don't have human rights.
So you'd say
that's
it starts
the way
with the
that's where I
primal
draw
streak?
the line.
You say it's the primal streak?
I'm not sure what primal streak is, but I'm saying brainwaves. Like you got to have a brain to be a human, is what I'm essentially saying, right? So before then, I'm kind of fine with it. After then, except for like there are real exceptions. If the mother's going to die or something, then
sorry, primitive streak. I apologize. It's a primitive streak. So the primitive streak would occur 14 days into birth, and that is when you start getting the that's when the embryo begins to develop like the beginnings of a central nervous system and begins to start sending those waves. So your argument is abortion is wrong Now, if you're talking about specific brain waves like alpha waves, theta waves, beta waves, right? Like, but if you're talking about a central nervous system that begins, shooting out electric signals in the formulation of the beginning of a brain, that's 14 days. Most women don't know they're pregnant.
You're saying that? Oh, I'm saying like 15 to 20 weeks.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
But if your claim, like, listen, I'm not a big science guy.
Brainwaves is at 14 days? Oh.
Well,
I've always heard it's like 15 to 20 weeks.
Well, it depends on, again, like I said, it depends on what you're defining as a brain wave, right? If you're defining
I'll
something,
definitely look into that.
If you're defining a brain wave as something that is, akin or exact to the same wave structures that a human brain currently has, then yes, you're correct.
Well,
but if you're defining brainwave as electric signals in an autonomic nervous system, right, which is the spinal cord and the brain stem and the beginning of the development of that starts at 14 days.
You have to be consistent. So you apply it to the beginning and you apply it the same way at the end. So when can you pull a plug on somebody, right? So that's where I'm doing it. So it's like if you can pull a plug at this end, then you can. It's
as far as I'm concerned. As far as I'm concerned, there are two libertarian positions for the abortion argument, right? There is evictionism and then there's departurism. I'm an evictionist. What an evictionist means is that we recognize that a woman has a right to her body, right? So taking the classic violinist argument, right? Like, you wake up and find yourself tied to a violinist and, if you unplug the hooks, the violinist dies. Do you have the right to do that? Right? So the evictionist says, yes, you absolutely have a right to unplug the baby. What you don't have a right to do is to violate, we would say that life begins at conception, right? That the moment that you have a human being with human DNA, right? That is distinct and that is its own, individual, right? As opposed to like skin cells that are not necessarily distinct, but a waste product that is partially living from your own body, right? But we're talking about, like the moment you have cell division and you have 4 cells, essentially. You could say fertilization, but I think technically the right answer would be fertilization isn't actually its own organism until it begins to split and you get to the 4 cells, right? Yep. So once you get to the 4 cell structure, that is a distinct human that is by virtue of belonging to the species human has human rights, right? Because if you're saying, oh, well, humans have rights based off of their ability, their ability to, be moral actors. Toddlers are not moral actors, right? Like you could, you could, like a 1-year-old is not a moral agent. They lack the capacity to do that. And so it's like, well, so why can't I just kill babies? Well, it's because they belong to a species of human, right? And by virtue of that, we give them human rights just the same way we would give someone in a coma. They lack the ability to be a moral actor because they're in a coma, but we give them those rights.
Like I can kill a deer, I can step on a fly because they're not humans.
Right.
So the evictionist says, you gotta have a brain to be a human.
The evictionist says the woman is allowed to give up her rights as guardian to the child and remove the child or the fetus, whatever term you prefer, from her body at any given point. Yeah. Now, if this leads to the death of the child, that's her right.
Yeah. I understand.
What she doesn't have a right to do is to take a pill that is a guaranteed, that is designed to poison and kill it.
Yeah, okay.
She doesn't have a right to go get a surgery that then, takes an ice pick to the base of the skull. Okay. Cracks open the skull and then pulls the baby apart piece by piece. No, I'm gonna be fucking like I know I'm gonna be descriptive here.
So that's what you mean by evictionist. Okay, that clarifies it because kill bad, removing okay. If you could remove it and it lives, so if you could have an artificial womb, as we're working on that, and you can take it out, put it in there. Right. That's okay.
The technology, like this entire conversation, changes in 20 or 30 years, assuming we don't have a pandemic or like the AI don't like fucking make us all slaves or some shit, right? Like assuming like technological process, like that we continue to progress in technology, right? In medical technology. In like 20 or 30 years, like this is a moot conversation because you would be able to have a C-section at any moment, remove the baby, put it in an artificial womb, and it would live. And so when you get rid of the baby, you get rid of your rights as a guardian. You have abandoned the child. You have forestalled your rights on the child. And
Perfect.
then any other person that wants the child can then take over care for the child. The departurist position is a little different. It's similar, but the difference is that the departurists argue, and I think they're wrong, but this is a much more complicated libertarian nerd argument. But they would argue that you have consented to the child being in the womb when you had the unprotected sex, and that evictionism only applies to cases of rape, incest, in situations like that. If you had consensual unprotected sex, then you have kind of like you've formed an adhesion contract. The evictionist would argue that there was no entity to have the contract with in existence at the time. So how can you form a contract with an entity that doesn't exist? That would be my argument. But it really gets down to a nerdy kind of like one way or the other. But you can't really be a pro-life libertarian as far as I'm concerned. And you certainly can't be a pro-choice libertarian, because being pro-choice is saying it's okay to murder distinct humans. That's like I can't. That is a quintessential violation of the non-aggression principle.
That's very well thought out. You presented it very well. Like I'll tell you, years ago I ran my own internet forum. So like before social media was a thing, and we got 100,000 posts or something. But the biggest topic was always abortion, and it went on for like 100 pages, and So I've seen a lot of back and forth, and I think you've explained your position well, and I like it. Evictionist is it's closely aligned with where I am.
I mean, like as much as I don't pick things because they're centrist, right? But I also don't begrudge when the libertarian position happens to be centrist. I don't like begrudge it being centrist because I'm tied to the right or something. But I mean, it is by happenstance, but still, luckily so. That I think evictionism is really truly the only compromise between these two people. Because like the right constantly argues, well, this is a human being; it has the right to life. And the left constantly argues that the woman has a right to her own body. And evictionism is the only thing that I've found so far that actually says both of you are correct. Here's what that means.
I like that. Yeah, because it's an unsolvable problem to somebody who thinks you're killing a baby, or somebody who thinks it's the woman's choice. So I like your solution to that.
Yeah, the way to think about it, right, is like, let's say you're in your home, right, and there is like you're out in the middle of nowhere, right, and all of a sudden, against his will, some man is teleported into your house. Okay, so now he's on your private property, and you're in the midst of like a Category 5 hurricane outside. Evictionism says, so the question is, do you have the right to tell this man to leave your house? It's your house. Do you have a right to say, dude, I don't want you here. I don't like you. I don't know you. Leave. If he goes outside, he's likely to die from the hurricane. But if you wait a couple weeks, the hurricane will pass, the damage will pass, you can let him leave, and there will be no harm done to him. Right. And so that's kind of that's like a good analogy to think about this position is, do you have the right? Do
you kick him out?
Right. Can you, do you have the right? Would I kick him out? No. In my personal life, I'm very pro-life. Right. But the question isn't would my personal choices. The question is, do I have the right if some smelly, creepy dude is teleported in my home to go, you're not welcome in my home? It doesn't matter that there's a hurricane outside. It doesn't matter that he's likely to die if he goes outside. What matters is
it's your home.
It's my home. I have the right to get rid of him. But in my personal life, I would be like, dude, you're going to die if you go outside. Tell me this crazy story about how you got teleported here. You're going to be here for a couple weeks. I'll feed you. I'll help you until the hurricane passes. That's my personal position. But that doesn't mean that that laws should force me to keep this person in my home.
So now we can come all the way back to property rights then, right? And so you can look at that document. There's a meme in there that says, you see that sign that says nobody consented to the first claims of private property, so it's wrong to pretend like the current distribution stems from consent. It's like, disregard that, Frank. That's a bunch of liberal bullshit. So like all property was first come, first serve, and then it became yours, right? So it stems from something that was never, you familiar with this?
Yeah, so this is actually the libertarian argument is yes, and that's good, and that's correct.
So you get there first, it's yours, you get to keep it forever. Fuck everybody else.
So no,
I got here first.
I'll get into the I'll get into the nuances of libertarian theory on this, right? Because you've asked an interesting question. So originally we have homesteading, right? Like homesteading as a concept really doesn't become popular until John Locke, right? Right? And John Locke says that, like, you know, God made Earth and it is the domain of mankind. And so when a man goes and, you know, mixes his labor with property, then that property is his, because to take that away, you would be incapable of separating the labor from the property itself, and you would thus be making him a slave, right? So this is the old argument. So the old argument, right? Okay. Again, this isn't my argument, but I want to go through the history of the arguments here, right? Because so the old argument would be, I go out into the woods and there's no village near me, right? I go out into the woods, I build a house, I build a fence, you know, and I chop down a bunch of firewood to prepare for the winter, right? Well, as autumn is coming along, a group of people nearby me build a village next to me. Like they move in, you know, they're a couple, you know, they're still significantly away from me, but like I can see them over the hill, right? And they build a village and everything, but they don't have any firewood for the winter. Okay. And they go, well, hey, you have all this firewood. Like it's ours. You have to share with us or we'll die. Right? That's the welfare argument. You must share your labor with me or we'll die. And the argument would be, well, I went out into the woods, I chopped down these trees, I transformed these trees into firewood, right? I made cords and cords of firewood. If you take this firewood away from me, right, then what you're doing is you're taking my time against my consent and thus making me a slave. And because my body is mixed with this property, it is justifiably mine. I was here. I mixed my labor with it. I mixed my time. Time is a scarce resource that belongs to a human being. Okay, so that's the old argument, and it's a weaker argument, but I still think it defeats this entire argument that you hear from the left and other things. Right?
Keep going.
Right. So the newer argument, the kind of like the better understanding, right, is that labor is not a magical property. Labor is not something, it's an abstract concept, right? You know, there is no labor tree. There are no labor fruit, right? And when you try and use this idea of like mixing labor and you make labor this like mystical thing that belongs to people, then you open the door to communism. You open the door to the concept that, like, you know, a man has the rights to the fruit of his labor, etc. And like you can still kind of defeat it from that position because it's a different argument, but the axiom is wrong, which is that labor is this magical property. So along comes Hans Hermann Hoppe with his first edition of Argumentation Ethics, and he establishes the non-aggression principle and private property rights in more detail than he does when he cleans it up later. So if you read his primer, there's less information because he realized like what was necessary because there were logical conclusions, so they was kind of like repeating himself. But in his Argumentation Ethics, he showcases that, you know, and this is a really long walkthrough that I don't necessarily want to get into the nitty gritty with, because we could have a whole nother 2-hour podcast about this.
Just high level is fine.
So bird's eye view is, you know, you establish formal logic. From formal logic, you get Aristotelian logic, right? So you get the law of identity, the law of excluded middle, and the law of non-contradiction, right? Once you get those three things, you then need to establish performative contradiction, which is what Habermas utilized to attack the postmodernists, right? Which is, I'm telling you, vaping is bad. Vaping is horrible. It's horrible for your health. No part of me has ever desired to vape, and I've never been addicted to nicotine, and I hate it, and there's not a single part of my being that has ever desired to vape. That's a performative contradiction, right? I am saying all these things, right? That are like, you know, that are my arguments. And I'm saying, but I'm proving that wrong by my own action, that there is some part of me that wants to vape, right? And again, this also entails the axiom of human action, right? That human action is volitional because because, you know, when humans act, they act according to their preferences. Humans can err, humans can have inappropriate information, but they prove their preferences via their action, right? They prove, you know, if I have an apple in front of me and an orange in front of me, I can say I want an apple all day long, but if I pick the orange and I eat it, the action itself proves what it is that was my actual desire in that moment. I might be disappointed with the apple, and it turns out I probably would have been happier with the orange, or sorry, I might be disappointed with the orange and turns out I might have been happier with the apple, right? But in that moment, there was thoughts, there was concerns, there was things, maybe it was the color of the orange, whatever it was in that moment, I preferred the orange, or I would have grabbed the apple in that moment. Okay, so once you establish those, then you go into the concept of what is an ethical system. And an ethical system, by definition, you know, this would require a lot of unpacking, but it's not a controversial thing to say, because I would say that both Hoppe agrees with this, Kant agrees with this, Hegel even agrees to this, that an ethical system is a system that is designed to reduce conflict, right? That it is designed to resolve conflict or to not cause conflict. And so it is a contradiction to have a system that is inherently conflict inducing when there is a system that has answers or resolutions to conflict. Okay? I know this is getting nerdy and it's going, but I'm trying to do 1,000-foot bird's eye view of a really complicated thing. So once we get there, right, we go, okay, so an ethical system must be conflict reducing, or at the very least not conflict inducing. We can't say that something is ethical when it breeds conflict between people. Okay, so then we go, well, how do you resolve conflict? Okay, there are two means of resolving conflict. There's argumentation, and then there is fighting. Fraud and things of that nature, deceit, right, would be a form of fighting. Argumentation in this instance would be defined as, you know, attempting to change the other person's mind, you could say in good faith for short answer, right? Like you're not lying, you're actually trying to convince them. Okay, so where does conflict arise? Conflict arises, and how would I define conflict? Conflict, by the libertarian definition, would be when people wish to use scarce resources towards opposing means. Okay? So I'm on a desert island. You and me roll up on an island. Okay? You are really, really concerned with getting off this fucking island. That is your main goal. I am really, really concerned with surviving on this island because I'm like, we're not going to make it, right? So you want to build a raft, and I want to build fishing poles and fishing nets and things like that, okay? You and I find a stick, okay? And this stick is like the perfect stick for your raft, and it's the perfect stick for me to build a fishing pole. Okay, now we have conflict because you want to use this stick to build a raft so that we can get off the island so we can go back home. And I'm like, dude, the raft's never going to work. We're going to drown out in the sea. We're going to have to make living on this island viable. I want to use this stick to make a fishing pole. I found some like coconut, you know, flower reeds thing that can make fishing line. We're going to tie some squirrel we found. We're going to catch some fucking fish or something, right? So how do we resolve this conflict? We can argue or we can fight. So I can convince you. I can go, hey, the fishing pole is a better idea. And you're like, you know what? I give up on this idea. So you give up.
I got it.
Right? So when you have when you argue that it is right, that it is justified, taxes or violations of the non-aggression principle, right? When you say it is right to steal the stick to make a raft because the raft is the best hope of survival, and so it is not wrong for me to do that, you are engaged in a performative contradiction. And the performative contradiction comes from the fact that you recognize ethics as a means of conflict reduction, and that you've established the norm by the very nature of you arguing. You have established a moral norm via argumentation that it is preferential to get people to peacefully come to your side, to convince them of the error of their ways, to come to this reduction in conflict through peaceful, voluntary means. And by conversing with me, you also recognize and this is the real important part, that I have a mind that can be convinced via argumentation. I am a person with my own body and with my own mind, and that you recognize my bodily autonomy when you establish this moral norm via argumentation, that I am my own person, and that I am not just a drone or a robot or something to plug numbers into.
Yeah.
So when you say taxes are good for the greater good, following this logic, and I would say you I don't know that I'm the best to explain it, and this is a bird's eye view, so you really got to go through all the details. I would say that you are actually engaged in a logical contradiction. You're engaged in a you are telling me I have my bodily autonomy, I have my own mind, it's morally preferable to do this, ethical systems should be conflict reducing, and yet you are saying might makes right, and I can just force it upon you, and that's a contradiction. And lastly, to circle it back to what you were saying, because all of that kind of goes there. Libertarianism says, well, how do we then marry this to the concept of property rights? And the only thing that is not conflict inducing is the first user principle. And the first user principle is the first person to grab the stick and say, I want to turn this into a fishing pole, has claim over the stick. And you can maybe convince me voluntarily to give up my fishing pole, but you never get to say that you're ethically justified or that you've created an ethical system. I'm going to steal your stick and turn it into a raft against your will because of the greater good, that you are engaged in a performative contradiction, that you're just fighting, and that you have accepted the law of the jungle.
Understood.
And all violence is acceptable now in all instances.
So what if we both get to the stick at the same time? What happens?
So I mean,
we both got there first. Yeah, it's a bar of gold. All right, I want that gold. I want that gold. You know, and we both put our hand on it.
Yeah, I mean, like, so like, there, I don't know that there's a perfect answer for it. Objectively speaking, someone got there first. Someone noticed it first, right? And Hop would also argue, that you have to. Hop would also argue what's known as embordering, right? So you have to communicate. So the thing is that ethical systems have to be what's known as intersubjectively communicative or intersubjectively communicated, right? Because we don't have
a little differently. Like we both
don't have
own a
perfect
piece
knowledge.
of land, and I think the border's here, and you think the border's there. And we've never actually tested our borders. We've always just had our farms.
Exactly.
And then
it's the same question. Right?
At some point, you got to reconcile those things. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. So this is where intersubjective communication comes in, right? Which is that it is culturally dependent upon the group. An ethical system doesn't really exist between two people. An ethical system exists between two people and an observer. Right. So it's really the observer that adjudicates the ethical system, because you could kind of resolve if there are only two people in the world, you could resolve all ethical quandaries by just killing the other person. And now you're the only person. Right. So but if there's an observer, right, now we get into the domain of
the observer kind of sounds like a government.
Well, no, it just can be any person. It doesn't need to be a government or whatever, but right. So it needs to be intersubjectively communicated. Right. So a perfect example of something that is very well regarded as like intersubjective communication on almost every culture in the world is a fence. Like if I build a fence, it doesn't matter what language you speak. I'm communicating, right? But I'm communicating. This is my land. Everything in this is my land, right? But if I put up a no trespassing sign in English, but I live in Vietnam, right? Nobody fucking knows what that means, right? Like they don't they don't speak English. I mean, some would, right? But I haven't effectively communicated that this is mine, so I haven't resolved the conflict. Instead, I've actually initiated conflict, right? By saying this is mine, but not effectively communicating that it's mine. And the same thing is true for abandonment, right? So let's say I build a house out in the woods and then I leave it for 100 years, okay? Yeah. And when I leave it for 100 years, I don't put anything up that says I'll be back. The nature seems to kind of insofar that it does like reclaim it, right? There's animals living, the windows are busted out, there's tree roots that have grown through the foundation. And then someone else 100 years later finds this house, fixes it up, right? And then I come back with like a property deed 200 years later. I go, hey, that's my fucking house. How dare you, right? Well, this is where the intersubjectively communicated portion comes in.
Like the squatters' rights kind of thing, almost.
Well, it's not so much squatters' rights; it's that you abandoned it. You legitimately abandoned it, and you had no communication to anyone else that you were ever going to come back. It gets into a gray area in how we determine those things, but again, that's just like it gets into a gray area when we determine. We both think we got to the stick first. We lack the perfect knowledge, right? We don't have a godlike figure or supercomputer that can absolutely tell us that you got there 0.1 second first, right? And that, et cetera. So the intersubjective communication is what is necessary for it to be an ethical system that is conflict reducing. So in order to say that you believe in ethics and that you are following a moral doctrine, you must admit that taxation is theft. You must admit that a government that is a might makes right or democracy that imposes its will against non-voluntary subjects is not a system of ethics. Instead, it is a system that says the law of the jungle goes and all violence goes, and the justifications that they give themselves are just contradictions. They're just little fantasies that they tell themselves, that they trick themselves into. It's not aligned with reason. Now, if you got the guns, I've said this before, might doesn't make right, but might makes reality, right? I can talk all I want about how I'm right and you're wrong, but if you roll up with Killdozer in my apartment building, I'm fucked, right? And so that's kind of the situation where we're at.
You have really well thought out your positions. I'll commend you on that.
I've been debating libertarianism for years, and I love
it. It shows. I talk about it, like on Facebook and private messages with friends on the phone. I've done that kind of thing a lot.
What's the advantage?
One of the other ones is
it's just like communists, right? It's the advantage of having one specific doctrine that informs your philosophy.
Well, I think, I'll tell you, there's a chance that communism is possible with AI. Maybe you can have a central planner if you have an AGI or an ASI who knows fucking everything.
Communism is never
not that I want
possible.
that. I'm not saying I want that, but I'm just saying that.
Well, it can exist, but it just can't. It can't ever be considered to be ethical, right? The only way that communism is ethical is if it's voluntary. And then if it's voluntary, it's anarcho-capitalism. It's not communism. If a bunch of communists go live on a commune and they have a border and they recognize other people's borders and then they voluntarily choose to share all their resources and have some supercomputer split everything, then they're anarcho-capitalists. They just call themselves commies. Now, granted, is that the most productive way to fucking build, new technology? Probably not, right? But, let's be honest, their tomatoes are probably better because they're natural and they're, they're grown without a bunch of bullshit chemicals and stuff. Yeah. And so maybe they show up at farmer's market and they trade some shit with us. And, that's how they get cell phones because commune's probably not going to be all that great at, at producing cell phones that compete with ours or whatever, right?
I'm gonna have to come back to libertarianism. I did once vote for a libertarian presidential candidate. I voted for Bob Barr. Did you know Bob Barr? I liked that dude.
A little before my time.
2008. It was like the first Obama election. I didn't vote Obama. I was like, fuck.
I voted Gary Johnson.
Bob Barr.
Right. I voted Gary Johnson. Yeah. But I did that as like a protest vote. I didn't do it because I was a libertarian at the time. Right. I was still a commie. I just wasn't going to vote for like Jill Stein. You know what I mean? I was like, I'll vote for this other guy. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like when I was like 16, 17, I was a commie, and then I slowly became more culturally right wing, kind of like disaffected, and then eventually became like a small L libertarian. And when I first started streaming, I was still a minarchist. I was still a minarchist when I first started.
It's kind of like, I kind of think you're right. It's just like, it's not practical right now. It's like we're not close to your ideas yet. We might be able to get a little closer. And sometimes we do get a little closer, like marijuana laws or gay marriage. Like sometimes we do make a little bit of progress towards that freedom thing. But I think we're still pretty far away from where you want to be. And
I think there are multiple avenues, right? So like one of the places I'm really, really hoping, I'm one of the things that is really, really important to me right now is that the Supreme Court in Honduras does not double down on their actions against Prospera in Honduras, right? So in Honduras, Honduras is a third world country, like a lot of other third world countries, right? That has, you know, UN agreements that allow for private corporations to basically set up their own little like small governments with like this very, very minimal, like tax structure to the government, right? But they have to fulfill all these other requirements. But it's complicated. It's like UN law treaty shit, right? And so they fulfilled that, and they started Prospera in Honduras, right? Now, in Honduras, there is an anarcho-capitalist community. It has a 5% tax, most of which is going towards the Honduran government, right? Because they're within Honduras, okay? But the only laws that apply there are those of private property, non-aggression principle laws. You go there, and one of the requirements for citizenship is that you have to have a rights enforcement agency. So you have to have an insurance company that protects you in the event of courts, you know, car crashes, all those wonderful things, right? But you get to pick your plan, and you get to pick from several different companies. They have like Bitcoin ATMs there and all this other cool shit. And so their industry basically is mostly pharmaceutical research, is mostly what they do, right? That's where they're making most of their money. During COVID, they expanded and purchased property. And so now their economy is kind of twofold. It's resorts and pharmaceutical research, right? So they bought some resort locations. They're trying to get people to visit. And it, you know, Honduras, beautiful waters, beautiful place, you know, so you go there, you go to these nice, you know, hotels, fine dining, etc. And one of the most interesting things about it is basically anarcho-capitalism. The only difference is there's a small tax levied to Honduras, right? And that's because of a treaty, etc. And they're doing great things. The craziest thing is that all the pharmaceutical companies and all the insurance companies that insure these pharmaceutical companies, they all collectively agreed that there will be no level 4 labs there because the risk of insuring them is too expensive. It's too risky and it's too dangerous. And so the market actually got rid of level 4 biolabs, like where COVID came from in Wuhan, wink, if they didn't, right? Like the level 4 biolabs that Russia was pissed off about on the border of Russia and Ukraine, right? Like, right? Like they have, like when governments are in charge, they make level 4 biolabs. When the corporations that cut corners and are so unsafe, right? You know, they did that. And so they're fighting in the courts right now to exist because the current Honduran government is like full-blown communist now, as opposed to the people that signed those UN treaties. And they're trying to expropriate the land. And now investors have started to pull out because they're worried that the communists are going to take over their land.
Do you know the Seasteading Institute? Do you know those guys?
Yeah, I think seasteading is something that is silly. I don't think it's silly. I just think it's too prohibitively expensive.
It's not there yet, but it's a similar idea. Just have a free floating city and, you know, be whatever you want, right? Or, you know, the Free State Project, you know, those guys, where were they at?
Like, I've talked to a bunch of the guys, you know, those guys. Free State Project. Yeah. Free State Project people kind of piss me off sometimes. Well,
that's the thing about libertarians. Like, libertarians are the most like group that can't agree with each other. Like,
we're the most individualistic.
Do you find that's true?
Well, we're the most individualist.
Right. It's like
we have an individualist ideology. Right, so we're individualists.
It's like they defeat themselves because they can't agree amongst themselves, let alone getting other people to agree with them, right? So
here's the real problem. The real problem
I'm sympathetic,
but
I'm sympathetic to like your thing, but go ahead.
The real problem stems from this. When you say libertarian, there are 3 definitions here, and even more.
At least.
Right. So there is libertarian as Murray Rothbard and philosophers put forward, which is anarcho-capitalism. He called it libertarian. That's what he named it. According to all of the philosophers of libertarian philosophy that are anarcho-capitalists, you cannot, to be a minarchist or to be a statist in any way, shape, or form is to be not libertarian, right?
Yep.
Then there is libertarian socialism, which is kind of the left. So de Jacques existed. He coined the term libertarianism or libertarian socialism, you know, in like some magazines. He was a nobody. Nobody gave a fuck about him until he kind of got resurrected once American libertarianism started to gain some understanding and knowledge. And so that so that's just some bullshit that was added post hoc, really. Then there is the Libertarian Party, which is a political party, but they don't call themselves the Liberty Party. They don't call themselves, you know, they call themselves Libertarian Party, which means that they ought be libertarian in that they ought be anarcho-capitalists, but they're not, right? The party platform is fairly ANCAP, right? But for the most part, they're minarchists. They're, you know, what you might call small L libertarians. Then there are all of these people that use libertarian as an adjective. And as an adjective, libertarian means less government, less taxes, less regulation, right? Small government-minded individuals, okay? And then on top of all of these problems, libertarianism is, even in any of these domains, isn't obviously left-wing or right-wing. And so because at its core,
it's up down.
It doesn't have
authoritarian versus
Well, no, it's not. It's an incomplete philosophy. Libertarianism is an incomplete philosophy. It is incomplete. Communism, Christianity, so many of these other philosophies, they tell you what you ought do. Okay? Libertarianism doesn't say, should we have prostitutes running around in the streets? It has nothing to say about that. What it says is private property rights, you can't aggress upon them, etc. And so some people that are like, you know, libertine, we would say, like hedonistic, you know, freedom obsessed people, they would say, well, she's not harming anybody, so it would be wrong to chastise her or attack her or go after her, right? But that's a false premise based off of misunderstanding. It just says that we're not allowed to shoot her, right? But if she's on my private property, we get the fuck rid of her. We don't have to like her, right? So libertarianism doesn't offer moral oughts. It only says what you ought not do, and it says that you know, and that even that you could say, I would say it doesn't actually say what you ought not do. It only proves that if you violate the non-aggression principle, that you're not engaged in ethics. Instead, that you're subscribing to the law of the jungle, and therefore I'm well within my rights to use violence and force against you. But that's because that comes down to, like, you know, Bentham's razor, right? Like, or sorry, not Bentham. Not Hanlon's razor, not Bentham's razor. Oh my God, why can I not think of the philosopher, the atheist philosopher from England, starts with a B. John Locke's second treatise on government is a response to this. Why can I not think of his name? Jesus Christ, help me out, chat. Regardless, right? Like you can't, you can't derive an ought from an is.
Anthony Flew?
No, you can't derive an ought from an is. The natural.
Oh, that's Kant, right? Yeah.
No, that's not Kant.
Yeah. Kant's not ought from an is? I thought he was ought from the is guy.
Where does it start? Oh my God. David Hume. Sorry. It's David Hume.
Hume. That's what I meant. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. That's what I meant too.
Of course, as soon as I fucking look it up, chat catches up. Your guys are on a 2-second delay. Y'all fucking looked that shit up on Google. Don't act like y'all knew that shit. But yeah,
I
right.
Did know it too.
So that's the thing,
either,
right? Yeah. So that's kind of the situation. Is that, like, libertarians are hyper individualistic. Most people come to libertarianism, especially anarcho-capitalism, through Austrian economic theory. They don't actually come through it through the philosophy.
I like Austrian. Yeah.
Right, but that's how most people get there. And so because
of course,
because it is a complicated, high IQ philosophy. And I don't mean that to, like, pat myself on the back. I just mean it's fucking complicated, right? And that, like, you don't, and so it self-selects to a certain extent, to some high
too. Like, people poke at it easily. Like the one poke I was also going to ask you about, you probably thought about, is the shopping cart theory, right? You know, you go to a grocery store and people don't return their shopping carts. That's why libertarianism doesn't work, right?
Because that doesn't make sense.
Well, like, in a perfect world, you know, you don't need laws because everybody just cooperates, right? In a perfect world, people return their shopping carts because it's the right thing to do, right?
So there's two answers.
But we don't live in that world. you know.
There's the philosophical, more complicated answer that like answers more questions, right? And then there's kind of the meme answer, but it is true, which is that the market already solved the shopping cart problem. It's called Aldi, and when you go to Aldi, you have to put a quarter into your shopping cart.
Yeah,
and then
everybody fucking hates that. Yeah.
Okay, but here's the thing. Is if you leave your shopping cart out, homeless people or people come by and they go put the shopping cart away and they collect money. So they get paid to do it without Aldi ever having to pay an employee to do it, right? So you never see shopping carts out in the parking lot for that very reason, right? Or homeless people can also offer to take your shopping cart and put it away, and it's like they feel less guilty than begging for money because now they're giving you some service, and it's only a quarter. And so a lot of people will be like, yeah, put it away for me, buddy. You know, they don't care. So that's the meme answer. The longer answer is what I said before, which is that libertarianism is inherently right-wing and discriminatory. You can have...
With the quarter, like real quick on the quarter, like my parents are like, fuck this, I don't have a fucking quarter. You know? Like they go to the store and they don't have a quarter and like, fuck, I need a card, I can't get a card. Fuck. But
right.
I heard
Well, then they don't go to Aldi often, right? Like they get mad, and it's like, what's more valuable to you, remembering to bring a quarter so that you can go to Aldi, or just going to a different grocery store? Right. Well, they make that choice, right? So the longer answer kind of is, well, I can make it fairly short, right? Libertarianism is inherently right-wing and discriminatory, right? So libertarianism, again, it doesn't give you oughts. It doesn't tell you what you ought do. It just says that you can't do certain things and say that you're living an ethical system or that your system is justified, right? So what your society looks like is up to the values of your society. And so when you have 1,000 Liechtensteins, right, some of them are going to fail, just like in our own current nation state system in comparison, right? I think they're all failing to a certain degree compared to the ideal, right? Compared to what they could be doing because of the economic calculation problem, et cetera, right? But there are some countries that do very well and some countries that do very poorly, right? And some of that is, American interventionism, but some of it is their own policies, their own, less effective means of doing things. And some of that is their own culture, okay? Like, I don't want to get into too crazy of a right-wing, rabbit hole here, but one of the greatest problems with the left today is this idea of multiculturalism, and the great hypocrisy of multiculturalism, or not the great hypocrisy, sorry, the great error of multiculturalism is that it bakes in an assumption that there is a wide array of cultural values and behavior and institutions that can lead to a prosperous and fruitful society. And that is false. There is a very, very narrow set of behaviors and cultural practices out of all of the potential cultural practices in humanity.
I'm with you.
And what we see is that when cultures are orientated towards reality and towards reason, they thrive. We see this in ancient Greece. We see this even in the Islamic North African cultures when, during, the original caliphate, when they were doing great things and they were maintaining the Library of Alexandria. We saw this in Turkey. And we saw this most recently in history, right, with white Christian nations in Europe. Why did white Christian nations in Europe succeed? They succeeded because of people like Thomas Aquinas. They succeeded because Christianity was obsessed with logos. Christianity was so obsessed with logos and truth, it defeated itself by birthing the Enlightenment, okay? But the thing is that cultures die slowly, right? It takes generations for a culture that gets out of whack from reason and reality, but it is a cannibalistic culture that eats and feeds on the corpse of its forefathers' values until there's nothing holding up those values any longer. And it can take 60, 70, 80, 100 years before the damage of that shift goes away. And so only societies that are well within reason and well within man's capacity to establish order on on the entropy of the universe are those that can achieve any level of success. And so the same is true in a voluntary society under anarcho-capitalism. The societies that are not well reasoned, that do not maintain order in some degree, that do not have shared value systems in a culture that orientates itself towards goals that align with man's capacity to dominate nature that is constantly changing and trying to kill us, and instead bring about progress in the selfish desires of individuals and their subjective values. Those are the only ones that will survive in the long run. So I agree. The societies that don't put their shopping carts are doomed to failure. But that ain't something special to anarcho-capitalism. We're watching that right now, except it's going to it takes 100 years for those societies to fall apart. You know, like the 1990s might have had some bad ideas, but anybody that's actually a millennial or older, this world, this America's weird, okay? This culture is different. These, like, we are not aligned with, we have crazy people screaming and reeing, trying to put kids on hormones because gender is this fluid concept. We have people, we have politicians and lawyers. Right, we have green eco-terrorists that commit terrorism to protect the environment and to push solar and wind energy, bombing electric car facilities. Right, we have right-wingers that have forgotten all economic knowledge that we've learned in the last 200 years, that are ready to go back 100 years into economic protectionism with tariffs full-fledged. Like, we have a culture that is losing its grip on reality, and we're currently fighting to get it back. And if we don't get it back, it'll be a slow death, but it will be a death nonetheless. And that won't be because statism, and that won't be because, and the same thing could occur in anarcho-capitalism, but that won't be anarcho-capitalism's fault either. It's a much bigger, deeper problem, which is the human condition and humans that lack the value of reason and objective reality.
100%. I agree with all that. Are you a fourth turning guy? You know fourth turning?
I read it. It's very interesting. Some of their predictions were absolutely true. I think they stumbled upon some truth, and I think obviously they got some things wrong. Right?
I tend to think we're on the cusp of the next golden age. Like either Trump's going to bring it about, or whatever comes after Trump.
According to the fourth grade turning, we're at the end of the worst age, right? So we have like another 10 years of the worst shit. Like
well, no, it's supposed to end around. It's supposed to end around 28 or maybe 32. All right. So then after that, the next golden age comes. So we might be on the cusp, and maybe cycles are speeding up because maybe. Okay. So we might be in the next. Either Trump gets us there. I doubt it. Or because AI booms or whatever. Or things get so bad that something actually great comes after it. And I've been a proponent of we're on the cusp of this next golden age, the cusp of that age of abundance. But we need that culture though. And I don't see the culture yet. So I'm
what I would say is that I think the fourth grade turning noticed a true and real pattern. And what I would also say is that the entire book is a hotshot fallacy as well.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I mean? The hotshot fallacy?
Go ahead. Yeah.
So the hotshot fallacy, the easiest way to explain it is in a game of horse in basketball. Is you see someone make a hoop, and they make another hoop. And so the more they make, the more you assume that they're going to make the shot. But that doesn't necessarily
Steph Curry, man. Yeah.
Right. It doesn't mean that the pattern necessarily repeats just because it has in the past.
Yeah.
Or that it goes about in the same way.
History repeats until it doesn't. History repeats until it doesn't. And it's terrible at predicting paradigm shifts, right? You can't predict paradigm shifts, so I agree. But I see people like, Ursula Klein, right? Liberal guy, but he's saying, Democrats, stop defending government that isn't working. And, Republicans, stop wanting to burn it down. Let's make government that works. And, I'm starting to hear people on the left say things like, we need more YIMBYism. We need to build more houses, taking 12 years to build a high-speed rail and still not a single track is rated is ridiculous, We have people like Josh Shapiro who rebuilds the broken highway in 10 days, and they thought it was going to take 3 years or whatever. So there's starting to be these little cracks where people are saying we need the government to actually work, and I'm starting to see some of it. I don't know if we'll break through. Even people like Gavin Newsom going on his podcast and saying, yeah, we don't need this DEI and woke stuff. You're starting to see some of that, and it might shift again.
I think there's like, I think part of the problem is that as the Overton window shifts, it ejects pundits and not pundits into another category. And then what ends up happening a lot of times is these pundits sit in kind of a liminal state between the two places where they were previously ejected and then their new position, but they don't like the people in their new position. And so what ends up happening is there's cross wires in communication. So like a great example of that would be somebody like Bill Maher, right? Bill Maher was a radical, radical lefty, you know, that would
I'll
be,
watch him every week. Yeah.
I used to when I was a kid. I don't anymore. There's a thing my mom and I used to watch like every like Friday night when I was growing up from like the time I was like 12. Yeah, it was like a thing we used to do. That was like, but anyways, but he would have been considered very, very left wing 25 years ago. Right. And then eventually he got ejected, mostly on these really strange cultural issues that the left keeps pushing. Yo, thank you for the 5 memberships. Really appreciate it. All the new people here. Remember, you know, give us a like, share, subscribe. There's 46 people watching, only 29 likes. You know, join the Discord if you want to be a part of conversations when I'm not live. Follow me on Twitter if you want to see my shower thoughts or watch me be toxic. And last but not least, if you're going to spend money to support the stream, because all of my videos are either demonetized or in an ad limited state. I have like 6 out of the last 100 live streams that aren't partially demonetized in some way. So if you want to support the stream, the best way to do it is super chats, because it's the same as a membership. You can do a membership if you want, but I always answer super chats, always. Even on nights where I've gotten like $200 in super chats, I don't miss a single one. I never have. Well, that's not true. I missed one time, but I pointed it out and said I will answer it next stream because I wanted to do it.
This man has standards. Yes.
All right. So fuck, where was I? I was Bill Maher, right?
Bill Maher.
So like he got ejected because of like the woke trans shit, right? And like the critical race theory obsessed shit, right? Well, you actually right, but like at the same time, he now sits in this space where he's he gets ejected from the echo chamber. Right, he starts. I mean, he was never really truly in an echo chamber because he was bringing on conservatives, but he was bringing on pundits and shit. Right, he was bringing on famous people. It wasn't like he was talking to the people. It wasn't like his Twitter audience was full of right wing normal people. Right, and
I
you've
see
seen
Kid Rock's
him
going to try to get him to visit Trump.
Right, but
So,
you've seen him push recently a lot of YIMBYism. Right, like he has come out for like what you were talking about, YIMBYism.
Yep.
And so I think some of those policies, some of that paradigm shift, some of that drag occurs from pundits and communicators that get ejected and sit in between two spaces. And then for the first time in a long time, they get to have a much less biased interpretation of the ideas that are communicated on the side that they used to oppose so much. And they still have the opportunity to communicate to that other side. I think that's kind of like
always
a
called
main
out the
major.
left, you know.
Obviously, for the
But-
record, I
think
in
so.
no time am I ever doing a true univariate analysis. I'm just
Yes, that's
like,
true.
Please,
Yeah.
please don't
I
argue.
understand.
Well, there's all these other things.
Yeah,
Is there anything
you know,
else
he
you had
tried
on
to
the
build
list
like a.
you wanted to go through? I think you had Social Security you wanted to talk about was on here.
Well, anything, anything you want to. I got a big ass list. So, yeah, I mean, like honestly, if you want to do Social Security, like I do think it's one of the, you know, the great government programs, which I know is crazy. Like for me personally, I can invest my money much better. I know that. Like, but I think that most people aren't good with money, and
I agree.
I know it only gets like 4.5%, but the thing is, like, Social Security is not just retirement; it's also disability and life insurance.
So Social Security is 6.2% up to the cap. So 4.5% is
no.
the
I mean
average.
rate of return. I meant rate of return.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the
Yeah, I know the
tax.
rate of return is lower compared to, like, say, the S&P 500. Like, so I would like to see, you know, if I was in charge, I would invest some of that Social Security money in like the S&P 500, a little bit in real estate. I would take some more risk to get a better rate of return. I do think they should increase the FICA cap and or lift it, because so many people depend on it. And like, it's like before Social Security, the poverty rate among elderly people was like 20%, and after it's like 10%. it like literally brought down the poverty rate significantly. And I understand in theory you can do everything better, but that's kind of one of my criticisms of libertarianism is you have to do it all, right? If you know, and you can hire another expert to do it, but a lot of times the experts are rent seekers, or they're not looking out for your best interest, like the principal agent problem. So I do think it's a great program. Like I know, like all my mom, my dad, like lots of family members, they would be screwed without it, right? And they just didn't know how to save money. And so it's like I know that maybe charity could do it, but it didn't seem to happen in the past, and that's how we got here. So go ahead.
Yeah, so I think Social Security is one of the most, if not the most, evil programs ever instituted in American history into law. I completely and wholly disagree with you. So there's a couple of things to talk about here. One, did Social Security have a significant impact on elderly poverty rate? It could. It certainly could. I absolutely agree that like if you just give money to elderly people, right? When creating, that said program, right? That the immediate effect is that many of those that are impoverished at that time, right, pull themselves out of that poverty, especially in the short term, right? So, but there's two problems here. Number one, a huge problem, which I want to break down in further detail, which is what is the trade-off? And number two is whenever you use empirical evidence to establish historical fact, it does not establish causality. It establishes a historical fact, right? I could raise the minimum wage in Virginia by like $3 an hour, right? And then there could be and then the unemployment rate could actually fall down, right? So we'd have like a lower unemployment rate. And then I could make the argument, well, see, I raised the minimum wage and that stimulated the economy, and therefore minimum wage doesn't actually have a downward pressure on, youth unemployment or, teen unemployment or low skill, low wage unemployment. In fact, it has the exact opposite. It creates jobs. Well, that's just not true, right? It obviously raising a price floor has a downward pressure on the labor market. Like that's just we can know that logic.
It hurts the lowest earners. Yeah,
well, I think it hurts everybody.
Like lower employment,
right? So
I'm not really fighting for a minimum wage, but I
well, no, I'm just giving an example, right? So like when people say, well, the poverty rate fell, and it's like, okay, yeah, but also wasn't this initiated during a depression? Okay. And weren't there a whole lot of other economic factors that were going on? And you know what I mean? Did the poverty rate
stay down? Like the poverty rate before the depression and the poverty rate today and the poverty rate for 10 years ago, 5 years ago,
right. Again, I said, I wouldn't doubt that giving a bunch of impoverished elderly people money and redistributing them money, has an effect on the poverty rate. Right. But to what degree is that the success of Social Security? And because people will say, well, Social Security fixed this. And it's like, okay, well, maybe some of it is Social Security. Maybe 90% of it is Social Security.
There's always winners and losers.
Right. Maybe only 30% of it is Social Security. Maybe, in fact, without Social Security, because what is Social Security tax? It is an income tax, right? That is, when you combine it with Medicare, is 7.6% of your income up to a cap, right? So, you know what I mean?
It's a regressive tax. The more you make, the less they take. Yeah.
Well, but also the less you
as a percentage,
the less you get of it. Right. Right. And then also you have to also account for the fact that your employer has to pay 7.6%. So your employer paying payroll tax. So it's not 7.6% of the wages. It's in reality, it's more like 15.2% of your wages. So every check you make, if Social Security and Medicare didn't exist, you'd make 15% more money. Okay, and so that's a lot of money for a lot of people, right? 15% more wages for people that are able to pay all their bills,
especially if you invest it. Yeah, if you invest it, you're better off. Yeah, but if you don't invest it and you get to old age and you have no money, you're just fucked. Then,
so the argument
you didn't save.
Right. So the argument is that people cannot be trusted with their own money to invest this money appropriately, so that when they're old, they no longer become a burden on the rest of us, right? Because without Social Security, presumably, right? This is an internal critique. This isn't my argument per se. But without Social Security, the argument is that these people, there will be a lot of people left behind, a lot of elderly people that are impoverished, right? And that these people will be a burden to us in some capacity, right? Because poverty causes all kinds of problems, right?
You can just say, well, then you can opt out of it and have a pension system. Like a lot of teachers don't get Social Security; they have pensions. How have you ever looked at pension systems? How are the pension systems doing? They're not well funded either, right? They have problems too. Like the private system has problems too. In other words,
so the private system from most teachers is pseudo private, when in reality it creates a constraint.
Just look at
it creates a constraint. It creates a constraint on our own stock market to have a fiduciary responsibility by law to pension programs, and allows for a deeper regulation of investments in our corporations, which I think is even potentially, from the pure economic standpoint, even more devastating than Social Security, by shackling BlackRock, Vanguard, and these other things to these fiduciary responsibility. I think that's part of the reason that you're seeing them buy up homes and things like that, because of those investment strategies that are necessary.
No, they don't own too many homes either. Like their percentage of single family homes is actually pretty low. Multifamily homes is pretty high.
It's like 2% of the market, right? Most people confuse.
Yeah, it's like people think it's really high, but it's actually tiny.
Well, 2%. To be fair, 2% of the market's a large part of the fucking market. Right, it's just like 2% sounds small until you realize
people think it's like 30 or
Americans.
something. It's like
people will use the numbers of people that are in real estate investment properties, and that is like 30%, right? So like 30% of people own more than 30% of the homes that are bought are purchased by people that own like more than 2 homes. But that's because once you start getting to like 150K a year in income, basically the safest way to make money with very limited risk is real estate, right? It's the safest way to insure your money. And that's because that's how the rich shore their money, to protect it from inflation and to protect their wealth and to protect themselves from a lot of taxation. So you're just playing the same game that the ultra wealthy are playing, you're just a small player at the game. And it's a way to keep you, to maintain your wealth. Whereas like stock market and stuff like that usually works, but not always. So anyways, so what does so I agree that Social Security has lifted elderly people out of poverty, probably, right? I don't know what percentage it is, but probably a significant percentage. My issue is what is the trade-off? And there are a fuck ton of trade-offs. We've talked about the economic trade-offs. Hold on.
How would you transition? How would you transition out of it then?
Okay, like the way that I would transition out of it is that I would cut new 16-year-olds that are entering the job market from Social Security. That's how I would transition. I would abolish Social Security, but I would
eventually everybody would just die off, right? Eventually,
right? I mean, like people that have already paid into Social Security, I would say we should guarantee their Social Security, right? But I would also state that young people are not guaranteed Social Security. That's just an economic reality at this point. Like we keep talking about.
I'm not planning on having it. I'm planning on my own retirement because I don't know if it's going to be around.
2019, the CBO did studies on projections of Social Security, and they said that by 2050 we should be $121 trillion in debt from Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. And that's
start
before
running out
COVID.
In like 2032, like 7 years. It's supposed to start running out.
Well, they'll do what they always do. They'll do what they always do. They'll raise the age, and then they'll increase
raise taxes,
the payment,
print money.
Exactly, right. And it's a big problem. So what are the other? So we've talked about the economic incentives, right? And that's only a very small part of the problem as far as I'm concerned. So I agree that if Social Security goes away and you have 15% more money in your paycheck right now, right? Like in your thing right now, what does that do?
Yeah.
Well, that means that people can buy homes. That means that people can invest.
Yeah.
It's not just putting money in the stock market.
And my counter to that is like, well, go ahead. I'll let you finish. But my counter to the you get more money is like if taxes are reduced, guess what's going to happen? Your wages are going to go down because you just got a raise, and your expenses are going to go up. So like net, where do we end up, right? Because you're going to have to pay for your retirement yourself. Why would my employer keep paying you the same amount when you just got a 15% raise?
That's a short
I'll just fire you and hire somebody else for 10% less.
Did the value of labor change? If we abolish Social Security tax, did the value of labor change?
It didn't. And the value of labor is how much you take home. And if you're taking home more, then you're getting paid more for your labor.
That's not what I'm asking. Did the value of the labor itself change?
No.
Okay, so there's an increase in take-home pay, right? And there's a reduction in taxes. Okay, so your claim is, well, you won't get the same net, increase. That corporations aren't going to pay you 15% raise. They're going to pay you a 8% raise, right? Which is you're not going to get a raise, but you're no longer going to have to pay that 7.6. They're not paying the payroll taxes. Okay. So what happens now is there's more take-home pay and the immediacy. And then, but the value of labor hasn't changed, but the take-home pay has changed, which means that there are people that have dropped out of the labor market, and that there are people that are, right? Well, there are people that drop out of the labor market. So now they're going to enter the labor market because there's an upward pressure on entering the labor market because there are more people. So now there's more people in the labor market.
Participation. Yep.
Higher labor participation force. And then those companies that decided not to give you a raise, but just to stop paying tax, they stop paying taxes. Well, now they have to pay less in payroll taxes, which means they have the same revenue, right? But they have reduced cost. Right, they have reduced costs in the taxation. Okay, so now we have growth on the business side because they have more money to invest in growth and to hire new employees. Or if you are a really good employee, give you a raise. We have more labor participation rate. Okay, and that is the balancing factor because the value of labor didn't change. The value of labor didn't change, but the take-home pay.
Yeah, the immediacy argument I get, right? It's like it's the same thing you were talking about.
But it would balance out.
Long term, though, what happens in 10 years, 20 years?
What happens in 10 years or 20 years is that all of those businesses will do one of two things. They'll either pay
they'll compete away those gains, right?
Right.
They're going to compete. They're going to lower prices, right? Which is good.
Right. They'll lower prices. They'll reduce inflation, right? Which even while people are getting paid more, inflation, will have a deflationary, pressure. While people are getting paid more. That sounds fucking amazing, right? Now, there could be other things. Obviously, economies are not like one-to-one. We're just talking about economic pressures. But, that's one argument. My biggest argument is actually the cultural argument. The reason that I think Social Security is so destructive is because I think nigh every problem we have, especially with Gen Z and the dating market, with marriages, with relationships, with child birth rates, is a direct cause of welfare, and one of the biggest proponents is Social Security, and I will explain, right? Because I understand that's a big claim.
Okay.
This is my argument. I'm probably going to flush it out a whole lot more and do more research because I'll be talking and debating about it on Tim Pool's program, supposedly April 5th, on Culture War. So when you get rid of with Social Security came. There's no longer the elderly poverty because now there is wealth redistribution from the young who are working, who need to build now, to the elderly who have checked out of the labor market. So what kind of effects does that have on culture?
I understand your argument. I like this argument.
So what it did is it reduced the incentive to have children. It lowered the birth rate. Okay. It lowered the birth rate because it takes longer now because of this additional tax when you're young to save up the money to invest, to save up the money to buy a house, to get yourself financially stable enough to have a child. That's one thing that it did. The next thing that it did is that it disincentivized the extended family in lieu of the nuclear family. Because before Social Security, what you needed to do is you needed to have a bunch of children so that that was as much of an investment as it was to invest in the stock market, right? You have a bunch of kids. One of the kids does well. Then they put you up in a grandmother's suite. They have a bunch of kids. And now the family has close ties. These are incredibly important to a healthy functioning society, is close familial ties with grandparents, and that those grandparents have close ties with their grandchildren, and that these are the types of things that keep marriages together, is that when you have a
Is it
bunch
against
of
individuals though? Does that like event like our way promotes individualism, right? You get to stay at home and I don't have to take care of my parents. Now your way is I'm becoming a collectivist and I have to take care of my collectivist family, right? And I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm just trying to help you flesh out your argument, right?
No,
like,
no.
Does that go against the individualist point?
So I mean, like, if you define individualist as an individual, like as an island, not interacting with other people, sure. But I don't think that is like when I define individualism, I think of it as, you know, the rights of the individual. Nobody is saying the government forces you to take care of your mom, and nobody is saying in this example that like, but that doesn't mean that a culture doesn't have moral duties and obligations, and that also doesn't mean that a culture doesn't have an understanding that there is a quid pro quo here, right? I've raised a baby, okay, and then another, right? Like I have 2 children, okay, and when I was raising my son, my then fiance would be at work and I'd be at home during the day, and then the grandparents would come because she had a close Mormon family. They'd come, they'd grab them. I'd go to undergrad, I'd go to college, right? Then I'd either go to my job or I'd go to my job at Military Student Services as a work study program. And then she'd come home, she'd grab the baby. Then, depending on the day, I would go to night classes or I would go work a overnight shift at 7-Eleven until like until like 7 a.m. in the morning. Okay. Yep. And I was getting like 6 hours of sleep, and it was all like early. It was all like early in the morning type stuff, right? There's no way I would have been able to work at 7-Eleven, work study, go to school full time, and take care of a baby, like an infant, right? As a stay-at-home dad during portions of it, and her work a full-time job and take care of an infant, and eventually do the same thing as he got a little bit older. Because I had like very close to Irish twins, right? My daughter was born 14 months after my son, right? So she was pregnant for a lot of this, right? So like you need those connections. So it is a selfish thing, right? It's like, if you don't have grandparents around, you have so much more stress. You don't have time for date night. But when grandma's around, all of a sudden she goes, I got the kids, go on a date night. You have a time to maintain the strength of that relationship. When things are bad and grandparents around, you have their wisdom. You have, you can get angry and stressed, and you kind of take it out on your children. And then grandma's right there to give them that love, because they're not in that same level of stress, and to like not make it, not have those cortisol levels and those problems and all those other things, right? So it is incredibly important to the extended family to a healthy society that has a lot of children. So what happens when you get rid of grandma and grandpa? What happens when grandma and grandpa are now taken care of by the government and they go live in nursing homes because the money's there for them to do it and that incentive is there? What happens when they're no longer there to maintain relationships? And most importantly, so there's 2 things that happen here, right? Well, there's a bunch of things, but 2 major things I want to talk about. Number 1 is the birth rate goes down, and now you have the problem of paying for Social Security, because you have this ever persistent lack of people entering the job market to pay for the elderly that then need these Social Security situations. So it causes its own financial decline. And then the second thing is you have a lack of family values. You have a lack of marriages. You have a lack of cohesive units. And instead what you have is a whole bunch of single people, and you increase hedonism. You increase the speed at which we lose the values of our forefathers. All of these things are downstream effects of welfare. And it's like, once you add in public schooling and child support, all of a sudden, and Medicaid, you begin to understand, well, young men have been shackled with a massive tax burden that makes it very difficult for them to provide for a family and to build a career. And young women and single moms and the elderly have turned into a client class of people that are living on the backs of young men. And it's like, Maybe that's why chivalry's fucking dead. Maybe it's not feminist philosophy in fucking the universities. Maybe it's because nobody respects these young men because they have a false sense of equality, whilst these young men go out and bust their ass, and they're paying for other kids to go to college. They're paying for single moms to get welfare and Medicaid and all these other programs, when instead they should be keeping all their fucking money, buying a house, getting a wife, taking care of their parents, and then they get to be the provider that the man wants to be. But now these young women are making the same money as young men, and some of them are, and they're on average getting more money from the government than us. Then they go have a baby. Then they decide, well, you know what? I don't need I don't need you around. I don't need a provider. I'm a strong, independent woman. Then they get child support. Then they get public schools. They get all these government programs that sustain them. And so now men are forced into the patriarchal kind of position of funding and protecting these women with none of the fucking benefits. It is ruining our culture.
I am sympathetic to this argument, and thank you. You must know Andrew Wilson, yes?
Yeah, Andrew Wilson is. I've debated him a couple times. I've DM'd a couple times.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's gotten a lot more popular lately, and he doesn't fucking answer my DMs anymore. But maybe after a Destiny debate and some Tim Pool or something, we can if I can get the clout he's got.
He replied to some chick who said, "Hey, I was on a bus and nobody offered their seat to me. There's all these men sitting down," and then he's retweets, "Well, why would he?" And I'm like, "Well, where's the chivalry, Andrew?" And of course, his point is like, well, if we're all equal now, then I shouldn't have to offer up my seat. And he did reply to me, and I'm like, well, where's your chivalry? Where's your Christian ethics? And they got into it all. But
patriarchy,
you know how he is. It's a little bit like, rage baity, but
for sure, patriarchy is a double-edged sword. Patriarchy is a double-edged sword, right? Feminism and the socialists and the left have attacked patriarchy because it put men in a position over women to some degree, which historically, it's like that's true in upper society and nobility and shit and the wealthy. But, by and large, throughout most of history, the patriarchal system was a system of coexistence, right? You do these things, I do these things. I'm in charge of these things, I'm in charge of these things, right? But what they failed to understand is that they expect all of the good parts of patriarchy, and they use the state to enforce all of the good parts of patriarchy, which is we're going to pay for policing, and we're going to pay for, HR things, and we're going to pay for all these programs that make women feel safe, and we're going to pay for safe spaces, and we're going to take taxes to do all of these things that men naturally do. And then at the same time, they expect men to, to then still to do all that positive shit, right? But they're only going to talk about the negative aspect, right? Which is like a man is the head of a household, or the man, or these things. So we got to get rid of all of those things. And it's like chivalry doesn't exist because of patriarchy is like, there. Was like, how do these two things, like, what is it, like, how do these two things exist together? How do you have patriarchy, this great evil, and chivalry? And the answer is chivalry is patriarchy, right? Chivalry is how men police themselves because they are respected and because they are given a moral duty and responsibility. And again, getting back to the objectivist standpoint, when you use the state, you do it for everyone. When it happens naturally, you do it because you value someone. And so, of course, women stop having values. They stop having values because they gained protection because a man valued protecting them. They gained a man that was willing to work 60 hours a week to provide for them, a provider, because a man valued providing for them. But once you use the state and say every single mom that's poor and destitute deserves welfare, every single kid deserves public schools paid by taxes, every single, sports area, women deserve these things, you're no longer doing it because an individual values it, and those men are no longer getting that value in return.
You made this interesting point to me that this led to an increase in hedonism, because one of the things I was going to ask you is, does libertarianism increase hedonism? And you're saying no, the government increases
exact
hedonism.
opposite.
Like, isn't it funny? That's funny how we got there. So I appreciate that. I think we should probably work towards wrapping it up. Yeah, and are you going to talk to Destiny here later? Is that what I heard?
So here's what happened. Look,
hopefully you do.
He said he was available Tuesday. He said he was available Tuesday, right? When I was like, he won't fucking debate me. And he was like, I'm free Tuesday.
Yeah.
Then I responded and said, all right, I'm not here for an idle chit chat. I'm here for a debate on this topic. And then he responded to those things. And I responded a bunch of times saying I'm there Tuesday. I DM'd him Wednesday and said, I'm free Tuesday all day, but preferably after 6 p.m. Eastern. And then I responded when I was going live.
I'm hoping you do get in there. If you get in there, I'm going to be watching that shit.
Going live now. Heard nothing from you. Are you live tonight? Then he got back to me today at 2:21. He said, okay, sorry. I ended up stuck in New York City an extra day. I'm free all day today, though, if you want to chat today. Smiley face. I said, are you free at 8 p.m. Eastern? He said, yeah, I am. Then I responded immediately after, 2 minutes after. I said, just send me a link to your Discord and I'll come on. My proposition is, quote, Asmongold is not a hypocrite as implied in the video, and one can be for freedom of speech while supporting the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil. If you wish to debate anything else, let me know. He never read that. So he hasn't responded. It's getting, it's 8 minutes before that. Is he live now? Does anybody know? Let me go check his Twitter. And then I got to do I got to go to his YouTube? Okay, he's live.
Yeah, so hey.
All right.
Yeah, so I'll wrap up. Hey, follow me on Twitter. You should follow me too. I don't think you've even followed me yet, but I'll
follow
promote you. I'll help you. Did you? Okay.
I think I followed you during this. Yeah, I followed you.
Oh, did you? Okay, I haven't been looking, but yeah, I will help. I'll help spread your message, and I see you there. I don't see you following me still.
It says
I
I'm
don't see you
following
following me, but it's okay. Does it? It doesn't show it on my screen. Oh.
Look, don't fucking try and gaslight me.
I'm telling
right?
you,
Like, I'll put it on the screen right here. It says follows you. Oh, damn it. Follow back. My bad. I'm ADHD.
See? Oh, yes. I win.
You followed me. I thought I followed you. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay, buddy.
I'm sorry.
I really appreciate it. You've been very informative. I think you very well thought out your positions. I'm going to subscribe to you on YouTube, and I'll be a little lurker for you, and I'll help promote you out there.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Let me just mute this tab. Let me see if I can find Destiny's Discord. Merch stream Discord. Here we go. Now we go to the Discord. See if I can join his fucking accept invite. All right, buddy. Follow James Meece. Oh, actually, hold on. Before I do that, let me put your link in the chat again.
Thank you, sir.
What topics am I interested in? All right, I'm going to hop out of here.
All right, yep. See you, buddy.
All right, peace. What topics am I interested in? Fucking debating. That's it. Finish. What do I have to do? Check out some memes. Say hi to your fellow. Learn how to... Whatever. I don't know what that means. Jesus Christ, there are so many fucking lobbies. I forgot how fucking big Destiny is. Just think of him as like another dude. Where the fuck do I go to fucking off topic, the people's room, game room 1, game room 3, music room, debate 4, debate 3, debate 2, debate 1, general lobby 1, general lobby. Is that, I guess it's stage, special voice. How the fuck do I... Subscriber only mode. I got to subscribe to Destiny. Oh, you fucking. So I can't DM him. I can't go into the chat. Can someone hop into Destiny's stream and ask him or ask somebody where do I go? And also, let me put some music on while I wait. DGG is a cancer on Earth. Oh, oh shit, I missed a super chat. Hold on. Thank you. Destiny is in the chat, boys. I don't know what that means. Wait, is he in the chat? Where the fuck do I go? There are so many rooms. I guess I go to, I'm assuming I would go to, stage or something. Announcements, Destiny Hub, community. Event is locked. I guess I go to stage 1, maybe? Mic will be muted unless you are invited to speak. You can leave and rejoin without making noise. Okay, fuck that music, whatever that is. I can't comment in his I guess I'll just pull this up so you guys can see what I see. I can't comment in his chat because it's subscriber only mode. I just subscribed, but now I have to wait 20 minutes. All right, I'm going to take a quick piss since he just got up and walked away. All right. Does anybody know where the fuck I'm supposed to go? Let me go back to my chat. Here for the fisting, don't let us down. I mean, we'll see. I mean, it really just comes down to like a weird rhetoric thing because like he already kind of admitted defeat in the Twitter exchange. So like I don't know what he's supposed to do other than just kirk out or something. Like, where the fuck do I go? I can't DM him. I'm sitting on a stage. I don't know where the fuck I'm supposed to go. I'm not going to hop in one of these random things while I'm streaming just because, like, unless I mute my end, I guess I could do that. Okay, well, that's a book club. Do I gotta accept the rules or something? No, there's no emote. No doxing. Respect destiny. What? I don't know what does that even mean? Debated someone who claimed that philosophy should be used to our own ends like a tool. I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by that. Dude, this is super annoying. Oh, here we go. He sent me a link, so I guess he's checking Twitter. Not that you, I mean, again, it just, I would have to like hear the argument fleshed out to like actually get an understanding of what you mean by that claim. Like, I just have to see the debate, right? Because like, I could get so nitpicky with that. I don't even know if that's a direct quote, much less like what it, like a lot of people speak ineloquently about philosophy, and you kind of have to figure out what it is that they mean as opposed to what it is that they're actually saying. And like, I don't necessarily begrudge most people of that. Like, we all should be philosophers or strive to be such, but most people can't and won't. Well, he sent me a link, but I can't fucking put it in chat. And I replied and said I'm in stage 1, so we'll see what happens. Dude, why is his chat so slow? Oh, it's top chat instead of live chat. Even still, he has like a really slow chat. Like, he's got like 8,000 people watching, and his chat is going at like the same speed as mine. Like, I totally understand, like, slow chat, but okay, it's going a little faster now. And I guess he's got kick and stuff too, but like, how the fuck do you have 8,000 people in such a slow chat? Well, it's subscriber only. It doesn't say it needs to be paid subs. All right, just join off topic. Where the fuck is that? General lobby, debate, stream off topic.
Hard to get rid of it. You should.
All right, let me deafen myself just because I don't want fucking. All right, sorry. I had myself muted and deafened.
Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, hello?
Yeah, I had myself muted and deafened just in case somebody said some wild shit in there.
Oh, good job. I'm just setting my shit up. You want to introduce yourself real quick in case people don't know who you are?
Yeah, sure. I'm just, are you going to show your camera here or do I got to like pull up your stream?
Nope, I'm doing it. I'm getting it all on.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I am Scott. You can call me Scott from Fabian Liberty. I'm an anarcho-capitalist, libertarian, debater, mostly talk about philosophy and economics, occasionally psychology, etc. You can find me on Fabian Liberty. Just Google. I'm streaming on YouTube.
All right.
I don't feel like you need an introduction at this point. Like, let's be honest.
That's all good. Okay. We were disagreeing over some Asmongold stuff.
Yeah.
I think my primary contention was I feel like it's extremely hypocritical to be so narrow in our understanding of the First Amendment when it comes to people who are lawful permanent residents exercising their free speech, but then be so broad when talking about freedom of speech in general when it applies to popular or political opinions that we like. So, for instance, when conservatives will often talk about how getting banned from social media is actually an infringement on my First Amendment right, I just feel like there's a lot of hypocrisy in those two positions.
Okay, there's a couple of things there. So, first thing I want to say is it starts off, right, with you posting a video of like free speech, Asmongold with one position and another position, right? My argument is that these are wildly different cases and that it's not hypocritical to be against one or the other. And so before we can get anywhere, right, you know, and you mentioned this yourself, you say, you know, you think it's wrong or bad in some regard to be broad in one sense and then not in another sense. What do you mean by free speech, and can we work within that for the bounds of this confirmation, right? Like, I'm willing to do an internal critique of your concept of free speech, but right now we're throwing out free speech as like First Amendment, as an idea, etc.
Yeah, I would say freedom of speech. Well, my critique is an internal critique of the standard conservative position on freedom of speech. So do you want to critique my version of freedom of speech, or do you want to critique my internal critique of their version of freedom of speech?
Okay, well, you're posting a video, right, saying like this is his idea of free speech in one context, this is his idea of free speech in another context, right? So in order for you to critique it, right, you would need a starting position of what you believe free speech is before you can go into an internal critique of what they believe free speech is, because in neither of those are you showcasing an example of how Asmongold, not the right, which obviously isn't a monolith and there's going to be a lot of disagreement, right, how they are defining it, right? So I think
the whole point of an internal critique is that I don't need a position on it. I can give one. I don't mind arguing about it. But the whole point of an internal critique is I'm just critiquing the two positions that they presented now.
I know what an internal critique is, right? Like I don't need to be a consequentialist, right, to critique consequentialism, or even more so to critique how you arrived at the answer for, something through a consequential analysis. I could also do a consequential analysis without being a consequentialist in that regard, right? But what I'm saying is that if you are saying that there is hypocrisy or that there's something wrong here in his domain, obviously you have an opinion of what free speech is before you gain, before you go into this position of like internally critiquing what theirs are. I want to know what yours are, where you're coming from first. Then we can maybe move into why you think he's utilizing two different definitions of freedom of speech, and thus is the contradiction that creates the hypocrisy that you're supposedly pointing out. I think it's all bullshit.
Okay.
But I don't want to say that from the jump.
Sure. Yeah, okay. I can give my position. I have no problem doing that and argue over my position. I don't think for an internal critique, I don't think I necessarily need to have a position, right? Like somebody can say, I think stormtroopers are tall and I think stormtroopers are short, and I can say these positions are inconsistent. I don't have to have a position on if I think stormtroopers are tall, short, or medium build. I can just say that your own position, not you, but the person's position is inconsistent, right?
Okay,
but I can give my position on it, right?
You're critiquing, saying that there's multiple definitions that they're using, right?
Yes,
and you're
correct.
saying that there's hypocrisy in that. Okay, we're going to have a conversation about that, and we're going to use the term free speech throughout that conversation. So I need to know what you mean by that, as opposed to you jumping to different definitions that they give and how they contradict. I need to know what you mean when you say free speech.
Okay, and then I'm so sorry. This is getting so bad. Do you need to know what I mean when I say free speech for me, or what I mean when I say they believe in freedom of speech for them? Which one are you asking for?
We're off to a bad start. I'm not trying to marry you to your definition for an internal critique. I just need to know what you mean, and then we can get into what they mean. We can talk about the differences, like why yours is consistent, why this is inconsistent. I mean, I can get mine as well.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I'm just gonna ramble a little bit. And you tell me if I'm on the right track or whatever. Okay, so for me, I have a very legalistic interpretation. When somebody says First Amendment, I'm thinking of the First Amendment as applied in the United States in a legal manner. So generally, this means the government taking actions to restrict a person's freedom of speech. This can be through a variety of ways, like arresting people who are doing things you don't like. It could mean making certain things like liable for civil action, so like defamation and stuff like that could be an infringement on your freedom of speech. It could mean making certain types of speech, like I said criminal, so like incitement to violence. When I'm talking about freedom of speech, I usually, if I'm talking like First Amendment freedom of speech, I'm talking in that regard, the legal defense of the First Amendment. Now, for conservatives, I feel like conservatives bounce back and forth between when it's speech that they like. The First Amendment is the broadest, like spiritual. This is what we mean in our hearts when we say freedom of speech, and that extends all the way to we shouldn't ban opposing viewpoints on Twitter because that violates like the American idea of freedom of speech. And then when it comes to people they don't like, that becomes very narrow. Like, well, if a green card holder is protesting, but they support a group that the United States has designated as terrorist group, they don't have the right to do that, and they should be deported. So I would argue that one of these views is very broad and expansive, and the other is incredibly narrow. And I don't know what justification you could give for the former that wouldn't fail the latter.
Yeah. Okay. So from here on out, we'll say First Amendment. We're talking about the negative right from the state to have your speech infringed upon in some capacity by the state. And then when we say free speech, we might mean that more broadly from like a utilitarian perspective of like, the concept of free speech or like the public square, etc. Is that okay?
Sure.
I just don't want us to get too confused and too in the weeds, right? So that we have good definitions.
No, yeah, that's fine. I imagine if we're chatting, assuming both of us are doing our best to understand the other, we'll if there's like a confusion, we can just clarify. Yeah.
So in this instance, right, where you're like quipping at Asmongold and accusing him of hypocrisy, right? The freedom of speech that you're highlighting in the first half of the video on the left side of the frame, right, is him reacting to J.D. Vance in Europe, right? So obviously he can't be talking about freedom of speech from a legalistic perspective or the First Amendment, because those things don't exist in Europe because they are not under the American Constitution. Some of them have freedom of speech in like their charters, right? But they don't have the First Amendment or the Bill of Rights or our specific Constitution. So clearly, in that first context, he can't be talking about it from a negative rights from the state as pursuant to the First Amendment, because we're not talking about America, obviously, right? Like it even says in the caption, we're talking about Europe, and he's reacting to like people being arrested for praying silently near an abortion clinic, or like people, you know, in England, for example, you know, saying, you know, I don't like all these fucking Pakistani flags in my city, and then the police coming and like, you know, potentially arresting them and things of that nature, or, you know, these other kind of like egregious edge cases, right? They're clearly not the day-to-day things, but scary, you know, in that speech, right? So clearly we're talking about the overarching concept of freedom of speech, that you ought be able to address your government, or you know, speak your mind and risk being offensive, you know, without some form of coercion used against you, either by the state or some corporate power or something, right?
I mean, I would agree that that's necessary, that you're necessarily not talking about American freedom of speech. But this is also kind of my criticism of people like Asmongold, is it seems like when Americans criticize Europeans' freedom of speech, they do it from an American legalistic understanding, or even an American maybe conceptual understanding, where freedom of speech is as defined by the First Amendment of the United States. And if you're a European country, you're not following that definition, you don't have freedom of speech. That's like a criticism that I have.
Okay,
of
so
people like Asmongold.
Yeah, no, so that's a fair assessment, right? Which is to say, like, if you have hate speech laws, right, you don't have freedom of speech, right?
Correct.
So there is certainly a reference to the American ideal
Oh,
of
wait,
the
just to
negative
clarify,
rights
when I
that
said
we have
correct,
from the First Amendment.
Yeah. So when somebody says, like, if you have hate speech laws, you don't have freedom of speech. In my mind, that statement is at ends with what you just said, where you're like, well, when we talk about freedom of speech, we mean like, we don't necessarily mean the American definition. We just mean like a broader conceptual one. Yeah, no, I agree with you, but I'm saying, what's a fair point? Sorry.
Right. I was agreeing with you. I said that's a fair point, and then I was summarizing to make sure I'm steel manning your position.
Yeah. Wait, I'm sorry. Just to understand, when you said that's a fair point, what point of mine did you say was a fair point?
I'm saying
just
it's
trying to
understand. I said it's a fair point that an American, under the context of recognizing freedom of speech, right, that they live in a cultural context of the First Amendment, and when they look at a European nation that has hate speech laws, right, where they're not free to speak in the same way that we're free to speak, you know, via the constitutional protections.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That they claim that that's not freedom of speech.
Yeah, so I would say that's not a fair point. That was my criticism, because to critique the European system's concept of freedom of speech and say that it's not, they don't actually have freedom of speech because they don't have our legal understanding of freedom of speech, I would say that's a silly criticism, which I feel like conservatives engaged in.
We're saying the same things,
Yeah.
but I think,
Okay.
like I was saying,
All right, as long as you think,
like that's
Okay.
fine. I think you're making a fair point that comes from that context, right?
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
but
yeah,
So,
okay.
so the hypocrisy. You keep jumping to conservatives, which is something you did later in the conversation when you said you were making your real argument, as opposed to the arguments you were making before, which were against Asmongold. So, are you saying that wait. Actually you
When
don't have any critique of Asmongold, but that you're actually only talking about conservatives?
When I was saying
that
real
seems to be
argument,
what you're saying.
No. When I was saying real argument, I think what we were talking about was my definition of freedom of speech versus my internal critique of the two different definitions proffered by Asmongold or conservatives. Like, I have a position on freedom of speech, but that I don't think that was part of the conversation or the contention, but we can get into that if you want. But that was
right.
my
well, the problem is I'm seeing the parallels here, right? Where you keep switching, I keep talking about Asmongold because that's a critique, because I think your critique is bullshit, and I think it's just like a clickbait thing to like gain a little drama, gain a little rage, just do what you do, entertain, not necessarily worry about political truth or progressive policy or any of those things. That's my belief of you. Obviously you wouldn't agree with that, but that's where I'm coming from. And so you keep switching to conservatives, right, or the right, etc., as opposed to my initial my initial issue, which is that you're claiming hypocrisy and you're utilizing a large swath of different people that you can grab examples from and separating yourself away from the individual. So is your argument actually against Asmongold, or is this just a vector for a larger conversation because you think conservatives in general are hypocrites and bad and don't believe in free speech, but you don't actually have a critique of Asmongold specifically?
Well, it's both. Asmongold is a vector to critique the conservative position because I think Asmongold represents the standard conservative position right now. Also, as a language thing, when I say conservative right now, I generally just mean MAGA is what I'm saying. So whatever the Republican Party or MAGA right now currently believes is what I'm saying. And I think that Asmongold embodies that. So when I critique Asmongold on his hypocrisy, I'm also using that as a vector to broadly critique MAGA or conservatives on their hypocrisy because I think he represents it. I think they line up.
Okay, so I would like for you to flesh out, if you can, for me, your argument, because I'm still not seeing the hypocrisy thus yet, right? Like you're saying that the conservatives use a strict sense of constitution when it applies to things for them, and then they use a broad sense when it applies to things that they dislike. That where is the
I believe that's just the opposite. I think it is the opposite of what you just said, basically. Yeah. So I think that the hypocrisy is when conservatives speak broadly about freedom of speech, it seems like they're very mindful of the concept of a chilling effect. So an example of this might be when the Twitter files came out, a lot of conservatives said just the fact that the FBI would even communicate with Twitter about some accounts is enough to create a chilling effect on speech on that environment, and that would count as a violation of our freedom of speech as Americans. Or an example would be from the Trump camp. I think he sued both Facebook and X for banning his social media account. He said it was a violation of his First Amendment right as an American to be heard, to have his freedom of speech. So that seems to be with the understanding of if we ban certain types of speech or allow actors that are large enough to target certain types of speech, it will create a chilling effect that will make it hard for Americans to voice their opinion on certain subjects, and we would just be chilling political conversation. But then when it comes to people who are protesting, if they're lawful permanent residents or visa holders, well, they can be deported just for supporting a group that the president, through no majority in Congress or really through his own arbitrary discretion, declares a terrorist group. Well, how would that not create an insane chilling effect where people are afraid of protesting even a certain thing because they might be on the wrong side of what the president decides is a terror group? That seems like it would be incredibly chilling. So I don't understand how you can defend one and not the other.
Yeah. So again, now I may agree with you to a certain extent when you're only talking about conservatives, right? I certainly, like, conservative is such a large group that some would hold that opinion, right? But the original critique is against Asmongold, and so the cases are specific, right? They are not these broad, vague things. And you're adding in this element of like the Twitter files and things of that nature. You're saying that conservatives.
I'm not adding that in. I'm just giving examples of like what the conservative
you
belief
did on
is
Twitter
trapped.
as well. You did on Twitter as a response to like
Okay.
what I had. Right. So that when I say you're adding that specific, it's the same specific example you gave. Right. So the specific context here is that Asmongold specifically that you're critiquing is a hypocrite for being against the kind of egregious things, examples that may or may not be true. I don't want to get into all of that, like which ones aren't true from J.D. Vance's position, right? The assumption that at least some of these are true, that those are bad, that those are scary, or that those have some chilling effect, even if you will, right? That like, going after one of those people has a chilling effect when you make hate speech laws, right? And then you're now kind of like, because you're using conservatives, you're also decoupling yourself from the case of Mahmoud Khalil, which is what he's looking at. And I fail to see where there is a hypocrisy under, this concept of free speech, where it seems like you're using conservatives to then paint a concept where conservatives in one context are hyper-specific and then in another context are not hyper-specific, and that is where this contradiction comes in. But again, we're talking about Europe, so this is really like there are many layers where that connection you actually haven't made, and I don't believe you actually believe it. So I'm trying to figure out.
What thing do you not
to conservatives and explain how Asmongold is a hypocrite for being for deporting Mahmoud Khalil, but being against people praying, near an abortion clinic and getting arrested, or people getting arrested for mean tweets.
Okay, so I guess what part of this do I need to connect, do you think, to make the argument coherent?
Well, I mean, you need to showcase the contradiction. Instead, you were just saying conservatives
contradiction,
as a group are
okay, sure. I'll still
specific
take
in
it as
this
a group.
area.
I'm
not
using
in
it
another.
interchangeably. Sure, I'm using it interchangeably with Asmongold, but I'll be specific to Asmongold. So I believe that Asmongold would be hypercritical of Europe's freedom of speech under a very broad definition of the First Amendment, a very, very broad understanding that people getting banned even by social media platforms or European countries prohibiting certain activity or making certain activity illegal, that's a violation of freedom of speech. But when it comes to the United States, I don't know how he could possibly conceive of a European country violating freedom of speech just because they have a different perspective on what they'll defend and what they won't. And then when you come to the United States, you can start deporting lawful permanent residents because they're protesting groups that the president has said is a bad group. I don't know what the consistent principle would be that you would appeal to there that would allow the deportation of Mahmoud, whatever the guy's name is, Khalil, or Khalil Mahmoud, but so you that's okay under freedom of speech, but Germany or Sweden or the UK having different hate speech laws is not okay. I don't know what possible consistent principle you could appeal to there other than just being hypocritical.
So you're saying that you need a consistent principle to deport one, but to be against the other, right? That's
and I can't imagine what that would be, basically.
Yeah, so I would say, like, just as an example, right? Because we're kind of pretending to understand the inner workings of Asmongold's mind here, right? But
no, I've watched a lot of Asmongold content. I know how he views on this stuff, but
well, sure, but you don't have his inner monologue memorized, you know, like. But nevertheless,
I don't need his inner monologue. I've had his outer monologue. He's spoken about a lot of these issues before. I know what he feels about the Twitter files and what he feels about freedom of speech and people getting banned on platforms. Like, I've heard him talk about all this before.
Sure. You have a good understanding of Asmongold's concept of freedom of speech, presumably. I'll buy that. That's fine. So regardless, yeah, the consistent principle could be, you know, like I just need one example. So I'll give, you know, sure one. So in one instance, his concept of freedom of speech would be, you know, hate speech laws that aren't a call to violence, that aren't a call to action against anybody, that are simply constructed because they're offensive or because they, you know, they harm people through the usage of words without any assault or battery or any, you know, calls to violence or action or any support of any terrorist groups, could be something that is wrong and against the concept of free speech. And then in the example of, let's say, Mahmoud Khalil, someone that like worked for UNRWA and then came over here, and then someone who claims that he's not, you know, a representative of Columbia University apartheid divestment, but gives speeches where he says that violence is acceptable and that all forms of violence will be called terrorism. So and so it doesn't matter what type of violence we do. A person that actively is a representative for them after they've taken over portions of private property, because Columbia University is a private school. It's not a public school, so there's no way, shape, or form public property that they take over property. The same person that the DOJ or the Department of Justice is saying that they're passing out specific Hamas flyers, and that the law specifically gives an example in the state statute for green card holders that people that support groups like, for example, they actually give an example of the Palestinian Liberation Organization would be someone that is disqualified from green card status because they are, you know, supporting and engaged in terrorist activity just by being a representative. So I think those violent actions, those what he called in his clip, you know, why are we importing people that are a problem, right? Because obviously citizenship versus non-citizenship kind of creates a distinction here. I think all of those things together could very easily, like, they wouldn't necessarily be my position, but very obviously show that these are wildly different comparisons where one could still claim to be for free speech and one could claim, you know, that this person in particular is a problem that is engaged in disruptive, destructive things towards, you know, American culture and private property and violating all of the things that they said that they would do when they signed the green card.
So there's a lot there. The very simple question would be, so if you're talking about, like, for instance, like incitement to violence, then the question would be, okay, well, was he charged with a crime? If we feel like he did a behavior that was criminal, why was he not charged with any crimes for this?
Yeah, I mean, I personally am for, you know, giving the person a trial.
Doesn't matter. We're talking about Asmongold's position, not you personally. But the question would be, if we're going to say, well,
that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant to the whether or not these are disanalogous and whether or not this showcases hypocrisy. This is
I think it's relevant because if you're going to say that. Well, if you're going to say, unless he's trying to say that we can determine who's in, like, for this to be true, his argument would have to be we can determine who's inciting violence or not without relying on a court to do so. But that would be a pretty bizarre claim for an American to make, no?
Again, it's not relevant to whether or not he's a hypocrite in terms of free speech, right? Like whether or not he supports, a green card holder's status and their right to a criminal trial or criminal investigation or habeas corpus, right? One of those things, that would be a different right or a different extant right that you might derive from the government or something. We've moved out of the domain of freedom of speech, and now we've moved in the domain of like the right to a trial, etc. Someone that is a green card holder, not a citizen, is someone that is here, at I guess you could say at the luxury of our state or whatever. I'm a fucking anarchist. I don't think anybody should be deported unless they're proven to do property damage, right? But that's not relevant to whether or not you're trying to call him a hypocrite. That's just adding new layers of things.
Do you think that he would say that he doesn't think that lawful permanent residents are entitled to a trial?
I don't know what he would. I don't know what he.
Well,
would
we have
say
to be able to make an assumption.
right?
Otherwise, then I could. In that case, literally nobody is a hypocrite ever, because I could always invent a fantabulous, fictitious position that would resolve any issue if I can just redefine things at will.
That's not true.
Give me an example. I'll do it. Give me an example. I'll do it.
You're adding a domain that is not what is up for discussion and not what you are critiquing. You're adding new information.
You're
asking
trying
me to guess what they would think in that position. That's not relevant to whether or not you found hypocrisy that you felt you needed to call out.
If I can't make some basic assumptions, you could just say like, oh, well, maybe Asmongold doesn't think that green card holders are humans, so they're not entitled to any rights. And that would be an
it would be equally irrelevant to whether or not you showcased hypocrisy.
Yeah, but if I can't make some basic
assumptions in one and the other.
Yeah, but how could I possibly make any claim of hypocrisy ever if I can't make some basic assumptions about fundamental beliefs as a human being?
You could have a well-reasoned philosophy and apply logic and find a contradiction. You can't find a contradiction. So now you're trying to invent other positions that he may or may not have, so it showcases things that are bad in the situation. You make the claim
I'm just curious.
that he's a hypocrite. So I'm like, why would you do that? I think it's bullshit. I think they're disanalogous. And now I don't want to muddy the water. I want you to nail you down.
We're not muttering the water.
Bullshit.
Can you give me... Sure. I just want an example. Can you give me one example of a thing you think I couldn't find a contradiction in? If I'm allowed to, if you're not allowed to make any base assumption about what somebody thinks, could you give me an example of two positions you think are hypocritical?
Well, you could say A equals not A, right? I don't need to know a single fucking thing about anybody to know that A equals not A, right? I don't need to then add other context to it.
What if I had the context that 1A is written capital and 1A is written lowercase? Therefore, you can have A equals not A.
Well, then you're no longer in the like in the logic.
Well, why would you assume why would you assume the case? Why would you assume the case of each? You didn't say law of identity. You just said A equals A, or A can equal not A.
Yeah, sure. If you would prefer that I say the law of identity as opposed to A equals not A, like again, you're muddying again to go.
No, I'm not muddying. I'm just showing you.
No, you're not showcasing anything. A contradiction exists. You claim that there's hypocrisy, and then in order to try and substantiate,
you just added extras. Do you see how you added extras?
I didn't add a single new thing. You asked for an example.
You said A can't equal not A, and I'm saying, well, what if one is uppercase and one is lowercase? Boom.
A cannot equal not A is just a short-term way of describing the Aristotelian concept of the law of identity. And you could,
I could invoke like paralogics or something if I wanted to.
Excluded middle. Yeah, but you dragged it to this, right? I'm saying, where is the hypocrisy? And you're saying, well, what does he think about habeas corpus? Okay. If he makes a claim about habeas corpus in both of these instances and they contradict, then sure, you found hypocrisy. You found a contradiction. But you can't add a new element to try and invent hypocrisy. Like you made the claim that he's a hypocrite, and then you extrapolated that into a conversation about how conservatives are hypocrites. Once you
Stop saying I'm extrapolating as a conservative. I said I haven't gotten nailed down on anything. Stop trying to do this extrapolating to conservatives. I said I'll talk only about Asmongold. But now you're claiming that I can't claim that he's inconsistent in his beliefs here because I can't assume that he believes that Americans are due process. If I can't make that assumption, then no, I can't. prove that I don't know if he thinks Venezuelans are human. I haven't actually heard him say that. And if you're saying, well, I can't make that assumption, then I can't prove any statement of his being hypocritical or not. There's no way.
Whether or not, no, hold on. This is again. You're trying to make assumptions about what his positions are on whether or not
I'm curious if we were to take a bet. No, this is such a ridiculous claim. Oh my God.
You're sneaking in this concept that like maybe he doesn't believe they're human, which is you're
the one who's saying that he doesn't believe in due process.
Whether or not due process is something that you give to someone that is a green card holder that is suspected of terrorism, right? Is not the same thing.
No, he's not
due
suspected
process.
of terrorism. He's not suspected of terrorism. Why are you saying
in terrorist activity. I apologize.
He's not suspected of engaging in terrorist activity. The claim that I saw was that he was protesting in favor of Hamas. That's all I saw, and there haven't been any criminal charges or anything to support that.
So we can look at the state statute, what is it, 1182, right? That discusses when someone is violated. When
who determines if you violate a statute?
Listen to me. When someone is ineligible for green card status,
it doesn't matter. Who determines that?
I said, we can look at it. We can, you know what I mean?
No, we don't.
I'm not
we
a
don't
lawyer.
determine it.
You're not a lawyer.
Doesn't a jury and a court system, don't you have due process for these determinations? Isn't there arbitration involved?
Again, whether or not, I believe that is probably the appropriate way.
No, why do you see how you're muddying the waters when you just, I believe? I don't care what you believe. We're not talking about what you believe, but we don't make determinations based on what a governor says or what a president says. There's due process. You have to be charged with a crime, or there has to be some arbitration for this. Not just the president makes a tweet, now you're deported.
That is, okay, so again, right. I'm not muddying the waters by making a clarification of a distinction between my position and the position I'm arguing for, right? So that's silly. But moving forward, right, you are saying now that it is an assumption amongst all people that whether or not you can deport someone that is on a green card status, not a citizen, not someone that is either a temporary resident or someone that has some type of visa, right? That they have obligations to fulfill in order to be here as a guest in our nation. And you're saying that they have a right to a trial for deportation, but they're not being imprisoned, right? They're not going to jail. You don't need to charge a crime in order to say that I'm revoking your status,
I understand what you're saying,
here.
But then who's to decide if they've actually done the thing that would have their green card revoked? Who decides that?
Again, this is again.
Wait, you're
where
not
is the hypocrisy? Right, because it's a distraction from the claim that you made.
It's literally paramount. It's who decides if you've violated this. He's not going to answer this question.
Yeah, why would I continue to answer a question that's an aside that is an escape route for you to because I'm accusing you of hypocrisy, and now you're saying let me go through this other thing, and you make a claim of hypocrisy. And then you have to substantiate the claim of hypocrisy.
I already have fully substantiated it. But the only way that you escape that substantiation is by saying, I don't think Asmongold believes in due process for green card holders, which is a ridiculous statement.
It's not a ridiculous statement, number one. Number two, you said there is hypocrisy
what do you think are the chances that Asmongold doesn't support due process for green card holders? Could you just give me an estimate on that? What do you think is the percentage chance that Asmongold would say, I don't think the green card holders get due process in the United States?
So let me recap, and then I'll answer your question, right? So you asked me if there was any way in which there was consistent principles or beliefs in which there wasn't hypocrisy between these two domains. I gave you a fuck ton of evidence as to how these are completely disanalogous examples.
Didn't give any evidence at all, but
yes, I did. I absolutely did. I gave argument. You said there was a lot there, and then you
gave a whole bunch of accusations against the person, but you didn't actually substantiate who determines those allegations. You gave me a bunch of allegations about him supporting Hamas and about him engaging in terrorist activity but who determines that?
Hold on. That is not what's at question here. The question is, of
course, that's what is at question. If he was in a criminal court, if he got held liable for a crime or something,
you're interrupting again. Let me kick your ass again. Calm down for a moment, and then you can refute what I'm saying. Okay, so. you're interrupting to try and go down this hole of due process. Now that is a separate conversation that we absolutely, you and I can debate. We can have conversations about that, and we can maybe even extrapolate and guess what Asmongold thinks about that. But the question is there hypocrisy? You said, are there consistent principles between these? Then I gave you a bunch of ways in which those principles could exist. One of many examples that could be, right? Because you're saying, I can't see any way in which these are not hypocrisy. And then I give you examples of how they could not be hypocrisy. Okay. It is irrelevant as to whether or not the facts of Mahmoud Khalil's deportation, to either determined by a court or not, whether or not those facts remain to be true, whether or not he actually passed that out. That is the claim of the DOJ. Whether or not it is a fact that he spoke in front of Kuhad and lied and said that he wasn't, because I can just show you the video, right? So again, you're saying what is a position where there isn't hypocrisy? I give it to you, and you're distracting by saying that we need habeas corpus and a right to a trial. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but that is in no way, shape, or form evidence of his hypocrisy. It's a new position you're using to escape your argument.
I got you. Do you think that freedom of speech exists or can exist without due process? Or do you think that one of these things assumes the other?
I think freedom of speech I think freedom of speech is an ideal, right? It's a negative right
exist
from the state.
Can you have the negative right of freedom of speech without the negative or positive, depending on right of due process?
I mean, I guess hypothetically you could, but again,
really. So if I can lock you up for any reason without putting you in front of a court, you think you can still have freedom of speech?
This is.
He's going to call it a distraction and not answer. Okay.
Well, no. It's two domains, right? One
it's
is
not.
Yes, it is. It's
not. You like to do philosophy.
Yes,
and you don't care about like structure or anything.
Yeah,
so it's just like this
I like to
endless
engage in truth.
opining and pontificating. It's not truth. It's abstract. I like concepts that aren't related to anything that Asmongold or me are talking about. I'm not running anywhere. I'm right here. My original claim was that Asmongold is using a broad definition of what the First Amendment is when criticizing Europe, but when it comes to the United States, he's willing to say that a lawful permanent resident can be deported without even being formally charged with a crime. There is no possible theory, underlying conceptual foundation by which you can believe in freedom of speech that's so important that an American could tell a European country. That's what you've been doing the entire conversation. Who do you think spoke in more of this conversation? Just curious.
Well,
you have by like 3 times. Exactly. A Gish Gallop is when you named 50 different things that the State Department accused Khalil Mahmoud of doing that had nothing to do with the argument. That was a Gish Gallop, by the way, because you named like 5 different things that had nothing to do with anything we're talking about, okay?
I don't think you know what a Gish Gallop is. You don't know what a Gish Gallop is.
I know what a Gish Gallop is. Thank you.
No, it's when you make a string of accusations as opposed to a cohesive argument.
There's no foundational principled position that you can have that would allow you to criticize European countries for their lack of freedom of speech while supporting the deportation of a lawful permanent resident without any sort of due process. There is no consistent foundation by which you can do that, which is why I say his position is hypocritical.
Okay, so what is due process in this context, right? Because there are two different things, two different situations that we're discussing. And again, like you muddy the water with conservatives, like you muddy the water with saying that there's a hypocrisy.
Very willing to clarify, and I even told you why I use Asmongold as a stand-in for conservatives, because that is the standard conservative belief, and I said I would talk only about Asmongold, but you keep bringing up this bad argument over and over again because you think it strengthens your position, but that's fine.
Yeah. So again, when you're adding in this element of due process, which is not showcased or highlighted in the video, but you're saying it's important that the due process is
I'm not. No, hold on. You're making this such a ridiculous conversation. No sane human being would ever make the argument that you have any freedom of speech without due process. These things go hand in hand with each other.
You have not let me critique what happened like 2 minutes ago, right? What happened like 2 minutes ago before you went on and accusing me of gish galloping and making these arguments, even though I'm making a cohesive argument. These are pieces of evidence that go into one argument as opposed to individuated arguments. There's the difference, right? So the cohesive argument here is that, one, you have to showcase hypocrisy in the words that you are stating. You're adding a new element of due process, which the video evidence that you're showing doesn't talk about whether or not there is a right to due process, number one. But maybe the greater context of the video does. I couldn't find the transcript. Maybe it does. And that would be interesting and maybe relevant, but not to the clip that you posted. Secondly, when you were talking about due process, you are equivocating between due process for people that are charged with a crime and that people then go to jail or are punished for said crime versus
That's
whether
not
or not
true.
someone
There's
deserves
due process. I know that you're unaware of this, but there is due process. There is due process for people who are immigrants. Have to be held
you're
for immigration
interrupting
hearings
me.
as well. Due process isn't just for people being charged with crimes necessarily. There's also due process for immigrants for hearings related to your immigration status.
You are equivocating the necessary element of charging with a crime versus whether or not a green card holder that is a guest in the country can be deported and whether or not they lose their status. These are two different things. Okay, if the Department of, the courts will have to decide this, obviously, right? Neither of us are lawyers. The question is whether or not Asmongold is a hypocrite and whether or not you're just like finding something spicy on Twitter and you're making bullshit arguments as opposed to actually having a substantive disagreement with what he's saying. That's the issue here, right? Because we both have different positions from Asmongold. The question about whether or not due process is the same for criminal acts and whether or not someone that is a green card, a guest in the country, is something entirely different. He doesn't need to be charged with a crime, right? Like maybe he does. I would take that back. Maybe he does need to be charged with a crime, and that's what the judges presume. But that is like 3 degrees of separation on whether or not Asmongold is a hypocrite on the concept of free speech when he thinks hate speech laws in Europe that are like people are getting arrested for tweets is the same thing as a representative for an organization that takes over private property violently is accused, but you say he should have due process. I agree with that as well, but is accused by the Department of Justice of passing out terrorist literature and is not a citizen, is a green card holder.
Accused. So do you think Asmongold would agree with the argument that the government could accuse any green card holder of anything and therefore that person could be deported without any sort of due process?
Again,
your answer is going to be that's irrelevant. You're adding things.
Well, no. My answer, like, if I say it's irrelevant, you'll attack me for that. But then if I say that this is my position, you'll somehow find a way to attack me on that, even though you're asking.
I'm not. Wait.
No. Right, my position is that they should.
No. Wait. I'm not asking you your position. What did I just ask you?
You asked me, do I think that green card holders should have some level of due process?
No. I asked you, do you think Asmongold thinks should green card holders have some level of due process? Or do you think Asmongold would agree with the statement, anybody can be deported if the president accuses you of a crime as long as you're just a green card holder?
I don't know what he believes.
Okay, if you're not willing to engage in a real conversation and you're just trying to approach like a year one philosophy. No, this is a year one philosophy student of like, given the prompt, is there a hypocritical statement? We don't exist in that world. There's a whole body of Asmongold content and political views that I know he has, that Asmongold has, that he's not even going to deny having, that I know he has. And that's what I'm criticizing. I'm not including every single relevant supporting axiomatic statement. What am I lying about?
You're saying that this isn't a specific case when it is. We're talking about a video of him reacting to Mahmoud Khalil. We're not talking about what he feels in terms of like Venezuelan Tren de Agua people.
Yes, of course. That's all being called. What do you think? Yes, of course. That's being called into part of the analysis, part of the hypocrisy. Yes. Of course, is his position on all of these things. Yeah.
You're not showcasing hypocrisy by adding new things and then having us guess on what his positions are.
Nobody has to guess. Everybody understood exactly what was being said. No, nobody disagrees that Asmongold holds any of these positions whatsoever. This is just you.
What are you talking about? So no one disagrees that Asmongold has a specific position on the right of habeas corpus in all examples.
Nobody disagrees that Asmongold would say that if you're an immigrant, you can't just be tossed out of the country because the president accuses you of something. I'm sure he would not. He would never take a position saying that that's the case.
Okay, right, but does that? I mean, sure, you believe that. I don't know that, but that's probably true, right? Like it's a pretty safe assumption, right? So again, there is a substantive difference between the specific case that you were saying is hypocrisy. Now, again, you love to do this apparently. You're generalizing it to his position on all of these other things. We now have to guess what his position is on Venezuelan, deportation of Tren de Agua.
What do you mean?
Or
To make a claim of hypocrisy, to some extent, I have to individualize, or I have to generalize, because if I give a special case for everything, then this goes back to my initial argument that nobody's hypocrisy about anything.
You're saying A and B are two hypocritical positions, and then you're adding C into it to prove the hypocrisy. The fuck are you talking about? That's insane. Like, there is a specific case that we are talking about. We are not talking about all forms of other things. We are not, like, I am not a legal scholar. You are not a legal scholar. Asmongold clearly isn't a fucking legal scholar, right? What we are talking about is whether or not it is hypocritical and anti. Why are you fucking muting me and talking on your own stream? Fucking pay attention.
Well, because I already said how this entire argument would go down before we even spoke, and it's exactly what I thought it was. It's a waste of time. All you're doing is you're taking the text of both of these statements, and then you're analyzing strictly the text of both of these statements, and you're trying to see if we can find like a logic, like capital logic, hypocritical thing between these two statements. And the answer is going to be
looking.
Yes, but now,
I'm
now
looking
you're
for hypocrisy. I'm looking for you to substantiate it, not add new shit.
No one is adding new shit.
You have been this entire conversation.
We're having these in the context of the political beliefs that this person has, and I'm appealing to the hypocrisy that he has relating to his political beliefs and the political ideas that he presents on his stream. Not, can I take these two statements, present them in a vacuum to a year one philosophy student, and see if we can do some propositional logic on them to find a contradiction or not.
Okay.
Nobody's engaged in that secondary thing. If you want to engage in the secondary thing, that's fine, but literally nobody's doing this. Nobody cares about this.
So let's back away from this. I would say that you have failed in the ability to show the hypocrisy or the contradiction. But regardless, we're both tired of this, and it seems like we're going in circles because you won't admit to my framing and vice versa, right? So let's now separate from the Asmongold critique, right, and move into like your third tweet response to me, right, where you said this is your real argument as opposed to like the argument against Asmongold, which is that conservatives as a large group or institution are hypocritical because they have hyper specific things when it's on speech that they like, and that they have hyper broad things when it's things that they don't like, right? So for example, you brought up the Twitter files as an example of like things that they don't like, where you're saying a private company is doing that, and you brought up the idea of like chilling effect in that regard. Where I'm curious as to how you substantiate that, or how that's different from the left, how that is like a right specific thing as opposed to just a general thing of people in politics, is that they tend to be in that they tend to be in that vein, that's how normies are. Why is that a right wing thing?
Why is it a right wing thing that I think that they're hypocritical in terms of what they would defend and what they won't defend for speech?
Yeah, well, so when you move away from the Asmongold critique, right, and you say this is my real argument, I have an issue with, because then you went into like January 6th, and I was like, that has nothing to fucking do, like this is just whataboutism. You're like, hey, no, here's my real argument. My real argument is
how is what I'm doing whataboutism when you're asking me to talk about the Democratic side of things when I'm just critiquing the Republican side of things? Isn't that definitionally you're just looking for hypocrisy now instead of actually wondering if my statement is true or not? No.
The conversation is about hypocrisy. I'm saying that your critique is of the right. I don't necessarily disagree once we get into the domain of the right and there are all these different factions, but I'm saying, why are you bringing this up as like a critique against the right as opposed to just recognizing that this is how normies on Twitter are? Like, do you have a specific like example or thing that you think that this is a problem specifically on the right, or are you muddying the waters because
I think the right is specifically, I think that the right specifically has an issue with this because the right, more than the left, on a number of issues, seems to significantly change their mind depending upon whose behavior is being spoken about, basically implicated.
So you have a positive position, which is that, I mean, I guess you're talking about Trump, maybe, I don't know. I mean, is that fair assessment?
Well, I don't want to give an example. I can give examples, but I feel like if I give examples, you're going to say I'm muddying the waters again. So I don't know. Yes, but I'm talking about MAGA in general. When I'm talking about conservatives, I'm talking about MAGA.
No. It's like, I don't think giving examples is muddying the water or gish galloping, so long as it comes to a central point in your argument, which is not what you were doing before. It's muddying the waters when you use it to subvert from the argument, which was your
Gotcha.
claim
Well, you
of
couldn't
hypocrisy.
understand earlier because you were looking at it as a year one high school philosophy student trying to do prop logic on two statements completely disconnected from the rest of a person's body of work. But I understand that that was the type of argument you wanted to engage in. That's just not what anybody else, I think, in my Twitter sphere is arguing about.
No, I'm just trying to get you to, substantiate your claim. Which is
okay.
that
I'm trying to get you to understand what the argument is, which isn't a basic prop logic analysis between two different statements. But
well, no, the argument is mine, which is that I think it was a bullshit hypocrisy, and I wanted you to substantiate it, and you couldn't.
Yeah, but I didn't know that you were saying
right.
bullshit hypocrisy as per defined as a year one prop logic analysis of the two statements by just their text without taking into account anything else.
These jabs aren't like actually like saying anything.
I'm only jabbing back when you're jabbing. So if you want to keep jabbing, we can go back and forth all night. I don't care. Yeah, if you want to keep saying
like,
the waters and blah blah blah.
Right, you're not saying anything, but it's fine.
I am saying something. I'm saying that the analysis that you're engaged in is boring and nobody cares about it. And clearly nobody thought that that was the analysis that I was engaged in, but you wanted to engage in that analysis, so that's the only point you can actually defend. So.
No, I think it's the truth, right?
I expected it like a political conversation, not a prop logic conversation. If we would have started with by analyzing, if the argument would have been, if we analyze the logic of the two statements, text alone, divorced from any other statement any other party has made, is there hypocrisy here? Then I would say, oh, by that definition, no. But that's literally not what anybody talks about ever when we're talking about hypocrisy, me included.
So let's extrapolate, right?
Sure.
You right. So you want to get out of the domain of logic, right? You're saying he's hypocritical.
Again, that's another jab by saying that I'm being irrational or out of the domain of logic. No, I'm getting out of the domain of formal analysis of prop logic of just two statements. You understand that there are broader arguments to be made that isn't just the analyzing of text in two different statements, right?
Yeah, no, I'm saying you can still make logical, valid arguments. I'm saying getting out of the domain of logic. I mean, specifically attacking it from like its logical consistency and just going into the ideas, right? So going into the ideas, you're from the political philosophy standpoint, you're saying that Asmongold and the right more often has an inconsistent worldview on freedom of speech. Right, that they're for freedom of speech in one domain and they're against freedom of speech in other domains. And you think that this specific example is anti-free speech in some regard? Why do you believe that? In order for there to, if that's where your critique is, why is it anti-free speech to deport a green card holder or to say that we ought to get rid of people like that, which is what he's...
Because I think that typically when you're taking action against people that have already earned some sort of U.S. recognition, like visa or lawful permanent residence, when you're making these decisions in a way that doesn't seem to be viewpoint neutral, then it feels like what you are making these decisions based on is the speech of the party, and the speech of the party, if you're deciding to deport somebody based on their speech, their viewpoint, then that feels like anti-freedom of speech to me.
So, but the argument isn't, right, that Trump, I mean, Trump says stupid shit, right, all the goddamn time, right? So, but you're saying that it feels like it is biased in its selection, right? Because Trump is more pro-Israel and he's getting rid of Anti-Palestinian protesters, right? But the argument
I'm
is,
saying, I'm saying that the deportation claim here doesn't appear to be viewpoint neutral. It appears to be based on the political persuasion of the individual, which I would argue, and the Supreme Court obviously would agree, is not freedom of speech. Because you're making, when I say viewpoint neutral, I mean that the decision isn't being made based on a crime being committed or anything else. It's just being made based on the viewpoint of the speaker.
Okay, so you're saying that we could be following deportation laws as they are, but because he's choosing to exercise those deportation laws against an individual that is politically against him in some way, that this is anti-free speech?
If that's the basis on which he's exercising these laws, yes.
Well, the basis upon which he's exercising these laws, what do you mean by that? His belief system, his bias, etc.? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, it's a political point of view. He's a huge supporter of Israel, and these people were huge supporters of, I guess, Hamas or Palestine, and therefore, because of that, now they're going to be deported because of that.
So in a world where media narratives and 24-hour news cycles, right? I don't know whether or not Trump is consistent. It wouldn't surprise me if he wasn't, right? Consistently deporting violent right-wing green card protesters. I don't know that they're like, I don't know. I can't think of any examples off the top of my head.
Sure. I can't think of examples of like protesters with green cards, but I know for the J6 people, for instance, he pardoned all of those people. So it seems like, and those were people that were accused of and committed crimes. So it seems like we have some viewpoint issues here in terms of who he's supporting and who he's being against.
Well, those are right. But yeah, but there's obviously substantive differences there, right? You know, obviously you could call out the bias. You could have like a certain, you know, hatred for J6, you know, insurrectionists, etc. But you could still recognize that one group are citizens, and we're talking about a pardon and a belief system that these people had already served enough.
Yeah, but they weren't pardoned. But you remember the question was about viewpoint, right? Wait. I understand that, but the question was about viewpoint. J6 pardons weren't done because they were citizens. They were done because they shared his viewpoint.
Well, I mean, I don't know that they were done specifically because they shared his viewpoint. I'm sure that had something to do with it. But I think that he had a belief that they were unjustly persecuted by the previous administration.
But you're not willing, hold on, wait, I just need to hear you say that. You're not willing to admit that the J6 pardons were done because they shared a viewpoint with Donald Trump?
I don't know I don't know whether or not that is true or not, right? Like, I wouldn't do a univariate analysis, but I mean, even still, like, I'm sure it has some overlap. But what I'm talking about specifically,
what do you think was the driving factor? No, wait, if we're not, because we're not going to live in reality. What do you think was the driving, motivating factor?
I'm not living in anti-reality. I'm saying he has a belief about the way that they were punished. That doesn't necessarily mean that he did it because they shared a specific viewpoint with him.
Didn't he literally say that they were unfairly prosecuted? It's super relevant, and this would be
look, we can just say, look, it doesn't matter. For argument's sake, let's say that's exactly why, right?
Okay.
He did it because they're right-wing protesters that agree with him, right? Gotcha. And right, and that's why he did it. It didn't even have anything to do with like his belief that they were unfairly punished or whatever, right? It's purely just because they're right-wing protesters. He's like, I like that shit. I'm going to pardon you. There's still a substantive difference between a green card holder, right, and a pardon for U.S. citizens that have served some level of time in either in jail or in fines, etc. Right? Like, these are obviously two different things, right? So the thing that I'm saying is that if we're trying to find hypocrisy or this chilling effect, right? Like, you're really, really stretching that. Like, the chilling effect here is that this one.
Do you think that green card holders don't have rights in the United States? Do you think they don't have like First Amendment rights or anything? Or
it depends. I mean, what position do you want me to take? An internal critique or my own, right? Because I would say rights are natural.
No, legally in the United States right now, we're illegally. Do you think that green card holders don't have First Amendment rights in the United States of America?
They do and they don't, right? They have freedom of speech and legally, right? But they also have, pursuant to the green card application, they do have things that they can't say and behaviors that they can't engage in, right? So that was the state statute 1182. So like, sure, they have that right, but then there are things that they're disqualified from, certain activities.
Correct. Okay. So unless it's specifically called out, we would say that this is probably a right that's afforded to them, right? Except for in cases where there might be a specific carve out in law. We would say they do have First Amendment privileges in the United States, unless it's like specifically called out in some law or something.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of fucking laws that deal with this. Even 1182 is like fucking like 100 pages if you go to house.gov. If you want to look at like the disqualifying terrorism stuff, you want to Control F for like representative. That's where you'll find most of that stuff. But yeah. So like that, I'm fine with that. You would assume that they have some First Amendment right, legally speaking. Again, I'm not a constitutional scholar, and my theory on rights is natural rights, right? Not pursuant to the state. But yeah, that's fine. So you're like, in order to say like the media highlights this specific example, right? The media is always loves a Trump scandal, and Trump gives them out like fucking daily, like candy, right? And so the claim is that Asmongold, or that conservatives in general, are hypocritical for being for the deportation of a green card holder. And then we get into this domain of like, well, it's the habeas corpus. Do they have a right to a trial to prove these things? Or is it a chilling effect that the president can make accusations and that the Department of Justice can make accusations and then kind of like deport them without some form of trial, and that then extrapolates to every green card holder that wants to protest peacefully? Is that the argument there?
I guess, sure. To be clear, just on one quick thing, due process doesn't have to necessarily mean like a criminal trial. There could be some other sort of arbitration,
Yeah,
like,
no, I made that.
like immigration courts. But okay, sure, okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, like due process due process is going to be defined by like a whole fucking like so much common law, right? And it's going to be dependent upon the situation in general, right? So the mere accusation is wrong. Now that's been stopped by the courts, right? And so like I guess if your critique is not of Asmongold, right, but your critique is of those elements of the right that are like super fashy and that are like,
I don't know how
fuck
wait,
this.
just real quick, 'cause I don't know why we keep going back and forth this. The reason why I critique Asmongold is because I feel like he embodies all of those viewpoints of the right. That if you watch his content,
where's your
if
evidence
you watch his
that he
content, he's
embodies
constantly
right.
Because if you watch his content, he overwhelmingly agrees that he. I'm sorry, I don't know if we have a lag or thing.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, do you have any evidence that he disagrees with any form of due process for anyone, and that like a claim is enough, or do you just kind of vibe it, like you think that there's like a certain vitriol on one side?
I don't think I don't think that he would have that thing. I think he would say that some due process is important, which is why I made the appeal to hypocrisy, because I think if this was a different type of issue, I think that he would have a different position on it. If somebody said, we're going to deport immigrants who were protesting in favor of the stolen immigration theory, and we're going to say that their protests were supporting the J6 protesters who were a violent group, and now we're going to start deporting them, I think conservatives would all of a sudden become incredibly First Amendment conscientious, saying that, no, you have a right to protest and blah, 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 blah. That's where the hypocrisy claim comes from.
I don't disagree that some segment of the right would have that opinion. Like some segment.
Just to be clear, we massively disagree if that's your statement, because I don't think it would be some portion. I think it would be a vast majority, like 70% plus would have this position of MAGA. But just
so you think 70% position of MAGA? So MAGA is already like a portion of the right.
MAGA is like 90% of the right, I would say. It's the people who voted for Trump, basically.
Okay, so you would define MAGA as the people who voted for Trump, which is what, like 40% of the country?
Yeah, I guess I'm defining it because I'm defining it that way so that when we say conservative, we don't just mean like conservative beliefs worldwide or something.
I disagree, but I have as much evidence as you do, right? Which is like not very much, right? That like 90% of everyone that voted for Donald Trump would radically shift from the perspective of like green card holders don't need due process if they're accused of violent crimes. But then if we put the shoe on the other foot, let's say pro-Israel, well, actually pro-Israel is a bad idea because that's kind of special because a lot of right wingers hate Israel.
Sure, my evidence for that, I would just point to a ton of other positions that they'll take completely contrary views on, depending on if it's right or left. And I would just extrapolate it to this pretty simply, and I could probably run through thought experiments with any conservative. And
right. But when you say they, right, like the right isn't a monolith, the left isn't a monolith.
They are.
MAGA's not a monolith.
MAGA is monolithically in support of everything Trump says. Yes, it's one of the big problems we have right now in this country. Of the major positions.
But like so your evidence of the hypocrisy is that you believe that the MAGA are sycophants that would simply go along with what Trump says, regardless of the circumstances. And that's your argument? Like this is so many degrees of separation of you like proving some hypocrisy. It sounds like you're just making accusations and oversimplifications against the right, which is what I accused you of doing in the beginning, because I said that that's just a bullshit critique and that you're not actually making a substantive claim. And then I think that these cases are wildly different and you can disagree, which I said in my original post, with deporting Mahmoud Khalil. And I said that you could disagree with like him not getting trial. Right? That's the very first thing I said is you can disagree with the deporting and recognize that these are substantively different cases, that praying outside of an abortion clinic or mean tweets is not the same thing as the Department of Justice claiming that someone has terrorist links, is passing out terrorist literature. We've seen them call for violence to violent groups. They were a representative for a group that took over private property and that they were formerly members of UNRWA and that this is someone that they want to get rid of.
All of those things don't apply to him, so I don't know why we just added all that stuff. But
all of those things apply to Mahmoud Khalil, which is the case we're talking about.
Yeah, but these are just things that have been said. Like there's no process by which, like this goes back to an argument. It's like or my argument is that without
it doesn't
due
matter what
process,
they're saying. You're saying they're hypocritical for these things, right? Like I already said again that you could agree that he deserves a trial. You could agree that like the deportation is necessarily wrong. But what I'm saying is that these are wildly different cases, and calling this out is like hypocrisy because conservatives or Asmongold
don't
are
disagree
against
that they're
mean
wildly
tweets
different.
going to
I don't
jail
disagree.
versus
I don't
what they
disagree.
consider
I
to be
don't
violent
disagree.
protesters.
I don't disagree that these are different cases, but I'm making a prediction for what their position would be if the person was protesting a different type of idea. That's the whole point.
Right, so you're vibing out what you think they would be in a different situation, and
Yeah,
thus
welcome
they're
to
hypocrites.
political analysis. It's not just all
It's
logic
not
analysis
political.
of simple statements. This is not the world of politics where you just here's a question, and I know you're not going to answer because you're going to say it's not
right? Like,
relevant.
it's
The
silly.
question is, no, it's not hypocritical. As in, can we find some logical disunion between the text of two statements? Nobody speaks that way in the real world. I'm sorry, but here's a
that's
question.
one of the
Is there a
domains of
single-
argument.
is there
I proved you
is there
wrong in
a-
that,
Is there
and then
a
we moved
single?
into
You
the
didn't
more
prove me
general.
wrong there. You proved that you weren't able to follow the conversation. Can you give me a single example where you feel like the Republicans have broken from Trump in a significant way besides the vaccine, I guess?
Okay, so besides the big thing that they were against on that and the AI.
Well, no, because I would argue with you there. The reason
right,
why they
so-
broke with him on the vaccine was because of his other bad information on the disease and stuff. I would say they were following him, but it was a statement that he issued prior to the vaccine being released. So besides that, can you give a single thing where they've broken with Trump on?
Yeah, so I think most of MAGA was pretty upset when he did that deal with OpenAI and connected those. I think they're right, like when he had said that there was, what was it, like 50 billion or something. They're very upset about that. I think there are tons and tons of factions.
Who was upset about this? What? Yeah. Give me a single large conservative figure that was upset about this.
Okay, yeah, sure. Well, give me a second. I'm not here.
Sure.
Wasn't necessarily looking for OpenAI deal Trump. Let's see if we can find some stuff on right, the $500 billion in AI investment. So let me see if we can do a search through like X or something on OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank. Probably just find something. So we'll go to the search. Advanced search, we're looking for any of these words. And then we'll put them in quotes. Sorry, give me just a second. I'm looking for you so we can see exactly which big guys were upset. Let's see. X search function sucks these days anyways. Fuck, it's my people. Razor Fist.
I mean, I wouldn't even.
Libertarian.
Sure, and I wouldn't even say this isn't even like a big
shit.
issue. Like of all the things that Trump has done, like this one thing is not even like a huge
Mike
talking point.
Benz,
But I don't remember
Mike
any.
Benz was pretty upset about it, right? That's the guy that like is the big USAID guy on the right after his Joe Rogan stuff. Let's see who else mentions it. Danny Can Talk, right? He has an issue with it. Oh, that's one of my people. I thought he was bigger than that. Let's see. Dude, my algorithm is full of so many fucking libertarians, right? Ian Carroll, right? But obviously you would you think that he's outside of like MAGA because he's too like anti-Israel or something? OpenAI, nope, that's something else. Looks like, see if I can find the rabbit hole on it.
Do you not think that Trump pushes like a sort of like rabid devotion to him in a way that's pretty unique in politics over the past? Like...
Undoomed. It's like he's only got like 70K followers. Yeah, I mean, like we can move on to a different example if you want. It's fine. I mean, like I'm not finding a ton of it. This was off the top of my head. Like, what does something piss people off? This is what I remember. Maybe it's because I'm in more of a libertarian space. It's mostly libertarians pissed off about it. Anti-COVID.
Sure. I would say that probably the biggest issue, the biggest divide recently was probably on the H-1B stuff, but even that basically went away and nobody's changed their position on Trump as a result of it. I think that Trump probably demands a more sycophantic like obsession and more like ideological orthodoxy among his followers than any other politician, even in the conservative movement, but especially on the liberal or leftist side. Like,
Well,
I think that's a pretty.
I don't know about demands, but well, I guess if you mean
demands, when I say demands, I mean that
passively. Yeah,
what?
Yeah.
No, actively. As in, like if a news reporter says something mean about him, he'll tweet that person needs to be fired, or if a politician goes against him, he'll say that person needs to be primaried and kicked out of the party.
Right,
or
like Thomas Massey, right, for not going along with his spending bills, right, because like he's like, hey,
sure, or any news reporter that says anything mean about him or questions him on anything like critical, like all of these statements are.
Yeah, so I mean, like I do think that MAGA has obviously had instances where they've been pissed off at Trump, but I do agree that there is a cult of personality and a little bit more of like a sycophant kind of relationship between a populist candidate, obviously, right, and who's a president, as opposed to some of the more boring kind of candidates we've had in the past. And that conversation does get a little less, has been a little bit more radical, and there has been more tribalism, right? But I fail to see the connection that, you're saying they're hypocritical on free speech, and specifically, and we can get out of the case of Mahmoud Khalil because like the case is just so egregious that like if all the things the DOJ says are true, it's kind of like an open and shut case that like that guy.
Well, hold on. If that was let's just say for 1 second, if that was a U.S. citizen, would anything they have done been wrong?
Well, I mean, I think it probably would be like misdemeanor crimes, right? Like, because obviously, like taking over public property, like there was like instances where people were like, like push, like yelling at Jews.
Sure, let's say that I even grant you that, and I don't know if he was personally implicated this, but let's say they grant you that. Or go ahead, hold on.
Well, yeah. Well, the other thing that like it would certainly merit investigation if you have someone that is, speaking at these events. That's certainly like I think they might be interested with his connections with the UN. Was it WRA, RWA? I can never remember the acronym. It's fine.
Sure.
Like he could be an intelligence asset. It could be these other things, but those would require investigations, right? And,
let's say that what you just said was true. Okay, and let's say that we would qualify for misdemeanor crimes. Okay, let's say that was true, and let's say we could even get convicted on it. Not that he has to be, but let's say he could. Do you think the idea of deporting somebody for what's essentially a misdemeanor crime, if they're a green card holder, does that bode well, or does that bode incredibly poorly for the concept of freedom of speech in the United States?
I think it has very limited impact because of the specifics of the case, right? I mean, there's like he would be
not the specifics of this case. I'm saying broadly speaking, if you could deport somebody for what you're saying are essentially like misdemeanor crime. Go ahead.
Right. So again, like the state abuses its authority all the fucking time, right?
I'm not asking for a libertarian analysis.
You stop interrupting me and let me make the position or the claim and answer your question, I should say. So again, if we go through an investigation and we find that he has terrorist links and that he's pushing out, Hamas literature and that he's, potentially has other links or, is soliciting funding or something like that could be a much, much more serious thing, but that would require an investigation. If you could deport someone purely for, let's say, jaywalking and, I don't know, keying a Tesla once, etc. The question is would that have some large chilling effect? That's a psychological thing, right? Like the measurement of chilling effect is psychological.
I'm not talking about, I don't know if you meant keying a Tesla because it was specifically the Tesla brand, but I'm talking about a non-viewpoint neutral law where I could come out and say, I support the IDF, you're fine. I support the UK, you're fine. I support Ukraine, you're fine. I support Hamas, you're out of here. That's not a viewpoint neutral assessment of who should be deported from this country. Don't you think that is a bad thing for the concept of the freedom of speech?
So you're saying that it's bad that some organizations that are terrorist organizations would be labeled a terrorist organization for the purposes of revoking green card status. That would be negative for the country if we started deporting people from our country that are guests here because the United States or the intelligence apparatus, etc., had determined that they had links to terrorist organizations, and that's chilling for free speech. You're
mixing so much in here. Links to terrorist organizations is way different than just protests in favor of.
Okay. Sorry. So not necessarily a link to terrorist organizations, just supporting terrorist organizations as a green card holder. That it would have a chilling effect if they were supporting terrorist organizations. And so we got to make sure that we don't deport people for supporting, let's say, ISIS when they're invited here as guests and they write a contract.
I don't know why you keep saying invited here as guests. They're lawful permanent residents. They've gone through a process. They're not just here by invitation. But
like presumably, right? Like I'm more open borders, right, than the right wing would be.
I'm not talking about open borders or anything. I'm just saying it's weird to say invited here as a guest. Maybe you can make that argument for a visa holder, maybe, but they're lawful permanent residents. They've got green cards. It's an extensive process to qualify for that.
But they're not citizens, right?
Well, why wouldn't you say a citizen is here as a guest? If a lawful permanent, I mean, they can go through a process as well to become a citizen, right?
Because there's a distinction between being granted citizenship and a distinction between lawful permanent residence.
Yeah, but as a citizen, if a green card holder is just a guest, then why isn't somebody who applies for and gains citizenship? Why aren't they also a guest?
Well, okay, so because there are differences in the behavior and things that change whether or not a green card holder versus a citizen, can lose their status. A citizen isn't tautological.
I'm not asking what the law is. I'm asking why there ought to be a philosophical distinction between this word guest. This isn't a word found in law. This is just a word you're using. I'm just curious why you're calling a green card holder a guest, but like a citizen who.
I'm using the word guest because their status in the country is pursuant to an agreement that they made, right? So a guest comes into your home, right? And the moment that a guest comes into your home and they start acting wild, acting a fool, they refuse to take their shoes off, whatever it is, you can kick them out of your home. But if someone is living in your home and has signed the lease, right, then that's a little different. Now you would say,
do you think that a green card holder is more akin to signing a lease, or is more akin to just a guest in your home? Keep in mind the name is lawful permanent resident.
Yeah. So actually, I'll continue the analogy a little better, right? So let's say a visa holder would be like a guest that's not on the lease, right? And then a green card holder would be someone that is on the lease, right? And then you, the citizen, would be the owner of the home. You as the owner of the home can't just be kicked out of your home unless you violate like some crazy crime and you go to jail, right? You go murder somebody for some reason. But the guest, if you will, if you want to say like it's not a guest, it's a green card holder, you don't like that word, that's fine, right? But the green card holder, if he violates the lease, right, because he signed an agreement that he would behave and do certain things to be there, now we can evict that person. Now, you see what I'm saying? So there obviously would be a difference between a citizen and a green card holder here. And that difference is that a green card holder has certain actions that they're not allowed to engage in and has certain things that they need to do in order to maintain their status.
Yeah, so I think it's not the worst analogy ever, but I think that I would say that a citizen is somebody who owns their home, and I would say a lawful permanent resident is probably somebody who has like a mortgage, right? Because once you're a lawful permanent resident, you have it forever, unless you do one of a handful of actions that can get it revoked. And generally, LPR is your journey to citizenship. So.
Not all of us are millionaires with mortgages, okay? Most of us are renters in poor destiny, all right? But yeah,
just an analogy,
that's fine. I mean, it's fine, but the problem is that the reason I'm using a lease is because there are certain behaviors and rules that you can't break that would not apply to a citizen, right? There are ways in which you can lose your green card. Well, this
I agree
is
with that.
potentially
but
one
I
of
think,
them.
Sure, I think that it would be okay if those behaviors were limited to the narrow subset of behaviors that we would probably imagine this act was created for. So, for instance, providing material support for terrorist groups is probably a thing that.
I mean, like you can disagree with the law, right? But like if you read 1182. Let me. If you want the link,
I know you're going to do the super narrow reading of the law. I understand.
No. It's actually. I'm not going to do a super narrow. I promise. Right? They give an example.
I'm familiar with the law. I know. I'm familiar with the law. I understand. We've read it as well, right?
For the audience's sake, right? They give an example of what would be considered engaging in terrorist activity to make it clear, right? To just kind of give you an example. And the example they give is an alien who is an officer, official, representative, or spokesman of the Palestinian Liberation Organization is considered for purposes of this chapter to be engaged in terrorist activity. Now, when we're talking about Muhammad Khalil, right, we're talking about someone who is a representative for this group who is accused, we don't know for sure.
Well,
right,
wait a second. Hold on. Wait. First of all,
passing out Hamas literature.
Yeah. So I think that the issue that you run into is when this law was created, the concept of what a terrorist was a lot more narrow in that we typically weren't referring to state actors. So if we were to apply this as the law was written, where you have like somebody supporting, like Al-Qaeda or something like that.
Give an example. Use Palestinian Liberation Organization, PLO.
Okay,
Hamas is obviously
PLO,
worse than PLO, right?
Sure, but the PLO wouldn't apply anymore. So that I'm guessing this law was written in the 60s or 70s. When was it written? If the PLO is called out.
Text contains I don't know when this specific clause of it was written, right?
Okay, if it's calling out the PLO when they were a terrorist organization, sure. If it was probably that example, my guess is that example is coming from the 60s or 70s when the PLO was legitimately just a terrorist organization, right?
I mean, that's a guess. But even the PLO, when they're engaged in the Black September in Lebanon and when they're trying to kill people in Jordan, right? Let's take the most extreme example. I don't know why you're saying it probably is that, but maybe it is. Right?
Okay, I didn't even finish my reason. Okay, the issue that we run into today is that there are groups that are designated as terrorist groups that are also the de facto governments of places, and that represents that's a significant problem.
That would because be now PLO and Hamas as well, right? They would both be that under almost all of PLO's time. They would be comparable to Hamas as de facto representatives of the government, right? So the example they give is one that meets the criteria that you're saying. So there's no contradiction, there's no issue there.
I don't agree with that. I think that.
What do you don't agree with that? As a PLO, who was in charge?
When the PLO,
was this written right after the Nakba?
When the PLO, well, that's why no, it wouldn't have been because the PLO I don't think formed until the 60s. That's why I'm asking if this was in the 60s or earlier. But the reason
they would have been the
why,
representatives the entire time for the Palestinians in those negotiations.
Okay.
So it just doesn't apply, right?
Yeah, I don't know. What other? Yeah, I don't know he has no desire to. I don't know what to say.
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
can you give a period of time since the PLO?
No. The example that I'm giving you won't let me finish. I'm just going to keep talking until I get my whole point out. The example that I'm giving you is that right now we have an issue where where state actors are designated terror groups. Okay, if somebody were to say I'm going to designate the IDF as a terror group, I think that rightfully there are people in this country that go, well, hold on, can I not even protest in support of Israel without being claimed to support terrorism because the IDF is Israel's official military arm? And I think that they would have a good argument there. I would say, well, it seems like it would be a misuse of this act to criminalize or at least make deportation worthy the idea of protesting in support of an entire state. In Gaza, the state, the administrative body for Gaza, the Gaza Strip, is Hamas. So it's interesting that Hamas, the state government of the Gaza Strip, can be entirely declared as a terrorist group because that means you basically cannot protest in support of the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip without being worried about being deported. And I think that anybody that actually cares about freedom of speech or the concept of protest or protesting the people in power, which is what the First Amendment was written for, was arguably there to protect more than anything else at all, can now be deported for protesting in support of a state of people because that state is also declared arbitrarily by the executive, by the way, because they can declare anybody a terrorist, as a terrorist group. I think that is problematic. I think that line of logic is incredibly simple and easy to follow. And I think that anybody that thinks that freedom of speech is important, especially viewpoint neutral laws like deporting people because they've done a bad act, not just because of who they support, that's an important concept to protect. That people shouldn't be deported just for supporting a state that the government doesn't currently like. That's my point.
Okay, so would you consider Hamas to be a terrorist organization? Yes or no?
For the purposes of this law, no. For the purposes of this law, no.
So Destiny does not believe that Hamas is a terrorist organization. Do you believe that?
Are you really going for clips? What do you think the age of consent should be if there's no government? Like, we can play for clips if you want. The problem is Hamas a terrorist organization? What a terrorist organization even is. What a terrorist organization even is.
I don't do that.
What a terrorist organization even is it's not even like a thing that's internationally like rigidly defined. Okay? Does Hamas commit terrorist? Does Hamas commit terrorist acts? Yes, of course they do. And I'm not going to sit here and say that they don't. Would I call them terrorists? I probably have. But insofar as would I consider them a terrorist group for protesting? Well, probably not. That's the de facto government of the Gaza Strip. And it seems weird to label people that protest in support of the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip as terrorists to be deported from the country. I think that's that's not a viewpoint neutral distinction.
There's a lot here, right? So your
claim
it's pretty
is simple. There's not a lot there.
No. You can. Is it impossible to, let's say, protest in support of Palestinian liberation, if you will, right, as a phrase, without supporting Hamas? Is that possible?
It might be. Theoretically, it is. But would I rely on the government to make that distinction?
Theoretically, I cannot go grab a sign that says "Free Palestine, fuck Hamas." Like, I can't think Hamas is bad for Palestine.
You could do that, yeah.
Right. So you don't need to protest in support of any specific state government in order to support the liberation of its people out or out of war, correct?
You don't need to do that. But if the government has made supporting Hamas a deportable offense, am I going to risk championing the state of Hamas, which is what the Gaza Strip is? Why would you risk that? How can that not have an incredibly chilling effect on speech and what people feel comfortable protesting if they're lawful permanent residents?
So this is the issue. You know, the very issue that you accused conservatives of is what you're doing now, right? Which is the broad interpretation of the concept of chilling effect, right? You're saying that there's a chilling effect that if the government deports someone that's handing out Hamas material, that, you know, assuming the accusations are true, right? That's handing out material
hold on.
directly from Hamas.
Let me just hear this. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I understand. This is my question.
Yeah, I'll wrap it up. I'll wrap it up in a nice little bow, right? You're saying that if they deport someone that is, you know, handing out material directly from Hamas propaganda, right, that they are engaged in destruction or control of private property, right, and that they are a representative in those, and that they lose their green card status, that there will be a chilling effect on other people doing nonviolent protests that aren't in.
I don't know why you're
adding
violent. I'm not answering your question because you keep adding things. Violent, nonviolent. That's not what we're talking about. It has nothing to do with the laws written. Can you acknowledge you just added that for no reason?
It does. I added it for a very distinctive reason, right?
There's a
substantive difference.
So are you claiming that if they were supporting Hamas in forms of protest, but they weren't violent, that this current act wouldn't allow for them to be deported?
No, I'm claiming that those are two separate things that would both be bad, right? And
okay,
so
we're not talking about things that are bad. That's not a question. I'm asking you: would you be allowed to be deported? Would you be deported if you supported Hamas in a nonviolent protest under the current law?
It doesn't.
Would you
matter.
be deported if you supported Hamas in a nonviolent protest under the current law?
I'm going to explain in context, right? You're gonna
say yes or no, and then explain in context. Say yes or no, and then explain in context.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
And the
so
context,
the violent, nonviolent doesn't matter. Yeah.
The violent, nonviolent does matter, and the reason that it matters is that when you are claiming a specific case that has those elements, right? The violent thing is a disqualifying thing for their green card, and so would the Hamas support.
But the violent thing is not disqualifying. Hold on,
so
the violent thing would not be disqualifying. If I protested in a violent protest supporting BLM and I was a lawful permanent resident, would I get deported? No, so it's not. So the violent thing doesn't matter at all.
Do you know that for a fact, or do you know that for a fact, or are you just saying that because?
Yes, because the Aliens Act only calls out for acts of terrorism or supporting terrorist groups. It's not about you can't get deported for misdemeanors in the United States. That's an insane proposition, and everybody should agree with that.
Well, there's a couple of distinctions here, right? So I don't know whether or not that is illegal, but that is still a substantive difference when you were talking about opinion, right? When you were talking about whether or not somebody is hypocritical in comparing.
We're not talking about the hypocritical thing. We're only talking about the chilling effect. Okay, I'm going to go back and I'm going to ask my question because you're trying to avoid the chilling effect.
I'm not avoiding the chilling effect. Going right to it right now. When you were talking about a chilling effect, you were talking about a psychological effect that occurs, right, where individuals feel the need to self-censor in fear of repercussion. Okay, and so the violent aspect or the takeover of public property, right, is a degree of separation from what you would consider to be lawful protest, right? Under the First Amendment, you have
that's
the
not
right
relevant
to
at all. I don't know why you're bringing this up.
It absolutely is, because if you're talking about
it's not because you won't get deported if you do it for BLM. If an LPR were to do this in support of BLM, they wouldn't get deported. So I don't know why you're bringing this up.
That's not the. I'm explaining it to you. The explanation here is when you're talking about a fucking chilling effect, you are talking about individuals that are engaged in First Amendment free speech protest, okay? You have the right to peaceable assembly. You don't have the right to take over private property, bar people entry from certain walkways and areas. That is a that is not protected under the First Amendment. Just because that isn't a necessary element of the deportation.
I don't know why you're bringing this up. Nobody disagrees with this. Yeah, because you don't have a right to obstruct.
Because you critiqued me and explaining the substantive difference between people that are peacefully protesting, not in support of a terrorist organization, but instead in support of liberation of a people and against the state, versus this specific example. And I'm bringing up the fact that it's not peaceable assembly because that would be a difference in someone peacefully protesting. And the more degrees of separation there are from one case case to the individual, the less likely there is to be a chilling effect. If I see somebody that is violent, that is passing out literature for a terrorist organization,
I don't know,
that is
like
saying
half
that
of this answer
violence
is
is
irrelevant.
justified,
This is such
it's
a
not
simple thing.
irrelevant. I just explained how it's not irrelevant. That there are
Okay,
degrees of separation that changes the effect of chilling effect.
If you think that you can be deported just for supporting Hamas, okay, without being violent, without engaging in any violence, if you can be deported just for supporting Hamas, do you think that that would create a chilling effect on people
Well, you
who
can't
want
be
to
deported.
protest?
I don't think you can be deported for that. I think you have to be a representative, which he was.
No, it's literally just for supporting, and it's left in a very vague manner in this law. If you could be deported just for, well, let's assume, okay, if you could be deported just for supporting.
I think to make the connection to terrorist activity, it has to be that way. Like he has to be either an officer or a representative. He was a representative of QAD, which was engaged in terrorist activity.
He was a representative according, but you don't care about due process, so that doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, you can just like due process or not, you can just see, right? He gave speeches at QAD. He claimed like he was there in front of them giving interviews. He was. QAD is Columbia University Apartheid Divestment or Divest.
And that's a terrorist organization in the United States?
I didn't say that was a terrorist organization. I said they were engaged in terrorist activity. Okay, when you are
terrorist
taking over
activity?
If you are taking over private property, right, for a political goal, then you're engaged in the destruction and seizure of private property for a political goal. Like it doesn't get more
terrorism
than that. That's terrorism.
Is that a criminal charge as defined by who?
Well, I'm I don't know if it's meeting a specific legal doctrine in this one. Again, I'm not.
Well, you just gave me a definition like it was a legal definition. I don't even know you get charged for like that. Terrorism?
No, I'm saying the.
Oh wait. Actually, no. I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you. No, wait. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I'll agree with you. Okay, let's say that I agree with you. Then fine. We determined that that's terrorist activity. Do you think that it would cause a chilling effect of you going out and supporting a group like the Palestinians if you could be deported for something like that? Do you think that people would think twice about going out and being a part of a protest if you could get deported if they determined that the protest had become a terrorist protest?
Yeah, I do think that there's like this distinction of like, where they say like if there's a Nazi flag at a protest, then it's a Nazi rally, right? And it's like, was I even there? Did I even see that? Like, I do think that there could be some level of like fear in that, right? Like there definitely could be.
Well, that's my whole argument. Then what do we disagree on?
Well, I mean,
like for green card holders.
Again, like any action is going to cause some level of chilling effect. That's deterrent.
That's fine. Right? That's good. For instance, criminal laws should hopefully create a chilling effect on crime, but we don't want to have a chilling effect on viewpoint, right? On somebody expressing a certain point of view.
But the problem is that you're consistently comparing like a downstream effect, a chilling effect on things that are disanalogous to the individual in question, right? Like if I
this isn't about the individual in question. It's about the law in question. And it's not just him who's been deported now. There's other people that have been implicated in this. But I'm talking about the law as we're treating it with respect to this individual and then brought into the population. How would this not create a chilling effect if you think you could be deported because you go to a protest supporting the wrong group of people?
Right. If you have that opinion, you probably got that opinion by like, I don't know, watching somebody like you that's making that disanalogous connection, but they're not the same thing. If you're arresting somebody,
or you're looking at a guy like this Khalil Mahmoud who's literally being deported without being formally charged with anything, and it's just the word of an organization against his word.
Right. I totally agree that the judge is correct in saying like, look, there needs to be due process to prove these claims. Right. But what we're saying here, right, and again, what I'm saying is you're saying that there will be a chilling effect if someone is engaged in behavior in one way and then on people that are engaged in similar behavior, right? So when you say someone shows up to a protest, they're not a representative, right? They're not a representative while the protest is actively engaged in seizing of private property for their political goals. And then, of course, they're not a representative of this organization giving speeches where they're condoning violence as a leader of this group, right? And they're not a representative that is accused. We don't know, like that. Oh, that's why I agree with a due process here on whether or not they're passing out literature from Hamas and all that is a wildly different thing than you as a green card holder. Let's say you're from Egypt or
I
maybe you're a
understand what you're
Palestinian
saying. You're
refugee,
laying out
whatever,
all of these.
and then
You're laying out
giving
all
a
these
protest.
requirements, but nobody is saying that you have to do all of these things to be deported. Nobody's saying you have to engage in every single action that he engaged in to be deported. They're just saying you have to support a terrorist organization. But then why do you keep listing all of these where you're like, well,
because you're claiming that there is a chilling effect in regards to this case, or let's say a separate case.
So you think there is no, wait, no, Heather. Oh my God, you talk so much. So then let me just hear you say clearly.
Why I'm just
if
so
he gets
busy
deported
correcting
for this, you're not correcting me. You're just giving the most irrelevant raps or yaps ever. Holy shit. You think that if the government is able to deport this person with no due process whatsoever because of just the claims the government has made about him, you don't think that would create a chilling effect on other nonviolent and innocent protesters who aren't doing any type of terror? You don't think that would create a chilling effect on them at all?
So I'm not like a seer, right? But I do think
you can't even make a reasonable inference whatsoever. Holy shit! Conservatives always do this game of like, I can't read his mind, I can't tell the future, I can't. Holy fuck! Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remain consistent, right? It's not that crazy.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, I mean, I get that you don't like my style of talking. I'm not as entertaining as you. I get it, dude. Like, you're super famous because you're better at like
no, it has nothing.
getting to
It's
the
just
point,
that
maybe, right? Like maybe I'm too verbose,
getting to
right?
the point. Yes.
Okay, right.
Yes,
but I'm
yes,
trying to have the actual conversation, and
you're not having. You're having your own. You're fighting shadows right now. I don't know. The conversation is much more simple than you're trying to make it.
I don't think I'm fighting shadows. I think we'll look back and you'll see that there's a lot there. But again,
sorry, hold on. Just to explain why the whole recent yap was irrelevant. Okay, imagine that did you follow the case of Ahmaud Arbery at all?
I couldn't like I mean like on the news, but like I didn't like.
Let's
watch
assume
the
that what
court
I'm saying is true. Okay,
proceedings or
Ahmaud Arbery was jogging. Supposedly, he went into a building that people say was under construction. Some people accused him of robbing from there without good evidence, and then they drove down and then they killed him. Okay, and then let's say that the judge looked at it and they said, you know what? I think that vigilantism, when you suspect people of doing a crime, I think that that's actually okay in this circumstance, and you allow those people to walk. And then let's say I come out and I say, well, hold on, don't you think this creates a bad effect in a community where anybody can hunt somebody down and kill them through vigilantism? Don't you think that would be a bad thing for the community? And then you counter, well, if this person was jogging more than a mile away from their house, and if this person was going into a building that was under construction, and if and you start laying out all of the aspects of the Ahmaud Arbery case, I would go, well, hold on. We're not talking about as applied to this very specific case. We're talking about the rule that's now being crafted and it's being cited because they didn't say you had to have all these qualifications to be deported before. These arguments that you're giving about him passing out literature and speaking in front of LUFA or whatever the fuck else, all this shit, the government isn't saying he had to have done all of these things to be deported. They're just saying you have to protest in support of a terrorist organization and that you can be deported. So you don't think that creates a chilling effect on people? I think it's a very obvious answer that, yeah, of course,
first of all,
this makes people incredibly fearful to protest in support of, say, Palestine.
Okay, so again, there's God, man, you have so many layers where you're muddying things, man. You really do. Like again,
explain one thing that I just muddied. Wait, wait. You just said I'm muddy.
I'm doing
explain
it right
one
now.
thing that I just muddied.
I'm doing it right now. Calm down. So first case, right? Ahmaud Arbery in this situation, and you're utilizing the chilling effect. The examples you're giving are criminal cases, as opposed to people
that's not relevant. That's not relevant. That it's criminal. The point is that you don't have to have every single behavior.
You don't have a right. Do you or do you not have a right to green card status under U.S. law? Do you have a right to a visa?
If you meet the qualifications for it, then yeah, I guess, yeah.
Where are you getting that it is a right? It's a privilege. It's a privilege. Is it not? Do you have a right? Where is the right coming from?
I mean, it's from law. There's statutes that govern how you can apply for green cards, and then you have rights to those green cards once you have them. What do you mean?
I would disagree that there is, maybe someone in chat or someone can find it, where there is a court case that enshrines green card status as a right, as opposed to a privilege, and that you can lose that privilege.
Okay, do you think that owning a firearm in the United States, is that a right or a privilege? Because I would argue that's a right that's enshrined in the Second Amendment.
By the Constitution, right? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
But it can be revoked if you're a felon, right? If you're a violent felon, I don't think you can own a firearm, and that's been defended by the Supreme Court. So,
but again,
is owning firearms just a privilege?
Firearms is complicated because it's like emoluments clause. You know what I mean? Like,
okay, what about voting? Is voting a right? Because you can lose that as well if you're a felon.
Yeah, pursuant to the Constitution. Yeah, I don't think voting is a right, and I think guns are rights.
Okay, so then there are no rights. So I don't know why you even made that distinction. There are no rights at all. Okay, go ahead.
Well, no, I'm doing an internal critique to showcase that you are, again, muddying the waters because you want me to showcase that, right? Where was it that you were doing it? By comparing U.S. citizens that are accused of a crime and whether or not there is due process for that crime versus whether or not someone that is a green card holder can have that green card status revoked. Would you not agree that there could potentially be legally, and that it wouldn't be in any contradiction within U.S. law, that there could potentially be different means by
yes,
which
but that's
you
not the
prove
point
those
of my
things?
analogy. We were talking about whether you create a chilling effect and why you don't have to have the underlying, you don't have to match every single element of what another person did to feel like a particular thing could apply to you. It's like saying,
my argument is
give me
very
an example of two things that are sweet, and I say banana and an apple are sweet. And you go, are you really saying a banana and an apple are the same thing? Isn't it possible that these two things could be different? Well, of course they're different, but for the purpose of my analogy, that doesn't matter. It's not relevant.
No, I addressed this already, right? I said that chilling effect is a psychological thing that happens, right? And that anything that the state does, like I could have a chilling effect on all kinds of things. Just
Which is
because
good. We
I
want
have
a chilling
fear,
effect on some things.
Right. Well, like unreasonable things, right? I could be an unreasonable person and be affected, by some action that is like completely disanalogous and not.
We're not talking about unreasonable. By definition, we're just talking about reasonable person's fears.
No,
so that being
well, no, you have to make that distinction so that you can understand the
No,
argument.
I don't have to make that distinction because that distinction is already made in law. There's a reasonable person standard that we have in law. You don't say that we make laws for unreasonable people. That's not how it works in the United States. But
right, exactly. So we recognize that the chilling effect in under certain situations, like when we talked about gun laws, is one that they utilize. I think they had quite a few chilling effect case law in like gun laws, right? Whether or not it was creating a chilling effect because there was all of these regulations that essentially made it impossible to have a gun there. So people just didn't do it, right? So the reason that I'm showcasing a reasonable versus unreasonable person is that if we recognize that it must be reasonable, you utilizing you're trying to create the new case, right? The new case is, what if people are arrested and the only thing they do is protest in support of Hamas? But the original case that we're talking about, why we're talking about the supposed hypocrisy of Asmongold, et cetera, is about Mahmoud Khalil. And so it's absolutely pertinent to showcase all of the ways in which a person that is protesting for Palestine, right, or for Palestinian liberation, that is not a representative, not engaged in property crime, not
okay. So then here's the question. Yeah. So then
the chilling effect would be unreasonable at that point.
So then let's say you're in the United States, okay, and somebody says, "Oh, this guy who's a banker who's Jewish is making way too much money. We're going to go and kill that dude, okay? Because we think it's insane how much money this Jewish banker has made, okay?" Would a Jew in the United States who is a blacksmith, okay, or some other artisan or a leather crafter or whatever you want, an 1800s job they have, would that person be right to be afraid? Or would you go, well, no, that was just a Jewish banker. It wasn't anything about like a Jewish craftsman. That was just a banker.
That's actually a really good analogy, right? I would say that there is a difference, but nevertheless, it is a good analogy to showcase how one factor can be so strong that it can be terrifying, right? Which is, hate.
Oh, wait, it's not that the factor is so strong. It's that the factor is determinative. That's why I'm saying it, like these laws should be viewpoint neutral. So, for instance, if he was engaged in all the same behaviors, instead of taking pamphlets from Dua, Lop, or whatever, Kuda, he was taking pamphlets from the BLM organizers. And if instead of going into a building to protest for Palestinians, it was for BLM activism or whatever, like he might even get charged with misdemeanor crimes or whatever, but he's not going to be deported. But because it's Palestinians, which is a viewpoint, whether you support or oppose Palestine.
I feel like Trump probably hates BLM as much as Palestinians, so who knows, right? He is a bit wild, but I don't know that BLM would be classified as a terrorist organization in that regard.
Sure. So I'm saying that you might have a second thought about supporting and protest of an organization that the president has declared a terrorist organization. Or even let's say he were to declare BLM a terrorist organization. Do you think that would significantly curb the amount of green card holders that protest in favor of BLM?
Okay, so if he were to make BLM a terrorist organization, right, and he were to engage in deporting someone simply for supporting a terrorist organization, right? So these two things would need to be true, right? I absolutely agree.
If he declared BLM a terrorist organization right now, if you were a green card holder, you think you'd be like, no, I'm probably safe to protest until he actually arrests a BLM person. You're willing to be the first case of that?
Well, again, you would these are two separations, right? One is that BLM isn't a terrorist organization, and in the example, he declared it as such. And the second is that there have been previous deportations for people simply for protesting in support of a terrorist organization. As so far, I don't have that. Do you have that? That has occurred, that someone has been deported? I don't think anybody has been deported in these cases.
Well, so far,
as of yet, like we're waiting.
Well, the
trial
Khalil
and injunctions.
Mahmoud guy hasn't been. Yeah, but it seems like.
But the accusations are far more than that, correct?
Yeah, but accusations by who? Has he even been charged with a crime, or what is the process?
The Department of Justice went to Pam Bondi when she gave her statement to the press corps that the reason that this person had popped up on their radar was because he was passing out Hamas literature, right? That he was passing out
fine.
pamphlets.
In the United States, you can do this, right?
Yes, in the United States, you can do this if you're a citizen, but this is potentially disqualifying as a green card holder alone. But there are several elements, right? So you have prosecutorial
just on that one thing,
right?
on that one thing, are you okay with that on that one factor that a U.S. citizen could pass out?
Yeah, I already told you that I would need proof of property damage or a violation of the non-aggression principle, and that includes illegal aliens too. I don't care if you're an illegal alien. I wouldn't deport anybody unless they had done some form of property crime. That's so you're asking my position. That's my position.
Okay. So then if we had a state that deported people for simply doing a thing that a citizen could do, no problem, right? Because I could go hand out Hamas literature all day and it'd be no problem. But if you were a green card holder, you could have your green card revoked and you could be deported for that. Is this not a problematic environment if we're free speech warriors?
Well, free speech isn't the thing that I would connect to these two things, right? Like again,
why? It's literally speech. Passing out a pamphlet? What could be speech more than that?
Well, again, like my issue with a deportation wouldn't be on speech grounds. It would be on the fact that whether or not they committed property damage, right?
Well, sure, but I'm saying that if we are going to deport people for a thing that a citizen could do willy-nilly without even being charged with a crime, isn't that kind of problematic if it's not a viewpoint neutral thing?
For
it's
sure.
not
like I agree that it's problematic to do any of this without a trial, number one. And there are substantive reasons that if all of these instances were proven correct, would support the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil. And specifically for me, the key factor is that he engaged in property crime and that property crime was egregious because it was in support of terrorist organizations, etc. Now, we can have issues with how Trump or the Trump administration classifies terrorist organizations, right? I mean, you kind of admitted, right, like in this context they're not a terrorist organization, but you've called them a terrorist organization plenty of times before, right? Like
that's way different when we're talking about for purposes of like legal distinction. And I have had this conversation on my stream a million times. I've argued with Peace over that terrorism and terrorists are things that we say. We're not really making a huge distinction in terms of what terrorist is, and you're not going to find any way to actually designate or create like a definition of terrorism that we can broadly apply to everything. Like it's a loosey-goosey category
Hamas
thing. For,
is
these
a
are people who
terrorist
kind of don't like.
organization from like previously, like Trump didn't make Hamas a terrorist organization. Like they are a terrorist organization, correct? Like legally speaking?
Yes, but the definition for a terrorist organization in the United States is the president says so.
Yeah,
which I think is also a problem.
Yeah, I mean, like I have no critique of saying that, like, whether or not they designate a group of terrorist organizations is problematic. I'm a libertarian, and I've seen plenty of literature that talks about sovereign citizens, ANCAPs, and libertarians are like potential domestic terrorists, and it's like, the fuck are you getting that from? Like, we're against the non-aggression principle. Like you couldn't get more peaceful than us, other than pacifists, right? Because like that's a silly distinction, right? But again, when we're talking about, is somebody like Asmongold or a right-wing pundit or someone talking in politics a hypocrite on the grounds of free speech when they are looking at European governments that are going into people's homes, going on raids in Germany because their tweets offended people or because they were praying near abortion clinics, versus are they for the deportation of someone whose green card status gets revoked due to
due to their viewpoint.
Well, you're making the accusation that it's due to the viewpoint. Like the Trump administration isn't making that accusation. The Trump administration is saying that this person.
Of course, they're not going to. Because if they say that, then it's going to be a violation of the First Amendment. Of course, they can't admit it's due to viewpoint. You can't have viewpoint
Right, for sure. But like, where's your evidence that it's viewpoint and then it's not, that it's this person is severely problematic?
Well, I can't ever win that because the president is allowed to declare a group of people. Well, they're allowed to declare a group of people a terrorist organization without any process. I think the president could just say these are terrorists. But for whatever thing that you think of, not to be edgy, I can do, sure, I guess. But I mean, like, you're a libertarian, and I'm sure that you've made arguments in the past. I'm sure I go through your Twitter that anything that you claim Hamas has done would easily fit the U.S. government. I'm sure it would fit the IDF for sure. I probably know every example for where this could apply to the IDF. So if you're going to say that you're supporting terrorism by supporting Hamas, I know that if a president were to come in again next cycle and say, hey, actually, I'm going to declare the IDF a terrorist organization, I'm sure a lot of people in the U.S. would have an issue with that Jews are being deported back to Israel for supporting the IDF.
Well, yeah, for sure. But the situation.
But I would say that's hypocritical, right? Would that be hypocritical?
Well, no, it wouldn't be hypocritical. And the reason it wouldn't be hypocritical is because, and this is like, we both agree that Hamas is engaged in terrorist activity constantly, that they're a terrorist organization. And like, you've done tons of debates.
Well, I don't know if I would agree. I don't know if I would agree with that for purposes of,
that they engage in heavy propaganda, right?
I wouldn't agree that. I do agree that. I wouldn't agree with this for legal purposes, though. If we're talking about deporting people, I would only define, if I were to have any definition of terrorism, they would have to be non-state actors at the least, because having a group of people who are represented only by a terrorist organization and then banning protests in favor of that organization, I think is highly problematic. People should be able to protest in favor of the Palestinians in Gaza if they want, and their government, which is Hamas, if they choose to do so.
Okay, but like, so what happens if you have a failed state, right? And then a terrorist organization takes over the failed state. So, like, would you say that the Taliban, like, you can't, like, if the Taliban are currently fighting in Iraq, and Iraq has, you know, a bastion of defense of, like, you know, a UN recognized nation state, they're a terrorist organization, that's fine. But the moment that the Taliban take over Iraq, it changes in some capacity because the Taliban are those in charge of Iraq. Like, why?
I think because they're now the representative body of those people. It becomes incredibly hard to distinguish the two, especially if I'm going to start getting deported for it, right? It's probably hard to support. Like, I'm sure there are people that support Israel that maybe don't support the actions of the IDF, but would you feel confident as a green card holder that the government is going to be able to make that distinction in your protests if they're going to determine whether or not to deport you? Because I'm sure if you're protesting alongside other people, they probably do support the IDF. And if you're at a I support Israel but not the IDF protest, and somebody comes up with a sign saying like the IDF are God's soldiers, are you leaving that protest, or are you going to try to bully them out of it? Like, it's just a huge burden that I think is highly problematic and creates a chilling effect on speech.
I do think that, like, I think your examples are unreasonable. That's my issue, right? Like, I think that you're saying, like, when we look at this case has a lot of elements of an outlier, right? And then when you were talking about
deported for when was the last time somebody got deported for something like this? I feel like the last big case I remember had to do with like it was a big sting operation for people in the United States in around like the Miami shooting, I think, but they were providing like support for, I think it was Al Qaeda, but they were trying to like buy weapons and shit for them. I think that's totally fair. So even when it comes to governments, if you're like trying to procure weapons for Hamas or whatever, then I think at that point, even if you're an LPR, fine, we can talk about deportation then. But just for protesting in support of them, even in supporting their actions and saying October 7th was base, fuck Israel, I support the Palestinians and Hamas represents them. I mean, I think that to be viewpoint neutral, we kind of have to allow it. If you support the IDF operations in Gaza, how could you not have another person who's allowed to support Hamas's operations in Israel?
Right. So, I mean, like, you're saying I believe these things. I'm assuming you're still within.
I don't know, Jude. No, I know that you don't believe them because.
Right? No. When I say I mean I quoting you. You don't believe these things, right? You're doing the internal critique of the right wing, correct? Or
no, I do believe those things. You should be able to support both for sure.
Okay,
but I would be okay with deporting people providing material support.
But you're in favor of like some level of hate speech laws, right?
Fuck no. What? I think hate speech. I think hate laws are okay as like aggravating charges. So like if you kill somebody and you do it because they're black, then maybe the hate speech like amplifies the charge. But hate speech laws in the United States, in the U.S., no.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm trying to like hammer out your position here. I apologize. I'm not like watching you all the time, right? So are you in favor of laws that are like some like indirect justifications for violence at protests? That's fine, right?
I mean, I think the Brandenburg test works. Like, if it's not a direct incitement, if you're not knowingly,
you're not
then
saying
I think
like, hey, attack that Jew. You're just saying like Jews are evil and attacking them is justified.
Sure, and even maybe saying, maybe even like, I think death to all Jews or something, that might be defensible speech in the United States, sure.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm just trying to understand your position. I'm not trying to like get you on a gotcha. I'm just not trying to be like, anyways. So in this regard, the hypocrisy that we're isolating here is that the chilling effect from not Mahmoud Khalil, right? But the justification for Mahmoud Khalil specifically being a lack of due process, and the idea that the only thing that you need to do to lose your green card status is be at a protest that is supporting a arbitrarily designated terrorist group is antithetical to conservatives' other positions and broad interpretations of free speech. That's the argument?
Yes. Just as a real quick thing, when I say viewpoint neutral, I'm not trying to whatever. Do you understand what I mean when I say viewpoint neutral?
Well, I mean, like, not
sure, just as a quick thing.
Like, let me get what you're saying when you say it, right?
Yeah,
like,
wait, real quick, yeah.
Like
when I say
another
viewpoint
party
neutral
or something, yeah.
When I say viewpoint neutral, I mean that the law or whatever that is prohibiting some behavior isn't reliant upon the viewpoint of the speaker. So, if, for instance, if I say you're not allowed to firebomb buildings, that's a viewpoint neutral law. If I say you're not allowed to firebomb buildings when you're supporting BLM, that's not a viewpoint neutral. Or you're not allowed to bully people in restaurants if you're a conservative, that wouldn't be viewpoint neutral. It's considering the viewpoint of the author in determining whether or not the behavior is legal or illegal. Generally, all laws in the United States have to be viewpoint neutral. There's a really good reason for them not to be. So my charge is that. Because my charge is that the only reason why Hamas is designated even as a terrorist organization and why this law is being enforced so harshly on this particular person is because of the lack of viewpoint neutrality. It's because they support a group that Trump disagrees with politically.
Wait, hold on. So, I mean, who originally designated Hamas a terrorist organization?
I don't know, they've probably been designated for a long time, but this is the first time I've heard of somebody being deported for protesting in support of them. Keep in mind that these protests happened originally under Biden, right? And I don't remember anybody being deported or talking about deportations there under him.
Say that happened in 1997, so would that be Bill Clinton administration, right? It's Clinton administration? October 97. Yeah, all right. So Hamas has been a terrorist organization since 97. Why is it lacking viewpoint neutrality, like from your perspective, if the law is that you lose your green card status and it can be revoked if you are engaging in all of these things? And it's not Hamas, but it's terrorist activity. Like, where is the lack?
Because the only time I've ever seen this be enforced is right now under the Trump administration against the left.
Okay, but that's not an argument against that, right? Like why is it lacking viewpoint neutrality if it is a terrorist organization, not like Trump arbitrarily made something a terrorist organization and then went after
It's the enforcement. It's the arbitrary enforcement of it.
Okay, so it's not the viewpoint neutrality of the law itself, but the fact that Trump decided to go after people that
as hard as possible. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So
the law itself, I don't think it has a problem with viewpoint neutrality. I don't believe it, or it definitely doesn't, because you could designate anybody a terrorist group.
Right. I mean, so is it because the hypocrisy on free speech here then becomes down to Trump's enforcement of the law. He chooses to enforce a law that wasn't commonly enforced to get rid of people. And your claim is that he's doing it because they disagree with me?
Yes, and I think there's other evidence that I would use to support his enforcement of laws that way. Yes, and that seems to be a consistent thing that he does.
Okay,
so the two examples I would say is like pardoning J6ers was utilizing the pardon power in a highly politically charged way. I would say that the 7-country ban was done in a way against. He wanted originally to do all Muslims, then eventually did 7 Muslim majority states or whatever. That like he shows a political bend to the people that he targets, and it seems like this particular thing with the enforcement of the deportation here seems to be not an outlier, but consistent with his prior behavior.
Yeah, so with the January 6th situation, right, there have been political pardons before. I mean, his argument would obviously be that these were politically targeted individuals, right? Obviously, you feel very differently about that, but I don't know, like, I don't think we're going to just agree that, right? I think you have a strong opinion about J6ers that most conservatives don't, in terms of like whether or not they're political prisoners, right? Whether or not they were held in solitary confinement for too long, whether or not the punishment was too harsh.
Yeah, I don't
right?
think we can have reasonable minds can't disagree here, though. If you disagree on this point, you've lost the plot, and there's no communicating at that point, I think. Because these are people that were charged by the federal government. They were convicted of crimes in front of juries. Like, if you think these are political prisoners at this point, then you can define anything as anything if you want.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that the opinion of mini MAGA would be, you know, whatever, like you said, lost the plot. Like, oh, these people are all innocent. These were nothing but grandmas that went through, when some of them obviously engaged in violence. But you could very easily say that they have already served their time, and that they felt that it was a level of cruel and unusual punishment, and that the pardons were, you know, there.
Yeah, but there's a process to challenge that, right? That's what the appeals courts and everything are for.
Well, I mean, pardoning is a process as well. Like, you could make the same claim about like Biden, right? And be like, hey, there's a process, you know, but he doesn't trust the Trump administration to utilize that process effectively against his family and friends. So he pardons them. Or maybe he didn't auto pen, whatever. I don't care. Right. Like, it's a silly thing. But so that's one example, right? Which is about their viewpoints. I don't know that you're, I think the
so just to be
viewpoint
clear,
is
hold on, so I can understand. You think that Donald Trump, you think I'm making a leap of logic. You think Donald Trump doesn't exercise viewpoint dependent authority, that he's just exercising the law blind to the political views of people, and he's just exercising what he thinks, he's carrying out what justice is. It just so happens that it's always against the left and never against the right.
Well, I would say that any president that isn't like an artificial intelligence, right, has a
okay.
bias,
Well, then let's compare.
right?
Sure. Then let's wait. So
right
that's a factual argument. So then let's compare. When Biden came into office, he allowed the special prosecutor to remain that was investigating Hunter Biden, and he allowed Durham to continue his special investigation into Biden over the secret documents, right? When Trump was president, he fired Comey from the FBI, and he did everything he could to shut down the Mueller investigation. And now that he's president again, all the Jack Smith stuff has been dismissed, is gone. So these don't seem to be the same. There's a substantive difference between how the two treat being investigated and how they treat the legal system.
Right, being investigated and them engaging in different. I'm trying to connect this. Like, your argument is that is what exactly? Like, I understand that you have.
My argument is that Donald Trump weaponizes
arguments, presumably, right?
Sure, Donald Trump has weaponized the legal system to prosecute political enemies, and the Republicans in general have done this, and the Democrats, for the most part, seem to be following established process and procedure, and even give room to their adversaries for their investigations, where we got all the Hunter Biden shit from. Biden, if he was like Trump, could have easily come in and shut all that down, but he didn't. He allowed all that to continue. Donald Trump would never allow his child to be charged with a crime.
I mean, like, we could get into that, but I feel like that is like a whole nother rabbit hole of a conversation about whether or not we think Democrats in general, or the Biden administration versus the Trump administration, you know, like what is and isn't, you know, political witch hunts against one person versus what isn't. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that would. I feel like we're getting to a place anyways where we're likely wrapping up our arguments on this. And if you want to, I mean, I guess we can get into that, but I don't know that it's necessarily helpful to this conversation to engage with the claim that Democrats are largely, you know, utilizing the legal process appropriately, and that Republicans, or at least Trump, is largely weaponizing it against his enemies. I think you would find massive disagreement on that between us.
Well, but only with people who aren't familiar with the. Yeah, but only with people who aren't familiar with the facts. And this has been consistent with every single conversation I've had on this. Like, if I were to ask, for instance, what's the similarity to the pardoning of Eric Adams? What's one similar thing a Democrat has done in the past 25 years?
Dude, I'm not prepared to have a conversation.
Okay, that's fair.
You know, like, researched well enough to bring back and recollect with my notes on, like, you know, these specific details versus the other. I'm perfectly fine with saying that, like, I have other domains that I'm usually practice in, which is philosophy, as opposed to those things. I don't But I mean, like,
Okay.
yeah,
When
that's,
you, I'm
that's
just
a
curious
different
when you
debate.
think, because you've got a feeling in your mind of like the Democrats are just as bad as the Republicans on this. What is in your mind? What's the most egregious abuse of like weaponization of the legal system that the Democrats have engaged in for you to
I
have that
think,
feeling?
Are we specifically talking about Republicans in general, or or Trump in
Yeah,
general?
Republicans versus
towards Trump?
Democrats. Like, what's a way that Democrat anyway the ways that you feel like Democrats have weaponized the justice system in a way that
I
is similar.
would say, so I would say that probably the like Jean Carroll case was one, but of course that's just a judge. That's not the Democrats in at all. New York and their the whole 34 felonies situation I think was rather egregious as a case.
Why was it egregious, or why do you feel like it was egregious?
Well,
assuming the facts of the case are true, that Donald Trump was using campaign funds secretly and then lying about them to give them to a guy to pay off somebody to hide a story.
Yeah, so I mean, like, again, like I said, this isn't the conversation that I came prepared for, but like off the top of my head, right? Like, the initial crime that he's suspected of would no longer fall in the statute of limitations unless connected to another crime. They were given, multiple choices on what they could attempt to connect him with, which kind of leads to a contradiction in guessing what the motivations were as a means of going after him, as opposed to just charging him with a specific connection, because they couldn't actually make one specific connection.
Well, they did make that connection. That's what happened. They did make that connection, and that connection was real. He was convicted in front of a jury.
3 connections that they had a choice to pick from, right? That were like connected to the money laundering. Again, I'd have to go through the details.
Yeah, but it's up to them to pick the strongest case. Okay, sure.
I came prepared to debate the concept of free speech, the Asmongold critique, why you believe that there was hypocrisy in that regard, and the case as so far as it applies to Mahmoud Khalil and situations in Europe, not necessarily court cases of Donald Trump or the Democratic administration in terms of how they use the Justice Department in the last
I'm
years.
aware of that.
I mean?
But you had an impression. I was curious what the impression was based on, but because every single person I've debated on this or argued with this always has a strong impression. I don't ask them for anything. They don't ever have an example. So I was curious what the impression comes from.
I would say primarily my impression comes just from I'm I don't want to be like a broken record, but like as an anarchist, right? Like I just don't trust any of these fucking people or any of these institutions. And like, you know what I mean? So like I immediately assume most politicians and people that are career politicians are like, I start with the default assumption that they're dirty, that they're corrupt, that they take money from different places, that they abuse their power when they have the means of abusing their power.
Okay, sure, but even as a libertarian or ANCAP, not all bad is the same bad, right?
No, for sure.
Like I'm sure that you would admit that like maybe in a democracy, a politician might be corrupt, but that's going to be probably a different level of corruption than like an oligarchy or dictatorship or monarch, right? That there's levels to it, right? Or certain politicians can be more corrupt than others in the United States, right?
Yeah, or they're corrupt in different ways, right? Right? Like,
sure.
You know what I mean? Like I might agree that like a monarchy is better than a democracy, for example. Pardon me. Right, because I think democracy is like inherently worse than monarchy systems, but that's like a whole nother conversation. So I guess, do you have like some closing on this position of why you think there's hypocrisy presented in him, or do you want me to go first and you respond? It doesn't matter, or is there some other thing? Because I just don't. I haven't seen the connection still. It just seems like there's so many we're tenuous connections to try and draw this. I don't know. I remain unconvinced.
What was my
it seems like a bullshit critique?
Sure, I'm never convincing you. I understand that. What was the most tenuous of connections? Just to be clear, in my argument, like what do you think was the one that was the weakest connection?
So the weakest connection. Actually, I'll go with the last poor connection, right? Which is that the chilling effect would occur. And that this would be anti-free speech because there's a chilling effect specifically on green card holders who would go to peacefully protest at an event where there was some other group that might support Hamas, and that is connected to this case in Mahmoud Khalil, when there are all of these other elements. And I think that that's an unreasonable connection, but that's like the most recent one, right?
Okay. I feel like I made my argument. You can have your final say or whatever.
Yeah, I'm Fabian Liberty. You can find me Fabian Liberty. Just Google it. I remain unconvinced that there is this clear hypocrisy. I think it's just being spicy on Twitter to try and get engagement. And I think you proved that on Twitter when you were like, here's my real argument. And you backpedaled in that degree. And yeah, I wish someone with as much clout as you, as much attention as you would care more about the principles as opposed to just whatever wavering thing gets you the attention or gets you the dub in the moment.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for that conversation.
Have a good one. All right. Let me get some music back on. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Oh, my fucking... What is going on? Why is the music not stop? Oh, here we go. Ah! Stop it. There we go. Dude, my music won't cut on. What is happening? Let me refresh the page. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what to think about that. Like, it's just there was so many like tenuous bullshit like connections of like I just wish that he would have said something. You know what I mean? Like I don't like it. Just seems like a silly distinction to call out. I mean, you know what? Like, no, it's very obvious. It's like, look, the same reason that I'm on Twitter, chomping at the bit to talk shit on Destiny because he has a large audience, and I think what he says is problematic and bullshit. He does the same thing to Asmongold, but like he just went like from the very beginning. He compares these two things as totally the same thing, and it's anti-free speech. And like, in order to connect these two things, he has to say, well, conservatives interpret speech via the First Amendment. And then when they dislike it, they interpret it broadly. And it's like, well, first and foremost, he's talking about Europe, the thing that he disagrees with. They don't have the First Amendment. So obviously he's talking about the concept of freedom of speech, not the fucking legal process or those things. Asmongold's position has always been, or at least was in that video that he showcased in his reaction, that why would we maintain green card holders that are a problem? Like, if you're a green card holder, you're a resident here, you're not a citizen, and you're engaged in protests that take over buildings, that support terrorist groups, that like hate America, etc., then like get the fuck out. And this is supposed to be a chilling effect on free speech from the conservative. And like, if you're a right winger, like what right winger, believes that like all humans are citizens of the world? No, they're nationalists. They believe in rights for American citizens. They don't agree with rights for other fucking people. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it is a privilege to be here and to immigrate here before you gain your citizenship. Why couldn't you explain that to him in those exact words? I did. It's just broken apart by so many lines of bullshit, and then like him interrupting, being like, wait. You don't think Asmongold fucking believes? Like, it's just you can't, like, every time I like tried to go for too long, he would like interrupt me with subversive questions, distractions, and muddy the water, which I knew that he would do. But like, it's funny because he probably thinks that like I like slung and like bogged this conversation down, but it was only bogged down because I held him to a standard of truth and to prove his claims. And he couldn't do so. He couldn't find a contradiction in those belief systems. He was like, could you possibly find a belief that would make those things not the same. And then I'm like, yeah. And then he goes into like obfuscating between like legal situations and citizens. The chilling effect is so absurd, right? Like the chilling effect of like a guy who worked for UNRWA, right? Who lost UN funding because they were funneling money into terrorist organizations, who then immigrates over here, who says and talks about how all violence against Israel is justified, and then no matter what we do, they'll call it terrorism, so we might as well do all of the horrible things. That is a representative of that group after they've already taken over private property, not public property. And that's someone that is accused of passing out literature. And then he has a valid point in the due process position. But over and over and over again, it's like, dude, I believe in due process. You believe in due process. I think these things should be investigated. You think these things should be investigated. Okay, Asmongold is like, his position on whether or not this person deserves due process is not relevant to whether or not people that do these things ought be deported. Like, you can say that like that's wrong, or that's a bad opinion that he has, and that he should support due process to ensure that there isn't like a runaway effect, you know, and that there isn't all these other problems. But like, that's a completely separate argument. And he kept trying to run to that as a means of obfuscating that he couldn't point out the contradiction. So he was just running to, and this is why the right is bad. And then eventually he lost and got distracted by his own arguments, claiming I'm distracted so many fucking times that he just is like, aha, let's talk about January 6th. And it's like, I had to like really think about it each time I answered. I was like, do I go into details? Do I go into things? I was like, no. Like, I'm not prepared for this conversation. Because it's just like, it's a distraction from the topic completely. It's a total different aside so that he can go into the thing that he's argued 1,000 fucking times, where I can't tell the difference between the lies that he's telling when we get into like the minutia of all these little debates, you know what I mean? Like legal cases, right? Like, I have a vague understanding of those things. It's not something that like I'm particularly super interested in or done a bunch of content on, right? So he was trying to drag me into a place where he had a whole lot more knowledge on the issue than I did. And then like, I don't know, it seemed like he was perturbed that I didn't want to go there. You got cooked, can't get into a political debate with your perspective. I respect the effort though. Good luck. You got cooked, man. Can't go into a political debate with your perspective. What does that mean? Like, maybe I got cooked, maybe I didn't get cooked. I feel like I did fairly well. I feel like it was mostly just a lot of bullshit. And he never really kind of like substantiated his claims. He just kind of played dumb and then like memed about how like philosophy is bad, and I'm like 101 philosophy, and like actually it's you know, we have to bring in other things for context. And it's like, okay, well, if you have to bring in shit for context to try and prove your hypocrisy argument, then you don't have a fucking hypocrisy argument. Like, you have feels. But like, maybe, you know, like maybe he has a huge fucking audience, right? So I am, and those people are rabid in support of him. So maybe I did lose in by the metric of popular opinion or whatever. Probably did. I don't care, right? But if your argument is can't go into a political debate with your perspective, how else do you go into a political debate? Like, don't you always go into a political debate with your perspective? What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? I mean, I ad hommed him too, right? Like, it's fine. But like, well, I mean, I insulted him. I didn't insult him in lieu of an argument. That's the difference, right? Like, I don't think he engaged in much ad hom, with the exception of when he was trying to discount like the logic. Like, that's an ad hom, right? Because he's saying, oh, you're just going into this boring, you know, philosophy 101 thing. And he keeps repeating that line. That's an ad hom, right? Because in lieu of an argument, he's saying that like, I'm boring, I'm bad for this reason. And like, I have this basic philosophy, and then I'm like lacking in understanding of philosophy compared to him. right? Because I'm trying to get him to showcase his own contradictions, right? That's an add-on because it's in lieu of an argument. But like, other than that, I don't think there was a lot of add-on. There was insults, but that's just an insult. The argument was over in the first 10 minutes. The rest was Destiny trying to hide as hell. Yeah, I mean, he kept trying to run away, like over and over and over again. He kept trying to move away from Asmongold to conservatives. And then he would try and move away from the case that we're discussing and into the domain of like general deportations. And then constantly muddy the waters with like, you know, he would compare criminal trials to whether or not a green card holder, you know, has some level of due process. He would utilize due process as an argument to showcase the hypocrisy without actually showcasing the hypocrisy from the video he showed or from the arguments that he gave on Twitter, right? So he's adding new elements and then claiming that like that's actually the superior way to do it. He incorrectly stated that things were unanswerable questions or impossible to answer. That they were like, oh God, what is it called? Unfalsifiable, right? Like, he's like, this is unfalsifiable. It's like, how could you, I could assume anything if you, he was saying like, how could you say anything is hypocrisy if I'm not allowed to make other assumptions to back up my claim to hypocrisy? And I'm like, dude, A equals not A. And then he was like, well, what if 1A's capital and 1A's lowercase? It's like, what are you talking about? Like, this is just a stand-in for the law of identity. Or at the very least, the law of identity excluded middle and non-contradiction, right? Like the big three. What the fuck do you mean? I was so confused. I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah, I don't know. It was a bit of a shit fest. It was probably fairly boring. But nevertheless, I don't get it, man. I don't get where he was like, I was hoping that he would just be like aware of the case, right? Like, it looks like he wasn't aware of the case. And then he was like, I've read it. No, he fucking didn't. He did not read the state statute. And like, you could tell he was like trying to interrupt me because he knew that I had something. When I read fucking 1182 state statute 1182 and showcased that the fucking example they give is a representative that is representing the Palestinian Liberation Organization. And it's like, dude, what is the substantive difference between the PLO and fucking Hamas? Like, they give it as a fucking an example of like, this is like, they say like the house.gov, the law itself gives you an example of what would allow you to revoke your green card. What is the substantive? And then he has to be like, well, see, they're a representative of the state. And it's like, okay, so is PLO. And he got nothing. Hey man, I love dissent in the chat, right? I love arguments, but like, give me something. D4M Tarot, right? Like, give me something. You say like, like your claim is you thought you got it, right? You thought you got it and you didn't. Like, showcase to me that you're not just a rabid DGG supporter, and just like, give me a good argument. Stop coping, retard. You're bragging about debate skills. But in that Destiny debate, you were basically the guy bragging about how good you were going to be in bed. And then she finds out you're 3 inches. Yeah, just give me an argument. You know what I mean? Like, give me something. Let me know if you come up with something. You got to be able to speak on things broadly and stand by assertions. The principle of Asmon's you were supposed to defend was very simply, he's being deported for invalid paperwork. I mean, sure. I mean, his status is revoked. I mean, like, that's like, you could do that. I don't think that's a good faith form of argumentation, though. Like you could certainly do that. I just don't think I don't think that that's like showing up in an earnest way to have the conversation, especially when I'm talking to Destiny about his bullshit assertions, and his and his obfuscation and his means of just kind of like creating drama on Twitter. Always love how retard orbiters always invade the other person's chat to troll. I mean, whatever. It's like, I'm fine with it. But do citizens do similar speech and protests? Those don't cause terror cells. Oh, I missed something. A sign that he lost is when you tried to pivot to Trump J6 to see if you would take the bait. Usually Rob Noor goes into it because he feels comfortable to go down the rabbit holes. It was like I could debate those things, but I'm not super well researched on it compared to him. Number one, it's like, why would I allow myself to be dragged down into a completely irrelevant and separate conversation? It's like it's just him trying to take me to a place that he knows that he can win. And it's like, why do you feel the need to do that? I feel like the only reason that you would feel the need to do that is because you know you're losing the current conversation, or because you think that it would be more entertaining to like watch me flounder, as you like start spouting off specific court dates and shit because like you've debated that shit so much. Your insults were a weak tactic and you were and were a big reason you lost. Definitely got to work on that. Meh. Dude, he just says so much I mean, like, the only insults I'm giving is against his argumentation. What was I gave a couple of jabs for sure. You're probably right on that, but the overwhelming majority of the insults would be me saying, you're muddying the waters here. You're engaged in, like this is unreasonable, etc. Props to you for mentioning that visas and green cards aren't rights, though. That should have been the main point. Yeah, I mean, like, just depends on the angle. I mean, the main point, well, see, if I was Asmongold, that would be my main point, right? It's a little bit weird because we're both doing an internal critique in the debate, which probably makes it a fucking, like, a wordy debate anyways, because, like, I'm not representing my position. And his accusation is against the other position. So we were both attacking and defending Asmongold, both disagreeing with Asmongold, right? So it's like if I was making the argument and like I believed in deportation of this guy for like property crimes, which I do, that would be my main argument. Oh, laughing my ass off. DGG is so afraid of his narrative not spreading that they have to do his dirty work for free. Dude, there's like 8,000 people over there. Okay? Like, what is it? It's 7,075. Right? Like, I'm sure some small portion of people are going to come over here to talk shit. And that's not like per se DGG, afraid or anything. I just feel like there's a small portion of people that are like, just love to talk shit. You know what I mean? Like, there's a small portion of people that like hop over to be like, you suck, bitch. You know what I mean? Like, that's fine. Like, you kind of got to be okay with that if you're going to stream, man. Yes, coward because getting into the mud weakens your credibility. I missed something. DGG, Destiny was running when he said he had an issue with president enforcing a law others chose not to. Hasn't been used much. That other presidents chose not to doesn't speak to his ability to enforce law. Right, what's like his claim is that it's specifically targeted because, it's not value point neutral. And I'm like, okay, but why? Like, what do you mean? Bill Clinton is the one that said Hamas is a terrorist organization, okay? And he's the DOJ presumably are the ones that brought this to him. He didn't like get elected and go, that guy at Columbia University, I got to get rid of him, right? The DOJ said, this dude's passing out Hamas literature. You know, he's speaking in front of people. He's calling for violence. He's a green card holder. We got to get rid of people like this because they're causing a problem on universities. They're engaged in, you know, fomenting, you know, like un-American disorder or whatever bullshit, right? Like, it's like, if the claim is that like he went after that guy because he thinks those things are bad, yeah, duh. Like what do you mean? Of course those things are bad. Fomenting. No, you need to stop saying okay, but part of okay, but why when you do that? You grant him needless ground and paint yourself into a corner. Yeah, that's another, like, this is the second time you've like, you're like, hey, do the bad faith thing. Or like, you know what I mean? Like I don't disagree with you that if you give concessions in a conversation, that like midwits, think that means you're losing, and that, you know, like, that has like an effect on your ability to claim later that you won. Well, because if the thing is true, but it's not relevant to the conversation, then it's true but not relevant to the conversation, right? That's what okay but why means. You know what I mean? Like why would like if he makes a point that's true but not relevant, then I've said multiple times that's not relevant. And then eventually you go, okay, but why? Why is it that way? Give me the mechanism, not just give me a historical fact about something that occurred at one point. Maybe it might just be a pattern of speech, right? I tend in 1v1 debates, I tend to give concessions on things that are factually true, to a certain degree, just to move the conversation along. Right, because the other thing is that like we had already been bogged down in enough bullshit in that conversation, right? So it's like how many like he was already bitching, being like, "Oh, he's not going to answer this." It's like, yeah, because it's irrelevant. Like I did that a bunch of times where I'm like, "That's not relevant. Show me the contradiction." You can't. You're trying to add new shit that's not relevant. And so at a certain point, if someone's just going to keep doing that, you have to be like, "Okay, fine. Let's move on to the next thing." Like I've already had this conversation or like I've already gone down this rabbit hole in this circle with you 4 times, and like you're just trying to find new ways to weasel in, and you just won't answer the fucking question, and then you're accusing me of not answering questions because you're just adding in new irrelevant shit. Like make an argument. Midwits to the tune of Love Boat writing itself in my brain. It's funny. All right. It has been a sweaty and long night doing 2 hardcore conversations. So tomorrow I'm going to work on putting out some shorts. That's like kind of what my deal is tomorrow. Join the Discord if you want to be a part of a larger conversation. Follow me on Twitter or X if you want to watch me be toxic or hear my shower thoughts. Consider liking, sharing, subscribing. But if you want the notifications, you got to join the Discord. I always answer super chats. I can see Scott's ring light in his glasses. Yeah, well, they're brand new glasses, so like they're just really reflective right now. Memberships get you cool emotes and shit, but I always answer super chats. Consider supporting and donating the stream. I'm going to get some shorts out tomorrow. If you want to make clips of the stream, you can really help me out a lot by joining the Discord and posting those clips from YouTube into the stream clip section so I can start making some clips and things like that. I should be back Saturday probably for like an AMA fun night maybe. Like we'll probably play some games or fuck around. We'll figure it out. And might talk to Crod for a little while, do some AMA stuff. Just game, have a little fun. I'm going to try and figure out what I need to do this weekend to get on Sam Cedar's call-in show so I can figure out like when the best time is to try and call in to get on the show. and I'll have like backup content for that night. And then not this weekend, not this Friday or the following Friday, but April 5th, I'm going to be out of town. I'm going to go to West Virginia and go do Culture War podcast with Tim Pool. It should be a lot of fun. Going to talk about welfare, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, things like that, and why I think they're destructive to the culture and to the family, as opposed to helping them like Democrats pretend that they do. You could rock Cedar. That would be hilarious. Cedar is like, I feel like Cedar even more than Destiny is like is like, I don't want to say it's like feudal. I'm going to try and do it, obviously, but it's like, it's more like an exercise in patience to like write down whatever dumb shit Emma Vigeland says, and then write down whatever dumb, like very refutable, talking point his two people that are on, the computer trying to find him talking points say, and then he'll try and change the conversation from like 3 different points that other people in the studio made, so that he can then, let those go unanswered. And so like, I'm going to have to very slowly and be like, okay, hold on. You made this point, and you made this point. Let me go through these 3 points. And then he's going to interrupt the moment I start like, talking about the first point. I'm like, hey, I got 3 points. Let me answer these things, and then we'll go through that. Don't forget to hit that like, even if you cringed and screamed at the streamer. Facts, brother, facts. So we'll figure all that out. I'm excited. We got a lot of good things going forward, and it should be fun. Yeah, well, that's what I said. It's a 1v4. It's him, Emma Vigeland, and like 2 other people in the studio looking things up for him. And you have to purposefully slow them down and be like, look, no. You made all these points. Let me go through them one by one. And then if like he starts interrupting, etc., you finish that one point, and then he'll start making a new point and be like, cool. Just know I have 2 unaddressed points that that your team of people made against me. So I got to go through those at some point. I just wish Destiny had the intellect and integrity to follow your argument. He had the intellect, I think, for the most part. I think, well, no, I'm going to try and call into the show. I got to make like another Google phone number and see if I can like email them and say, hey, I'm an in-cap. I want to hop on, like, see what times they're available, etc. But I'm going to hop out of here before we all kind of, wind down. I had 2 debates back to back. So basically for 4.5 hours straight, I've been just sitting under studio lights debating. So I'm ready to like refill my water, relax, and then get some clips out and stuff for tomorrow. I'm pretty sure Destiny is an agent and or delusional. He's an agent of his own selfish desire to be famous. He's not an agent of like fucking the CIA or anything like that. He looks for drama. He looks for attention. He looks for like what gets him the dub, and then he doesn't have to actually be consistent or principled on anything because he can outsmart most people. I mean, like he probably got some, I don't know, USAID might have funded Progressive Victory and then, funded him. So who knows, but I appreciate you guys. And I will see you Saturday, or I'll see you in the Discord and stuff. And, big things coming forward, and super happy for it, guys. Appreciate you being here.